We're becoming a director of football on FM24. This means we'll be in charge of the transfers, the recruitment, the squad building, the contracts, but we'll be hiring a head coach who'll be in charge of all matters on the pitch. He'll be doing the training, the tactics, the squad selections. If he's doing great, well, great. But if he's not doing so well, then we may even be forced to sack him and hire a new one. This is being a director of football on Football Manager. The DOF save is back. But where will we be located for this particular endeavour? Well, let me introduce you to Paris FC, the other Parisian team in French football. And it's a club that brings with it a simple yet effective objective. Quite simply, we want to become bigger and better and eventually topple Paris Saint-Germain, become the dominant force in French football, full stop. The journey begins now. Now, at the start of this save, the circumstances that greet us are a little bit different. The situation is a bit different to what you might expect. We are in February of 2024. The January window has just closed, and Paris FC, they find themselves in 10th in the league. It seems like this season is going to be another season where they failed to make their target to get themselves back into the top division in France, into Ligue 1. They're going to go another season where that's probably not going to happen. They're 11 points off those playoff places. That's probably not going to happen. And that is what has led to the changes at the club that have brought us to Paris. Huge changes have been made to Paris FC at the very top of the club. In fact, there is a new owner, a new chairperson, and he might just be a familiar face for some of you. Johan Dumont, French footballing legend Johan Dumont, has created a crack team of French football legends to try and take Paris FC right to the very top, and he has chosen us to be his director of football. Financed by his spineless energy empire, he will be providing the funding, and we need to make the improvements necessary to make this football club a force. But before we think about spending any of that money and bringing in any transfers, we need to appoint a manager. So the situation that met us on our very first day in charge was a little bit miserable, to be honest. We, as I mentioned before, were struggling in the league. 10th. Promotion looked like a far and distant dream for our first season, or the first half of our first season. 23 games into the campaign, they were right in the middle, exactly mid-table. 29 points from the first 23 games. 11 points off these playoff places. There was a vague hope that we might make it, but let's be honest, we probably weren't going to get promoted this first season. So season number 1, it needs to be a season where we consolidate matters, get ourselves ready for a promotion push in season 2, our first full season at the club. We have a whole host of players whose contracts are expiring. I'm going to have a look at the transfer stuff after working out who's good based on how our new manager ends up doing in the remainder of this first season. That manager, we need to choose though. So the first thing I'm going to do in our save, our new DOF save, thank you for being here, by the way. If you loved the DOF save on FM23 and you've been waiting for this one, let me know in the comments down below. Also, subscribe to the channel because we're going to keep this one coming fast and regularly. Hopefully, we're going to bring out the videos as soon as I can get through them. I'm going to try and churn them out for you guys because you loved the DOF save last year. I'm hoping this one can have just as much fun and adventure with it, starting with Paris FC in the second division in France with Johan Dumont, our old favourite from last year, in charge. He is the chairman. He's also brought through with him people like David Trezeguet, and I mean, there's all sorts in there. If I just go to the overall here, he is the chairperson. We've got Sidney Govou, Mathieu Flamini. He's made all of his millions from, was it like poker or something like that, right? He's really rich now, isn't he, Mathieu Flamini? Anyway, David Trezeguet is a technical director. In fact, just to show you here, the coaching setup is a little bit rubbish. I need to find some staff. We need 7 new coaches. So I'm going to go on a bit of a search for those at some point. First and foremost, though, we need a manager. Last year, we did great with the manager choices we made. This is what dictates whether you're going to be successful in a DOF save. And to explain further what a DOF save is, we are only going to be doing the transfers and contracts and the money side of things. All of the pitch match day experience is going to be handled by the manager, who comes in effectively as a head coach. We make them an assistant manager in the game, but we give all of the responsibilities to them. So they run the matches. We then will add watching man so we can go and watch those matches if we need to, but they are in charge and it works really well. It's a different way of playing the game. I love it. You guys seem to love it. if you've never seen this as a concept before, we did do one last year. You could go and watch that, or I'll be sure to try and like explain what I'm doing as we go through. First and foremost, though, the way to start a DOF save is to find a new manager. I'm going to be looking. I'm going to keep this open, I think, actually. Maybe I should put manager in here. We're going to be looking for a manager, but hopefully a manager that is happy to take an assistant manager role. I would like him to be, I mean, should we just put the manager ones in and see if we can get one that's pretty good? I'm kind of looking for a big name here. Is kind of the main thing I'm looking for. French would be a bonus. Is there any names that jump out straight away from this list here that then we can look at their profile and see if they work? Bruno Ngotti straight away jumps out to me, mainly because he's ex-Hereford and I'm from Hereford. So that jumps out for me. He's also quite good. Plays a 4-2-3-1. I think maybe 4-2-3-1 would be my choice. When we are thinking of this, they're going to be doing the tactics. You want a tactic that's going to be quite effective in the game. 4-2-3-1 gegenpress, kind of the way to go if you want to be safe. So Bruno Ngotti is French as well. Goes with this French setup we've got going on at Paris FC. Definitely one to consider. Any other names here? Maybe if we go by world rep on here. Maybe not. Maybe if I show, actually, instead of contract on here, we do coaching attributes. Do I even want the coaching attributes, or do I want... What are the attributes that I really want to show on here? I think we looked at this last time, actually, didn't we? Maybe it's the mental ones. Judging player ability, maybe tactical knowledge. I think the mental ones are maybe the ones to look at. Who jumps out on here? He looks quite good. Good determination, good. Maybe less so. Judging player ability is useful. Albert Salades is Spanish. He was a Real Madrid coach. He was manager at Valencia. He might be one to consider. Has 4 caps for, I think I recognise that name. He played for, was it Barcelona that I recognise? Player for them and for Real Madrid. I think he goes on the list, you know. I think Salades and Bruno Ngotti are my 2. I'm going to take these down slightly. Just see if anyone comes up. Sorted by, if I add here I want to do world reputation. Like I said, I want the name. They are already sorted. Guti. If we're thinking of ex-Real Madrid players, he was Almeria manager. How did I not... That's... Okay. Doesn't this seem right? Again, if you know the story from last year's DOF. An ex-Almeria manager, ex-Real Madrid player, big name, looks quite good. He even plays 4-2-3-1. He even plays 4-2-3-1. Does it say what style of... Like... Does it tell me if he plays gegenpress or anything? He's got his Continental Pro license, which is good. It doesn't tell me if he's a gegenpress type manager or not, though. Attacking numbers, attack the box. This is just his set piece setup. It would be nice to know, but perhaps it just doesn't tell you. Maybe assistant managers? No, it doesn't. I just don't... Maybe if we go to managerial on assistant manager? No, it doesn't tell me. Maybe on information somewhere? Has a preference to be a manager in his next role. That could be an issue. Look at these people he lists in his favourite personnel. Fairly determined. I want to see if he plays gegenpress. I just don't think it's going to tell me anywhere. He already appreciates my position as manager. I'm not sure why that is, but still, thank you. I'm actually a DOF rather than a manager. Is he interested? Oh, my word. He lied, is what happened here. He said he prefers to be a manager, but now he's happy to be a coach. I think that means we've got a very good chance of making him our assistant manager, especially if I give him a slightly bigger payday. 4.2k a week. Assistant manager. I'm going with it. I'm making a rash decision potentially here. Bruno Ngotti looked good. Salades looked good too. But Guti, I'm hoping you're going to be my man. Let's continue and accept all of these visions, by the way. The visions say that we need to use and develop players using the youth system and play attacking football. I'm hoping our manager, Guti, potentially is going to do that. We need to just finish in... It says gain automatic promotion in our first season. I'm hoping that that is not the case because we might well struggle. Considering where we've come in and they are not in an automatic position, surely they change this. That could be a bit of an issue. If we get sacked because Guti's not good enough, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, won't we? Let's accept the vision. We've got these players. I'm going to have to go through these and work out. In terms of what players we've got, I mean, I'm going to use the games that, again, hopefully Guti takes over. We just sort by ability. We do have good players, actually. I mean, that looks healthy to me, doesn't it? The best player, according to this, is Josias Lukembala, who is a left winger with a pretty well-rounded profile. He looks pretty good. We've got Hamill, who's a striker, has scored some goals for us in the past. Maybe he's going to have to be the goal scorer. We can't do transfers. We are in February. Just to say, Alamani Gori, I recognise him. He, again, and on the right-hand side, got some good players. I mean, I'm seeing a right winger and a left winger and then a good striker. That makes me think of 4-2-3-1 straight away. Maybe this guy can play in the 10. All of our best players lend themselves to playing a 4-2-3-1 for me. Let's hope Guti chooses us. I will not actually... I'm just going to put a Gegenpress 4-2-3-1 in as just to show you what it would look like. And then I'm hoping that Guti's going to choose what he's going to play anyway. But this is just a preset Gegenpress 4-2-3-1 for now because I have to choose a tactic. And let's go through a couple of days and hope that Guti accepts our offer. We need to choose the captain, which I'm going to keep it the same because technically I shouldn't be doing this role, should I? I shouldn't be the one who's choosing anything. So I'm going to keep it the same as was. So I'm not actually going to influence it in any way. And I'm going to say I do not want to come to these at all because it sounds... All right, I'll go to this one. Fine. I'll end the meeting. I don't actually want to go to your meeting. Let's continue. Set pieces. Again, I want Guti to do this rather than me, but I suppose I have to do it first of all. I didn't actually select them. Again, this is where the game makes you do certain things, but you have to do as much as you can to take away all of the control of footballing decisions. I'm hoping that Guti will be able to choose this. Is there a way to, after I've done this, to set the responsibilities to the assistant? Yes, I think it is. If I go here, look, shared responsibilities. Yeah, I can delegate this now to the goalkeeping coach at this stage. That will change to Guti when Guti joins the club. If he chooses to join us, he looked happy. He wanted to be a coach. Surely he just says yes to being our assistant manager. And then I'm going to have to go and get coaches in too. And I think what I'll do in today's video is I'll go to the end of the season. I think we'll go and find out how the rest of this season goes with hopefully Guti in charge. I'm going to ask my staff member to do the code of conduct. I think that's fine. And yeah, we'll see how we get on. And then we can make some decisions for next episode where we'll do some transfers. Does that sound like a good idea to you? I think it sounds like a good idea to me. I don't want to do this right now. I should probably introduce myself, even though I'm not going to be the manager. I don't want to talk about anything though. Rubbish meeting. We've skipped that. I'm purely and simply waiting for Guti to say yes. And if he says no, welcome to Bruno and Gotti, I think might be the case. Oh, it's good to have the DOF save back, isn't it? It feels good. Is this Guti saying yes? No, I've got to go meet the media. I should probably do it for my own one, right? For my own unveiling, I should probably go there. That would be awkward if I don't. All right, whatever that was. I don't know. Someone hated me at the end of that. I saw lots of red in the reaction to it. That's a good start. Fine. And there we go. The news that we wanted to happen is official. Guti has agreed to be our assistant manager, and that means, technically in our save, he is going to be our head coach. One more continue should have that all confirmed. Then we'll go to the responsibilities and we'll set him up as our actual manager. We'll send him on an intensive language course. We'll go to his responsibilities here. He will do all of the training. I'm going to go to my responsibilities over here. Go to responsibilities. I will go actually via all of these ones. The board decisions are made by Johan Dumont, as you'd expect. Team selections, Guti. Hiring and firing the director of football, I will do. Staff responsibilities, I'll be in charge of hiring the staff because that's what a director of football would be doing. Contracts, I will do all the contracts as well. That is fine. Make sure actually you click confirm on these so that you don't change them back. Then if we go to advice and reports, don't care about that one. Scouting, I can do all of the scouting. In fact, I'm going to actually be in charge of the scouting. So do you know what? The chief scout can do that for now and I will tweak it as we go through. Transfers and everything, that's all me. That's my area. Media, get Guti doing all of these ones though, and delegate these to Guti. He is the manager. He does all of those. Training, my boy Guti does all of these as well. I might just have to take them and then give them so that they go to the right person in case Guti does them. Confirm those as well. Tactics, this is you. Guti can provide all the opposition instructions, team selections, etc., etc. That is you. And then finally, that's not finally, match is one of them. Touchline shouts, Guti. Guti does the team talks. Guti does the friendly matches. And then the second team managers are in charge of all of those ones. Happy days. And then finally, set pieces. Again, can I put these to Guti? I can indeed. He needs to be in charge of everything because he is our head coach. He is the manager. That's all set up. I'm going to go and make my way through now I'll simulate some of these games. I might go and watch a few of the games. My job right now is to work out which players I like, which players get used by Guti, who play the games, which players are not being used, in which case I can go and sell them. I need to try and take stock of the squad so that we can plan for next episode, which is where we're going to get stuck in for some transfers. I will see you at the end of May, or on the 18th of May, after we play Bastia in Liga 2, and hopefully we've at least secured our place in the league. Maybe, just maybe, there is a promotion push that Guti can go and lead us to. Our man is officially here. Here he is, assistant manager. Does it say what he likes to play right now? Doesn't say if he wants to be a Gegenpress manager now either, does he? I'll see you though. Oh, in fact, before we do that, I can ask him to recommend a signing. In case he gives us a really good one, we can make them a bit of a priority, can't we? I'll see you in May. Good luck to Guti. Please go and do the business. See you then. All right, so it is the end of the season now. We have gone all the way until the 19th of May. And Paris FC, with Guti at the helm, have finished 9th. It's about the same, to be honest. It's about what we expected. Let's be completely honest with this. They have increased their standing by 1 position, and they were comfortably in 9th position, just 3 points behind 8th Amiens, and then 63 points Troy came into the last playoff place, which was what? 7 points behind? It was, it was a little bit out of reach. A 9th place finish in the top half, but it's going to be Liga 2 football next year. Now, I'm a little bit worried because if you remember the club vision, it did say we needed to get automatic promotion. I'm going to check with the board now what they think of us. On the club vision, we're on a C-, which means we might be under a little bit of pressure now that Guti has kind of just kept us in the same place that we were before. We failed to gain automatic promotion to Ligue 1, and they're reserving judgment on whether we're competitive in the French Cup. I'm not quite sure why, because it says we've not taken charge of a match in the competition. Because Guti's been taking the matches, they're not actually telling us if we're good or not, and they're also not talking to us about whether we're playing attacking football or not. So I'm not sure what to make of this. I'm a little bit worried, but I'm hoping it's going to be okay. What I want to use, or what I want to do before the end of today's episode, is to do a little bit of squad analysis. Let's have a look with this 4-2-3-1 then, which, by the way, I didn't select as if I could show you here, look, when I went on holidays for the end of this season, I didn't select to use the current match tactics or team selection or anything like that. I left it completely up to Guti. I'm going to actually check, just randomly jump into a match here with Grenoble. We played at home. He did play a 4-2-3-1 as we would expect, because that was listed in his on his staff profile page. This was the team that he selected. What I want to do before the end of this video is analyze the squad, maybe to inform me on who needs to get new contracts, who needs to be sold, who's not playing at all, who Guti clearly doesn't fancy, etc, etc. To do that, I'm going to do a quick pick of best selection, or the best 11, sorry, which is in the opinion of Guti in this 4-2-3-1 preset, because I can see the players that are being selected here are probably players that he likes. The players that have lots of appearances and have done well in the games are obviously going to be ones that he liked. There is actually an average rating that is hiding all the way at the end there. Can I make this? I hate these columns. They're just the worst things in the world. Can I make this smaller so that I can actually see the average rating? Yeah, there we go. It's not great, is it? The average rating's actually in the team here. I can also see there are some people who are a little bit unhappy. This guy does not train because he might aggravate an injury. Paul Lasney, I don't think I've ever seen a DNT as what do we call this? Player status information. The player has a recurring injury that is aggravated when playing matches. This will result in him being unfit to train for a short while after taking part in a match. He's Ledley King. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. I love that that's in the game, though. He's also quite good. Last 5 games, he's been one of our better players. Played 20 times. The keeper, Filipovic, is wanted and has decided he is exploring his contract, or his options, at the end of his contract. He's going to be leaving. Maybe to Strasbourg if I can sell him for a little bit of money now. When is his contract up? It's in the summer, in 2 months. I wonder if we can get a little bit of money out of Filipovic now. Something I might need to look at. We'll start next episode with any transfers that I've done and then do some transfers together for next season. Alakuch is on loan. I assume he's going back to his parent club at the end of this season. I assume it will be. Yeah, he goes back in June as well. Do we need to extend him? He played 29 times. My average rating has gone again. That's just maybe if I get rid of the last 5 games here, will it show me? This is just pure FM, isn't it? Of having to go and this massive average rating part here. If I then make it small, I can then see it again. But annoying that I'm going to have to keep doing that. Either way, Alakuch Chergi is he's also leaving at the end of his contract. I didn't offer any new contracts. I'm okay with doing a complete rebuild. I know we've got a little bit of money to spend because Johan Dumont has told me we've got 15 million in the bank. The finances are just secure, by the way. It's not silly money that they're going to give us, but decent money with the new revolution, the spineless energy empire that Johan Dumont owns. Hopefully gives us enough to go and buy some people, even if some of these guys go. Kolodjak as a centre-back played a lot of games. I recognise his name, so I think he's quite good. Gowden at left-back played a lot of games. I've lost the average ratings again. He's also, I assume, going back to his parent club, Nantes, at the end of this, at the end of June. In this summer transfer window, he'll be going. Paul Lasner, who doesn't train. Alamani Gori didn't play that many games, actually. Only 11, 15 sub-appearances. I assume one of these guys down here was playing a lot of those games. Maybe Caddy. No, Caddy's out on loan. He's playing at Annecy. It's going to be a lot of really going through the team. I think what I'm going to do is, based off this, I'm going to look at the people who didn't play at all, like Mahor, like Demonsi. Is Demonsi young? No, he's 28. Like Mbo, like Pembele even. I don't know. Yeah, he doesn't look that very good, actually. Like Gay, like Corey. And these are going to be the players that I'm going to try and shift on first. Those are the players that Guti is telling me he doesn't fancy because he's not picked them in these games for the rest of this season. Those are going to be the ones that go onto my transfer list and I'm going to shift on first of all. And then we'll start next episode with hopefully some transfer business done. I'm sure that there are going to be players that are interested in joining us as we try and go again. Do you know what I'm going to do? I will go to World Rep and just look for the most reputable player that is interested in joining us. Is there anyone who jumps out? Luis Gustavo, French football legend himself there. He was good, wasn't he, when he was at Marseille, I think it was. Biglia, another name that I recognise. Victor Wanyama. Okay, maybe there's not as many. Gelson Martins, he still plays for Monaco right now. I'm sure. Ragnar Klavan. There's a legend for you right there. Ragnar Klavan, ex-Liverpool legend. Gervinho. I mean, there he is. I don't think he's very good. I'm going to go and do some business. I'll look at what's available, what's out there, do a bit of business, and we'll start with that for next episode. I'm very excited to get started with this adventure. Next season is going to be hopefully all about pushing for promotion. If we can get to the playoffs, that would be success for me. If we can get automatics, which seems like the board really want us to do. Where were we in the season preview? Yeah, we should probably be doing better than we actually are. Next season, it's all about trying to get to that top division, and then it's going to be an almighty climb to try and get above PSG, who have won the league again this year by 25 points at the top. Mbappe's top goal scorer. They've actually got the top 2 goal scorers in the league, Kolo Muani in second as well. That's going to be a mammoth task to overtake them, but that's what we're in it for. We made it our mission to appoint a new head coach. A head coach to lead this French revolution. The revolution at Paris FC, led by Johan Dumont as the chairperson, with his directors of Sidney Govou, Mathieu Flamini. By the way, thank you for letting me know in the comments down below that he's made his millions, potentially billions, through biochemicals. So good to know. We've hopefully got a lot of money then to bankroll this project. Coming from Mathieu Flamini, coming from Johan Dumont, with David Trezeguet as our managing director, and, as we talked about, Guti as our new head coach. Is it a worry that the top comment on last episode was somebody saying that Guti gets sacked within 2 episodes? It might be a worry. However, at this stage here, I'm full of promise. I'm full of hope that Guti can deliver the goods. He is our new head coach. He is a manager that plays a 4-2-3-1. He is going to be in charge of absolutely everything, including the tactics on the pitch. And our job is to make signings, which of course I've gone and done. Today's episode will start with the transfers that I've made to hopefully take PFC above PSG. And I've spent a fair bit because we've been given decent money. All right, so first impressions of the squad were that it was not particularly great last season. They finished 10th in the league. We saw how that first season ended up, with Guti guiding them safely to mid-table, but nothing more on top of that. I still do believe, though, if we can give him the right players, we can go above and beyond that. And I think we should have a team that can challenge for promotion, especially with the business that I've done, which started with a new right back and a really, really good first signing, I think. And one that I think flexes our financial muscles, which we do have decent money. We've got money to spend because of Johan Dumont, because of Flamini, because of this project being to overtake PSG. We need to get there quickly, but expectations are high. So along the way, we might need to sack our manager Guti, or we might even get sacked ourselves. That's kind of what we're working with here. The first signing, though, was Almami Toure on a free transfer to come in and play probably right back for us. Can also cover at centre back there, which is very, very useful. He is free transfer after playing in Germany for Eintracht Frankfurt in the top division. 7 games for them, was never really a starter for Frankfurt, but the fact that he's playing in the Bundesliga means that hopefully he makes this step down, which it is here to Liga 2, which I think he's going to do a good job for us. The coaches really like him. He's got loads of pros, very few cons. 28-year-old Mali international, just the one cap for him. I think a really solid first signing. And then we backed it up with a couple more. I spent £1.9 million on a Canadian former wonder kid. Jaquil Marshall-Rutty has been okay, pretty good on FM for a while now. And I think he's the type of signing I want to take a punt on in this save. He's going to come in and play on either wing, or really, if we need him to, at right back too. I'm pretty much setting my stall out at this stage to replace the entire first 11. We've got money to spend. At the moment, we've got 11 million left, which I'm not planning to spend all of it, but if we need to, we can. The problem is we've got the money from the owners, but we don't necessarily have the reputation to bring the players in. But as you bring more and more players in, more and more players are likely to come and join because it boosts your rep as well, which is something that maybe people don't factor in when they do their saves. Definitely something to factor in if you're a DOF. If you can get big names in, it might mean that you can sign new players. More players become actually interested in joining you. And Marshall-Rutty, not necessarily a big name, but one that I think is going to be a really good squad player at the very least. Does lack in consistency here, but has got the attributes at 20 to improve and hopefully make us some money back on our 1.9 million that we've spent, or come into our team and be a really useful asset. I've high hopes for him. And then finally, we mentioned big names. I adore this signing. It's not maybe financially smart. It is signing a 37-year-old Dimitri Payet, but doesn't it fit the story? Welcome to Paris FC, Dimitri Payet. We've got Payet, Dimitri Payet. I just don't think you understand how good he's going to be for us. Yes, he doesn't have many physicals, but he's got amazing technicals, like amazing technicals. I think free kick taking and set piece taking can carry you a long way in this game. It really does boost that average rating, and that means you're better in other things in the game. So I think it's going to be great if we play him in behind our strikers, which we're going to play this 4-2-3-1, or I assume that Guti's going to play this 4-2-3-1. Pop Payet in as the number 10, and I think we're going to see magic happen. We've given him a gargantuan wage for the second division, £53,000 per week. Like I said, we've got money to spend. It isn't stupid money, by the way. We're secure finances. So when we get to the top division, we're not going to be able to compete with the top teams in the league financially unless we start to prove our worth there and build that money up by getting into competitions like the Champions League, Europa League before that, etc. So just to put you at ease in terms of this isn't going to be super easy, but it maybe gives us a bit of a helping hand at the start, like a new ownership coming into a club would potentially do too. Payet, though, what do you think of him? Let me know in the comments down below. I think he's going to be a revelation. Have you seen his hair on this, by the way? That is mental, isn't it? Anyway, he's going to be our new number 10. First 3 signings in through the door. Couple of sales. Johan Corre went to Nantes for 700k. That helps a little bit with money. And then just a youngster, Sami Mahor. I say a youngster, 21-year-old Algerian, 1.9k. Don't spend it all at once. We've already spent it all at once. If I click through now, the rest of the signings, and then I'll show you what they might set up like in the 11, in the tactic. The rest of the signings are as follows. First one, I wonder, and I think maybe this might be the biggest signing of the lot. A loan signing from Lille. Thank you very much, Lille, for sending him here, by the way. Lenny Yoro. He is amazingly highly rated in real life right now. Some of the biggest clubs in Europe are looking at Lenny Yoro and deciding whether they want to sign him. I know Liverpool have been linked with him, which is maybe the reason why he's on my radar as much as he is. We looked at him as a potential wonder kid in a video at the start of FM24 too. The fact that I can bring him in here as a French under-20 international to give him first-team football, I just think it fits the story. And I think it's brilliant. Go into a big club that's got a little bit of impetus put into them right now. Maybe a little bit of momentum too. he comes in. We're going to pay his wages, which is going to be, let's show what we're paying. We're paying 7,500 per week plus 150k per week. It ends up being about 2 million or something like that to have him here. And I truly, even though that is a lot, 1.7 million. I truly believe that is going to be value for money, just because he comes in and is already a starting defender. I know that, I mean, look at his potential. He's going to get better, and we might even be able to maybe keep him here for next year as well. That would be glorious. If we get promoted, we might even be able to sign him permanently. That is the dream right now. Lenny Yoro, though, in at centre-back. I think this is a big, big one. Left back is the next one. Kasum Utara. I just look for a really solid left back, to be honest with you. One that could come in and start and just be solid. He's got decent physicals and then is pretty good across the ball. Really good tackling too. Kasum Utara on a free transfer. Sorry, no. For £1.8 million from Amiens. I think he's going to be that guy. The coaches like him well enough too. We needed a left back because I've told a few players that they can leave. They haven't necessarily left yet, but I've stuck them all into the second team because I want to kind of rebuild this team from the bottom up. Next up, Matthias Chiolo in from Twente in the Eredivisie. He's looked quite good in real life this year. I've had him on my radar a little bit. Him and Eiting in at Twente, I think, are really nice, tidy midfielders. So Chiolo, when we could bring him in, kind of fits this idea that we're going for a bit of a youth setup here. Only 23 as well. Come in, be a starter. He's not always a starter at Twente. He played 12 times last season, look. We bought him for £1.5 million. I think he's going to be decent in our midfield. Probably if we play this 4-2-3-1. I'm not sure if he's going to play with defensive midfielders, Guti, or with central midfielders, but I suppose he can kind of do both without really being outrageously good at anything. He's just kind of solid at everything. And I quite like that in a midfielder sometimes. A steady Eddie in there. And then some loan signings, some big ones as well. Some ones I'm really happy with next up. This is where bringing in Payet, bringing in Yoro has boosted our rep enough that these guys were willing to talk to us. You'll notice the dates on here. I couldn't get any of these guys on loan at the beginning, but after a while, maybe it's when the tick over came through as well. These guys were willing to talk to us on loan, and I've brought in a real wonder kid. He's in our wonder kid videos at the start of the year as well. Junior Krupi, I think we're going to use him as a striker, is in on loan from Lorient. Again, another one that we're paying a fee for. It is 200k total fee. He's really, really raw, really young at 18 years old, but with so much potential. Look at that potential on him there. If we can just build him into a solid player by giving him first team football, I think he pulls up trees in this division, and I think he could be our main man in attack. Hopefully so. And then, I keep saying they're the most important. Another one I'm delighted with. João Rego, another wonder kid. This guy is already so good at 19, and he's joined us on loan. We're only paying his wages, I do believe. I don't think we're paying anything in future fees. No monthly fees, just 3k a week to have João Rego here on our wing as one of our wingers. I think he looks glorious. I think he looks great. I've got high hopes for him as well, as I have with all of our signings. And finally, we're mixing youth with experience, as I think is the best way to do things. Our final signing of the summer so far. There's a little bit of time left. We're only at the 27th of July, but this is the first day of the season, so this is why I'm showing you here. Our final signing is Paulinho, the former Spurs midfielder. Yes, that very one. He played for Barcelona. He played in China. He played in Saudi. He went back to Brazil. And now he's going to play for PFC. I don't know if they're ever known as that, but I've started calling them it because I think it's funny. It's like PSG, but PFC. Paris FC, Paulinho. And I've brought him in, despite him being 36 years old, because look at his physicals. They're still really, really good. Yeah, he's got a few cons, but the experience that he can offer at 36 to be a combative midfielder in there, could play slightly deeper too, could be an anchor. He's good at tackling. He's good at on the ball as well. He's got good vision and good passing. Good enough anyway. His off the ball is actually brilliant. Only the stamina is letting him down, so maybe he won't play the whole game. But it's not like he can still run. I'm just shocked. Can you hear the shock in my voice? I'm just shocked that Paulinho can still run at 36. So for 63k, we've brought him back to Europe, and I'm hoping he can do the business for us in a team that's going to look like this. Okay, so this is what I've set up as a potential starting lineup for our friend here, Guti. Now, he won't necessarily go with these players because there are some good players that were already at the club that I think might get in, but if this was me picking, this is what I would go for if I was Guti. Now, we'll see if he does. I've put it into the Gegenpress 4-2-3-1, which will be changed by Guti. And somebody left a comment, which is a really true fact about these DOF saves. have you noticed that they will go with the tactic that you set up in game? Very often they will. They will diversify from it sometimes, but most of the time, the assistant manager, even if you click go with your own tactics or don't use my tactics when I'm on holiday, they will sometimes go with the same shape. Now, you'll be able to notice that they use completely different player roles and the instructions are different. However, they will often go with the shape, which is why I want to make sure that if I'm choosing a manager that likes 4-2-3-1, I'm setting things up in a 4-2-3-1 so that they go with that in the game, and then they would have gone with it anyway, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's a good point made. That's why I've set them up in a 4-2-3-1 here, and I've just gone for the preset Gegenpress because he will change all of these roles. If we, at the end of the season, have a look at the, if you go to the player's form on here, you can see where they've been used in different games. So in the friendlies so far, look, it has been as an AMC attacking midfielder, whereas on here, it is, well, I mean, that isn't an AMC attacking midfielder on here. I mean, you'll notice that they'll be different, though, as you go through. You can see they do wild things like have 2 volantes and things that you shouldn't even be able to have because for some reason the AI is able to do that. I'll show you that. If you remember Harry Kane, when they played him as a midfielder last year, I think it was Will Still brought him back and played him as a midfielder at Spurs. He changed the roles all the time and then played him as a left winger. So the assistant manager does have all the responsibility. It does work. But yeah, something to bear in mind. This 4-2-3-1 though, in goal, Ivan Filipovic was already here. He's going to be our goalkeeper, 6'6". That passed the test for me. He's going to stay. Almami Toure, I showed you him. We brought him in. Yoro at right centre-back and Utara at left-back. Polodziak was here last season. I've managed to keep him on. He's a left-footed central midfielder. We talked about him a little bit last episode. He's going to be our left-sided centre-back, although he has told me he wants to leave at the end of this season when his contract is up. But he's 32 anyway, so he can do a job for this year, and then we'll go from there. Paulinho and Chiolo as our central midfielders. We also have a couple of decent ones. Adama Kamara might play some games. He's not particularly good. Chergui, who is also a centre-back, might play as a defensive midfielder, I think, if you're asking Guti to pick. And then you got Julian Lopez, who's the brother of Maxime Lopez, which is interesting. Another option in midfield, but I would go with these two if it was me. Payet in the 10. Cabal, who scored a lot of goals last year and is actually a very good player to play from this right-hand side as an inside forward, I would go with. Algerian. No caps for Algeria yet. I reckon that's going to change at some point. He's pretty good. Decent value as well for this level there. And then Rego from the left-hand side, either as a winger or an inside forward, we will see. He likes to play as an inverted winger on this left-hand side. He's right-footed. That's what I would do. Then with Krupi as a striker. Now, Krupi naturally wants to play as a 10 or an attacking midfielder, but we don't really have too many other strikers, so I think Krupi's going to play there. The other option is this man, Pierre-Yves Hamel, who played a lot of games last year and did score goals. He's 30. 12 goals from last year, though. 30 years old, and he's kind of like just a very regular striker. I don't know, that's really harsh to say about someone, but he's 6'2", no real pace, okay finishing. Will probably score goals. I wonder if Guti goes with him over Krupi. I hope he goes with Krupi because Krupi's this wonder kid that can go and improve, and if we improve him, I think we're going to be really firing. On the bench, a player I forgot to even mention, Afonso Moreira also joined on a loan from Benfica. Sorry, not Benfica for him, from Sporting for him. Portugal has been a great place to pick up little loans, I think, and I might go looking for a few more. But on the first day of the season, this is where we're at with the team. I think it's a really fun, young, French-based young team that is hopefully going to challenge for promotion. If we go to the season preview, I say challenge for promotion, we should absolutely be promoted. If I go to our Dream 11 on here, all of those players have now made us the favourites for the title. 8-11 odds. We should go on and win this. Our key player is listed as Paulinho, which I think is hilarious. It's actually gone with the team basically that I would pick, but in a 4-3-3. There's Chergui, look, as the defensive midfielder. I did mention that before. Maybe not play it from wide with these physicals, but we'll see. Will Guti deliver the goods? Will we be able to do the business? Let's go and find out by going all the way to the end of the season. And just to keep you watching, we sign a brilliant new striker along the way. So I'll see you once we find out how Guti is done in season number 1. Let's go. And welcome back to nearly the end of the season. And I say nearly because it's actually 4 games to go, but it's a significant moment because as you can see by the league table, we are top of the league. We have Guti has been able to deliver what we were promising at the start before the season began. We were favourites to win the league. It looks like we're going to win the league. And today, we're going to go to a live com. We're going to bring Watching Man out of his slumber and go and watch the game that hopefully crowns us as champions in League 2, where we have won 22 of our 30 games, drawn 5, lost 3. It's not the best record, but I suppose it's a pretty good record, isn't it? It's enough to put us at the very top of the table. 71 points. We're 11 points clear of second place Auxerre. And we play today. We're away at Nîmes, who are 15th. If we beat them, it will be enough. With 3 games to go, it's more than 9 points, which means we would win the title. And I've got some things to show you about how we've got to this point here. And most, maybe impressively, the player that we've managed to bring in to play striker for us. I actually don't... I can't believe it's managed to happen. And I'm really, really happy of how he's done. We've brought in, as our striker, Anthony Martial. He's only 29 still. He has decided to join Paris FC in the 2nd division of France after being released by Manchester United on a free transfer. We had to wait until, and this is a bit like the other signings I talked about, we had to wait until the 1st of September before he was willing to talk to us. But he then did come in on a free transfer on 30,000 a week, and he's been our star, man. In fact, if I go to here, look, you can see some of the stats. Here's how we've done in the league, and then you just go across and see Anthony Martial has scored 27 goals, and then in behind him, Dimitri Payet has the highest average rating and the most assists. These two together are going to fire us up to the top division in France. They're going to start our journey to hopefully overtake PSG at some point. They've been a revelation. They've been brilliant. Here are some of the results, just to show you actually Martial here, just to see his profile. He's only 29. He actually was 28 when we brought him in. He's got a December birthday, so he's got a lot of football left in him, and he's still so good. Really good pace and acceleration, amazing finishing, great first touch. Work rate's low, and that's kind of what's let him down maybe in his career so far, but we're rejuvenating that career right now. He's back. He's scoring goals. He has got 23 in 22 starts, 27 in 25 games in total, 7.35 average rating. No assists. It's not what he's here for. He's here to put the ball in the back of the net. Guti's been playing him every game as an advanced forward. Look, I'll show you the team. I'll show you first of all, though, the results we've had so far this season. It's been glorious. First game, 5-2 win. He played Hamel up here. This is before, look, we signed him on the 1st of September on deadline day, I believe. And then since then, it's been, after that, look, it was Martial he actually didn't score for a while, did he? But after that, look, he got his first couple here, scored lots of goals. After that, most games he's scoring goals. You see the players we brought in making up really most of the names on this page here. Payet on there. You've got Utara on there. You've got Rayan, who I didn't actually show you. He came in as a loan signing too. Really good young Brazilian youth player. Is going to be a squad player or has been a squad player for us. Just want to show you too. Second half of this season, as we've gone on a bit of a tear, winning most games. Did lose to Guingamp. We did lose to Chan as well. But have a look at João Rego's stats in this. 2 goals here, a goal here. He got himself a goal here. He got himself a goal here, a goal here, a goal here. He's in great form. Playing on the left-hand side. This guy is a joke of a player. I love him. He's actually got himself in, I think he was number 30 in the next gen list. You know, the next gen Wonder Kids list. He was in it anyway. And I've managed to extend his loan contract. He is here until the end of next season now. I've had to put in an optional future fee of 120 million, which, yeah, you know the game. It's a bit of a bugs weird thing, but they won't talk to you otherwise if he's already been here. So I thought it was worthwhile. He's in for next season. We maybe could have signed him permanently. We still could, I suppose, if we've got the money. I would love to keep him. Krupi, who's also not played as many games, but another one who's in on loan, was in that next gen list at number 9. I don't think we're going to be able to have him for next season, though. They want all sorts of they won't loan him to me for next year. And he hasn't actually played that much because Martial's been in the team ahead of him. He's played 30 games, but most of them are sub-look. 6 goals, 6 assists, 2 player of the matches. Was really good before Martial came in. But then since then, it's been Payet and Martial really to take over. This is the team that I've put in. Now, it varies on how many games they've played, and this is just me choosing them based on their appearances to show you how they've done, rather than, this isn't what's been playing necessarily, but I want to show you and give you a flavour of what team has been picked. We'll have a look at what team he picks when we go into the live com game, which we're going to do today, where we hopefully win that title. Keeper's been Filopovic. He's actually the only one in the squad now, which is a worry. I do need to make amends of that. Maybe I should actually just promote one from the reserves. We had one, and I think he got released or his contract was up or something. I can't remember why we've only got one keeper now. Either way, we've got Toure at right back, who has played 28 games. Yoro and Klodjiak have been our first choice centre pairing. We've also had Lenny Yoro's got a 7.13 and scored 6 goals. He's been so solid, so good. I'd love to keep him. At the moment, they're saying no to loaning me again for next year, but maybe we splash out. I don't think we're going to have that type of money, but I'd love to keep him at the club. Maybe they'll loan him to us when we're a top division club, which could be cool. Utara, Paulinho and Chiolo have been our first choice central midfield partnership. 29 games, 31 games from those, without really having amazing average ratings. But those are actually, they're okay. 6.9 and 6.98 is solid enough, isn't it? In front of those, a little bit more rotation. Cabal, 22 games. Rego with 21 games. Those have rotated with Marshall Rutty's played 9. We've had 10 from Krupi and 15 from Afonso Moreira before he broke his ankle. He's been out for absolutely ages with a broken ankle and played loads of games before that, which is a bit of a shame. Those have shared the winger roles, Rego being the star man in terms of those. Although, actually, Cabal scored 8 goals as well, actually. 8 goals from Rego, 8 from Cabal. And then Dimitri Payet with 11 goals. And you can't see the assists on here, but he got plenty of assists. We saw that before, didn't we? In fact, I'll show you. Dimitri Payet got 20 assists from in behind the strikers as our number 10. The bad news with Payet is that he is retiring. I did ask him to reconsider his retirement. I think it was recent, actually. But he didn't change his mind. He has decided to retire. I guess we kind of accept it because of these physicals. Playing in the top division, would they fly? He's been so good this year, though. I would have loved for him to have stayed. But there we go. So good. And then Martial up front, we talked about loads. 27 goals from him. It was a few games played by Krupi before that. But at the moment, he is the first choice striker. I'm going to go ahead and do what I do, which is clear the team selection. And I'm going to go on holiday now because we're going to go and see if we can beat Nîmes and win ourselves this title. We're going to go on holiday for just one day. I will see you when I get back. Though, as we do that, we jump over to the return of Watching Man. Awoken from his slumber. Here he is. FM24 version. He's got brand new glasses. He is ready. He is ready to come and watch all of your games this year. It is Watching Man. He's terrifying, actually, is Watching Man. He is going to, though, if we go to Paris FC, he is going to go and attend this game, and therefore we'll be able to watch what goes down. Let's get ourselves up to match day, up to the match time, and find out, can we win this title? What will the team that Guti picks playing this 4-2-3-1, can he win us a first title in the save? It will be a glorious, glorious first proper episode of gameplay here. If we can get ourselves back to the top division, next episode will be all about those signings and hopefully playing in Liga 1. If we don't get there from here, it will be a humongous bottle job, wouldn't it? I'd just like to do it with a live com. That would be nice for me. Let's see. The teams are warming up. Let's go and find out how things go down. Okay, here come the teams. Nîmes are playing a 4-2-3-1. Less exciting for us to have a look at this. I'm hoping we can just dispatch these easily. They are a team that are in the relegation fight at the moment. There's the team. Cabal plays... Okay, this is because this is all messed up. I don't know if this is because Watching Man doesn't have good tactical knowledge or something. Somebody did mention that last year when we were doing this, but that team that you see at the start there are the right names, but all in the wrong position. So you have to go and find out where they're going to be, as we've got a terribly slow game going on here. We are, though. Here we go. Underway at Nîmes. Away from home. First attack from them as Lenny Yoro, the big man at the back for us, gets rid of it and does the defensive sweeping up. I need to sort out the tablet. And there we go. Okay, now we can actually see. If I just pause it here, we can actually see the 11 that Guti has picked for today. And it's pretty close to what we usually see, actually. Filipovic in goal. Toure, Yoro, Klodjiak, and Utara is the first choice back 5. Chergui in as a defensive midfielder. I did mention that he might do that sometimes. Chiolo is the other one. That is because he's not got Paulinho in the squad. I wonder if that's a slight injury. I'm not quite sure. Maybe I should know that. He has got a sub-keeper on there, which is good to see. Payet drops to the bench because he's picked Krupi for this one. That might be... I'm not quite sure why he's not gone with Payet. Maybe because Payet said he's retiring. I'm not sure. Martial leads the line. Rego from the left. Cabal from the right. That's what we would more likely expect. It's pretty much the team that I showed you. Payet and Paulinho being the two that have dropped out from here. Hawks there have won their game, by the way. They've won 4-0 in an earlier kickoff. We need to make sure that if we draw, do we win the title? If we draw the game, we're pretty much champions on goal difference because it would be 9 points with 3 games to go. A win, though, would seal it. Cabal goes down. Penalty has been given. First proper attack from us, and we've won a spot kick, which I can't remember who's taking pens. I think it was Payet before. So it might be Martial now. It is going to be Anthony Martial from the spot to add his 28th goal of the season, which he does. We lead, and we are in the driving seat to win the title. Come on. The DOF is back, everybody, and we might be winning a title. Get in. Okay, we're approaching half-time. We do have one final highlight, it would seem. Not a lot else has happened in this first half, which is fine by us. Cabal gives the ball away. Silla has given it to Neem, who are on the attack looking for an equaliser here. Silla's in. He scored. They've caught us on the break. It's honestly the first thing that we've seen them do in the entire game. Cabal giving it away in the midfield, and Mamadou Silla has smashed it past Filipovic, and we're going to go in at 1-1, which is a bit disappointing. I was giving it the big one about going for the title, but at half-time at 1-1, we're into the second half now. We've let Guti do his team talk. It's really, watching it like this brings me back, man. It's like this save. It's so weird just being able to watch, and I want to go and shout, and I want to go and do other things, but that is the nature of a DOF save, isn't it? We might have a break on here. Oh, okay, it wasn't actually the highlight. Rego, I thought, could get away. He hasn't made any subs yet, Guti. I'd be maybe looking to freshen up the midfield. Chergui, maybe get Payet on him behind the striker. Piolo here, though. Can bring it forward. Looks to go down the wing, but it's cut out. Twice we've given it away in midfield. The first time they scored the goal, Silla. This time he's done exactly the same thing. Mamadou Silla has scored. On the break, we find ourselves 2-1 down. Are we gonna bottle this? Are we gonna have to do another live comp to win the league? We might win it anyway, actually, but this is just typical, isn't it? From 1-0 up and looking like we were cruising to 2-1 down, we've actually had 2 really good... I guess the penalty's making up for a lot of this XG, isn't it? With a few minutes to go, Cabal's not playing great. He's not made any subs. Cabal's on a 6.3. Chergui's on a 6.4. He's left them on the pitch. Are you going to do subs, Guti? He has made a change now. He's brought on Marshall Rutty at right back, which I quite like, actually, as an inverted wing back. Here's what I'm talking about, by the way, that he will play the 4-2-3-1, but yes, he will change up the roles. He's got a Segundo Volante. He's got an inverted wing back. He's got a shadow striker for Krupi. He's changed up the roles completely, which is what I was talking about, that he will go with the same shape, but will change the tactic. It's not necessarily working at the moment, as it looks like we're going to lose. Are we going to win the title from this? It's 9 points with a better goal difference, but it might have to go to the next game. The whistle's about to go. We've lost away at Nîmes. We have now and then thrown results in like this season. Not the time to do it, though, as we do it as a live com, but we are not yet... We're not yet champions, it would seem. I'm going to go and come back from my holiday and find out. We're not the champions. Although Guti is impressed by their striker. That's brilliant, Guti. Thanks for that. Yeah, we need to go again. I suppose it means that... Do we go to the next game and do it as a live com too? Oh, João Rego injured. Okay, it's not too bad. I'm going to go to this Ajaccio game at home. We're going to play it as a live com too and see how we do in this one. Okay, so we are back into the next game here. And as you can see, things are going a little bit more swimmingly in this one. Maybe our lads just wanted to win the title in front of their own fans at home. I kind of understand it. And as you see, here at home to Ajaccio, we're 3-0 up heading into the second half here. João Rego made it 1-0 in the first minute. I'll show you the goals here. Look, Chiolo, lovely ball over to Martial, through to Rego, smashed home in 30 seconds. That was 1-0. In the 18th minute, Anthony Martial scored the second. Utara, little ball over to him here, smashed it in. Martial gets his 29th of the season, I think it is. And then before halftime, Cabal, is this the goal? No, I think we're back up to this is live now, isn't it? Before halftime in the 34th minute, Cabal, playing from the right-hand side, scored the goal. It was an assist from Paulinho. The team, if we just go back to, it'll go back to the live game here, look, in the 55th minute. The team is as expected this time. Is Martial up front. Payet is back in. Paulinho back in the midfield too. He has made one change at halftime. Marshall Rutty has come on at right back for Toure. Otherwise, it is the expected team. Yoro here, look, into Kiolo. Cabal, I mean, he's brought it down on his head there. That was outrageous bit of skill, wasn't it? Paulinho, Kiolo, goes for goal from range. Smashed over. We've got 40 minutes. Well, 35 minutes. 30 minutes now to, I don't know what I'm on about. Okay, we've got about 35 minutes to play here, and we are looking very, very comfortable. I thought I'd just bring you in towards the end of the game because, well, this one should have been routine, and it has proved to be routine. The last game should have been routine, to be honest, as well, because Nîmes aren't a great team. But we kind of messed it up a little bit. They wanted to win it at home. I told you, they wanted to win it at home. Here come Ajaccio. In Ishahil, they've actually got a goal back. As soon as I've brought you in, they've now made it 3-1. If they blow it from here, it is the Livecom curse. I'm sure of it. Let's skip that. I just want to get towards the end of this game now. Come on, lads. Nothing silly. Any more subs from him? I don't think so. Oh, Rayan has come on the right-hand side for Cabal, I assume. Yeah, for Cabal on that side. Jalrego's also gone off for Krupi. Payet's gone to the left-hand side. Still in this 4-2-3-1. He looks a little bit run-of-the-mill, actually. A little bit more run-of-the-mill in terms of the player roles. It was 2 DMs rather than a Segundo Volante. So maybe that's what's helped us here. That could be a pen, is it? No. Looked like a good tackle. It was a good tackle. 14 to play. I just want to see them lift the trophy. And then I suppose at the end of the video, we'll go right until the end of the season to finish things off as champions. I'm not even sure we need to go to the end of the season. We'll know that we're champions. We can start to prepare for next season in Liga 1. We'll actually be playing against PSG next year. That could be another goal. It is. It's Dimitri Payet. We've got Payet. Dimitri Payet. I just thought you'd ought to know that he scored a lovely goal there. It's his 12th of the season, playing left wing in his last few games for us. He is retiring at the end of this season. Marshall Rutty in at right back as well. Look, crosses the young Canadian. Prodded home, I think is how you describe that one. We are very comfortable now. It isn't the curse of the Livecom. We are going to be champions by, I think it's, what is it, 12 points at the top now, I think it might even be. We'll see afterwards. Krupi could make it. He's had what a player he's going to be, by the way. I don't think he's going to be an amazing player at our club because Lorient want to take him back for next year, but what a player he's going to be. He's 19 years old and he's scoring goals like this. We're 5-1 up. It's a party. It's a celebration here at the spineless, the Stade des Epines, I think it was or something, wasn't it? Yeah, there we go. Anyway, we are going to be, yeah, it's 8 points, but it's only 2 games to go after this. Let's see us lift this trophy. Captain Dimitri Payet is going to be lifting this trophy. Here we go. It is Payet with the captain's armband on, I do believe. We are 2nd division champions. We're going up. I'll leave you with this one today. Thank you so much for watching. And we are starting our 2nd full season in charge at Paris FC. Guti is our manager and he led us to this position at the end of last season. We watched the title clinching games at the end of this campaign and then I played the last couple after that where we got ourselves 80 points from our 34 games. Easy, comprehensive promotion, I think is what you'd call this one. Paris FC are back in the big time with players like Dimitri Payet and some other really strange ones like Paulinho. We did what we usually do best on this game and make some quite eclectic signings, but they did the business. Just 5 draws, 4 losses, 25 wins, and we find ourselves now, if I just go up here, in the big time amongst teams like PSG, of course, and Lyon and Marseille, and these are the teams we're going to have to play against this season. To do so, I will, of course, have to make some transfers and some signings. We were given really good money, and of course, I've made those signings. I'm actually really excited and really happy with the business that I've managed to do. I'm going to show you on here without giving too much away. We are now predicted to finish 10th, way above the other 2 promoted teams, 200 to 1 So I don't think they're thinking it's going to be likely that we win this title. In fact, that is the entire PSG team in the Dream 11 look. You will notice that the one player that you can see on the screen here is Anthony Martial for us. He is still at the club. He was our top goal scorer last time around. Have a look at this for a campaign from Anthony Martial. Signed on a free transfer and scored 26 in 27. Sorry, 27 in 26, I should say. In the league, 31 in all competitions, which was 4 in 3 in the cup alongside that. Some of you doubted him. I know you did. When you saw him signing, you were like, he is going to be rubbish. In fact, one comment, and maybe Tom, if you can find it, put it on the screen right now and name and shame. They said he was going to be rubbish, but he wasn't. And I'm hoping he's going to continue to not be rubbish because he's still here, ready for this this season in the top division. I think he still looks like a really good player. Got some interesting, I mean, his cons aren't even that bad. There's the injury proneness, and I have picked up a backup anyway, so that if he does get injured, I'm not too upset with it. He's still only 29. I think he can deliver this year. But let's move on. Let's have a look at the transfers that I have made. Today's video is going to be all about our summer business. Then we're going to play the first game of the season, which is against Rants. Interestingly, by the way, it's Rants who are being led still by Will Still. Will Still is still their manager. Of course, he is of DOF fame in our series from last year's game, of course. Maybe one day we'll appoint him again, but at the moment we're going to play him and hopefully beat him in this save here. Let me show you then who I have signed. Before I show you that, please do subscribe to the channel. I'm going to get the quick plug in right at this point here. If you're enjoying this save, leave a like on all of the videos because it really helps to push them out to the wider audience. We want more people to come and join us, don't we? And if you are enjoying it and you're not already subscribed, please consider subscribing to the channel. Then you'll see all of these videos. Turn the bell on as well for notifications because then you actually see when the videos go live. I do videos on a Tuesday and a Thursday usually, and there's going to be no set day that the DOF comes out on. It depends how other things go, but we might even get 2 videos this week, Tuesday and Thursday. So subscribe to the channel. Let's have a look at those transfers that I've made. Okay, so let's start here then on the transfer screen. We were given, I can't really show you it without showing you who I've signed on here. We were given about £20 million to spend and then decent wages as well, which is a very healthy amount to go and spend, way more than Paris FC have ever had in their history, I'd say. And that's all down to the way that this database is set up with the players and the people, I should say, the ex-players that we have in charge at the club. Johan Dumont at the very top of that with the likes of Trezeguet et al. They've given us some decent money to go and spend. Flamini as well with his billions as discussed previously on this series. With that money, and not insane money, we've spent that £20 million on the following. We have spent, well, actually, technically £64 million, but you know me. I've invested in our future. We've used some future installments and some future fees involved here so that it was 20 million in actual money being spent in this window, and we've raised 2.4 million with players going out of the door. Lots of other players, actually, to show you in the released column, because there's a lot of wages being freed up by these players going through the exit doors. We just didn't need any of them. They just weren't very good. There was a lot of fodder, to call them, at the club. So I've let them all move on. The main ones on this list, I suppose, are Timothée Klodjak, who said he was going to consider his options and has moved on. I think he's still on a free, though. So those options are very much still open for Timothy, but he didn't want to leave, so I've let him go. And then Dimitri Payet, who has retired. A bit of a shame. He was actually really good for us last year. A signing that shouldn't work, right? On FM, these are the ones that you're always tempted to do, but they never usually work out well. With Dimitri Payet, though, it worked out perfectly because of those set pieces. 20 assists. He was talismanic in our promotion last season, so it will be a miss to see him go. I have considered bringing him back maybe as a coach, and then I looked at his coaching attributes, and I just don't even think it's worth it. Even I'd love him to have good set pieces, because that would have been a really nice way to bring him back into the fold, but he's got 6 set piece coaching, so we're not going to do that. And just as I talk about this, I know that you want to see the signings. I just want to say I am going through a major staff rebuild as well this summer. I've managed to give us the best coaching staff in the league. I've completely changed it, brought in a load of new names, including people like, Paco Ayestaran, the former Liverpool assistant manager, Valencia assistant manager, John O'Shea, Hossamy. There's a lot of Istanbul type references there for me personally. But yeah, some strange names, but they're doing a great job at looking like the best staff in the league. I know that you're looking at these scouts and thinking that looks horrific. Just bear with me on this one. I've got all of these guys coming in as new scouts, and they're all really, really good look. They've got 17-16, judging player and potential 16-16. I'm hoping these are going to make us the best scouting team in the league as well. So when they come in, that'll be great. I can't get this to go much higher. I think we got the third best physios and the third best sports scientists. So, and I can't get any more in, and they won't say yes to more. So in terms of staff, we're looking good. These scouts will hopefully improve things too. But I've already done our business. As said before, the other players that I brought in, they're not release players. Let's have a look at some players that came in through the door. First up, and the first player to join, was Malo Gusto, a loan signing from Chelsea. We know who Malo Gusto is. He wasn't playing many games at Chelsea, and they are willing to let him come out. I'm paying £1 million to have him for the season, which I'm hoping is going to be worth it. I think it gives us some real pedigree on that right-hand side. He's not a starter for Chelsea. Had a great time, or like was highly rated to get this move to Chelsea. Had a couple of good seasons with Lyon. I'm hoping he does the business for us because he looks like a good player. It also gives us the opportunity to Almani Toure, who was, I'm showing you all the players here. Almami Toure, who was playing right back last season, can actually play as a centre back too. So it frees him up to play as a central defender if we want him to, as a little bit of extra depth as well. So there's a bit more thought going into Malo Gusto. He's the first signing. Next up, Andy Diouf. I'm really happy with this one. I think his attributes especially look really good. Even if his rep must be quite low because he was quite cheap. He's coming from Lens. He's a 6'2" defensive type midfielder. He's got not the best tackling, but I really like these physicals. Really good stamina and work rate and natural fitness to try and get up and down in that midfield and be a bit of a player in our engine room. Andy Diouf has come in for, it says 6 million. It definitely wasn't 6 million up front. I think it was like £2 million that I spent on him this particular summer. I've got high hopes that he's going to form a little bit of a partnership with the other man that I brought in the midfield, which I'll skip ahead to, is this guy here, Mateus Diaz. A young Brazilian player, and hopefully you're going to be able to see the theme that I'm trying to go with here. Young players, either young French players, ideally, or just young players from other places around the world, a young Brazilian in this case. Lots of players that have been capped for the youth teams, or the under-21s or under-23s. Mateus Diaz is 23. He's played for the Brazil under-23s, which I think shows he's a good player. 6'2", quite similar to Andy Diouf. The two of them, I think, could form a really big partnership, and I say big because they're both big lads. I like him a lot. I think there's going to be one of those that if he does improve as a player, £2 million invested in him, we could be looking at a player that we could either sell for a lot of money or can go and grow into a really good player for us. Mateus Diaz comes in and he replaces Paulinho, who has exited the club. We've made a profit somehow on the 37-year-old Paulinho, who we signed for 63k, and then after a really good season, or a decent season for us, have sold for 235k. I wasn't expecting to sell him. I was expecting him to become a backup, but he was on quite big weight. I think he's on 25k a week as well. So to get some actual money in for him, bring in a younger model in Mateus Diaz, I'm quite happy with it. And then they're going to be complemented too by Willan Cyprian, who used to be quite highly rated, I think, at one point in his career. Maybe when he was back at Nice. I remember him getting some special cards on FIFA, which is how we all know how good players are, right? Anyway, at one point, I think he was quite good. And the fact that we could get him for free as a backup midfielder, I think he's happy to be a squad player. I think he's a decent option in our midfield. So it's a new look midfield. He is one of them, maybe a backup to the likes of Andy Diouf and Mateus Diaz. I think so far so good. I'll show you what the team looks like afterwards, of course. And we are going to go play a game, or we're going to go and watch a game to see how Guti gets on with his new recruits. Let's move through to a couple of goalkeeper signings, and very happy with these two. Guillaume Rest, who plays for Toulouse in real life, is a superbly highly rated young French goalkeeper. And if we can go and get young French players, I think we're going to be in a good place in this save. He is the under-21s goalie at the moment. He looks good in real life as well. We could sign him for £5 million, which could rise to 5.5. And I think we've paid about £1 million now, the same type of thing I've been doing. And he's happy to be our backup because I've signed two keepers this summer. Alban Lafont was, I think he was either unhappy or he definitely had a release clause of £4.7 million. So he's going to come in and be our new number one. And he's, again, a player that is well established in France as a good French goalkeeper. 26 years old now, hasn't made that first team appearance for the French national team, but maybe we could get him to get one while playing as our number one keeper, hopefully. That did mean that I could go and sell Ivan Filipovic, who was our keeper last season. He's gone to Bristol City for £1 million when I think we've replaced him quite nicely. I'm happy with the business that we've done there. Those are our two new goalkeepers, and then there's a whole host of other signings to go through, and I suppose this is the meat of today's video because this is what it's all about as a director of football, isn't it? Trying to build these teams, trying to do that squad building aspect of being the director of football and then handing it all over to the manager, which is going to be Guti for us. Next up, a wonder kid. Another loan signing. Oscar Gluck, who does sound like he should be a character in Willy Wonka, but is actually, in this case, a really good attacking midfielder. I think you've all heard of him, right? You know how good he can become. He's going to take the place of Payet in our team. Hasn't quite got the set pieces, 10 free kicks, 11 corners, but I think does have the playmaking abilities and a load of potential to try and realise as well. I know you probably already know how good he is. We're going to pay £1 million to have him for the season. We could actually sign him permanently for £88 million, but don't think we're going to do that. He is an Everton player now, having moved there from Salzburg. He's going to be a starter for us, I feel. He's going to play in behind those strikers in this number 10 role. Next up, we have got a couple of defenders. So I did show you that Kolodjiak had left the club, right? So I had to go and replace some of those defenders, having also lost the main man from last season, which was Lenny Yoro. He was the main man in defence last season. I tried to get him back on loan. I'll show you here. Look, I've got 5 now. They wouldn't even listen to me at all to try and get him back. I was offering 300 million as an optional fee. I was paying all his wages. They just weren't letting me have him, even if I think he was even loan listed at one point. It wasn't going to happen. So I've gone for a couple or 3 different options in defence. They are the next 3. I did this in stages. Look, you can see actually in the order that these things happened. The next 3 signings I made were all defenders. The most money was spent on Stanley Nsocki. Not somebody I'm too aware of in real life, but I found him, had a look at him and thought, this is our guy. He is a brilliant left-sided defender. And I was looking for a left centre-back at this point. Only 26, and he does have this cap for the under-21s, that's the market I'm looking at. I'm looking for players that haven't quite made it at the French national team, because not that many can, because they've got so many good players, but ones that have been in and around the system, under-21 caps especially. He's only got 1, but I wonder if we can get him some caps in the future. He looks like a real player. Really good pros and cons. Really good attributes in the right places. Great balance and strength. He's got good jumping reach despite being 6 foot, which isn't the tallest for a centre-back. Amazing aggression, good tackling and positioning and marking. Good heading too. I like him a lot as a centre-back. He is going to be the main one. He signs for £7.5 million. Rising to 9.5. We've spent about 5 maybe as a maximum for coming out of our budget this summer. Stanley Nsocki is going to be partnered by, I think, João Quança. Liverpool's João Quança in real life, who's come onto the scene this season in sensational fashion, and I've been loving it, especially as a Liverpool fan myself. He's actually turned Scottish in this save. He's got 7 caps for them as well, and I'm very happy to have him here. I did bring him in thinking he might be a backup, and then I just looked at his attributes and his profile and his pros and his cons and the fact that he's 6'6" and thought, I think he can start for us. So we're going to put our trust in him. 500k he has cost. And that is it. He had a loan in the Championship last year with Coventry. I'm hoping he can make a step up from there and be a starter in our team. I'm not sure he's quite been reflected how good he is in real life in the game yet. He's always been a bit of an easy non-league signing. I don't know if you've ever signed him in your saves. I've signed him countless times because he's always available if you do like a lower league English save. You can always get him on a free, and then he'll be just amazing because he's big and tall and strong, etc. He comes in, and the final one is a bit of a punt. He's a centre-back from Brazil in the same sort of mould as Quança, actually. 6'6", and a young 20-year-old defender, Brazilian, signed for £2.5 million from Santos. I don't know. He doesn't have the best cons, I suppose, on here, but he has got a bit of potential. It is going to get better. I think these are the types of things we might need to do for this save. Take a bit of a punt on young players that we can get in for cheap and see if they develop and see where they can take us as a team, because we can't attract the best players, at least not yet anyway. So he comes in as our 3rd choice one on there, and then we do still have a few of the players from last year as well. If I show you in the squad here, in terms of backup defenders, we do still have Chergui, who was one of our starters last season, played a lot of games for us in that promotion campaign last year. So 4 good centre-backs, and as I mentioned before, Toure can play as a centre-back too if we need him to, as well as being the backup at right-back. And then finally through to some wingers. Afonso Moreira is back again on another loan. He was here last year, played plenty of games, and is very cheap to bring in on loan, and is another one of those wonder kid type of players. So he's going to be a backup winger. And then Lauren, who I know develops quite nicely in the game, and I wanted to be involved in his career in some way. He was also a really cheap loan. £1 million might seem like a lot there, but I think that's only if he doesn't play. And if he does play, then he's actually going to be really quite cheap. It's going to be 5 million if we wanted to sign him permanently next summer, which I think it puts us in a good position. We might be able to get a really good player with lots of potential if he does the business for us this year, which I'm hoping he can. And then finally, after we've looked at Diaz and Cyprian, I have spent big. We had money left over, and I still didn't have a backup striker to Anthony Martial. So I went big and managed to sign Junior Krupi, who I wasn't expecting to be at the club anymore. I've managed to sign him for £24 million. And again, it's not 24 million. It could go to 36, and it's about £7 million being spent this summer. The rest of that is going to be paid off in the future seasons, where we're banking on our own success. If he develops, if we do well, it will be a bargain. If we struggle, it may well be a mistake. I think that is kind of the order of the day, though. You have to, I think it's an informed risk, I'm going to say, for Junior Krupi. We know he's got huge potential. We know that he can do the business because he scored goals for us last year as the backup for Martial. He's only 19. As Martial gets older, does Krupi become the first choice striker? Do we try and build him into the team? And is this our future that we're looking at here? Junior Krupi can also play in behind the striker too, if we wanted to rotate, or if Guti wanted to rotate. That's been my squad building, as well as some other sales here, just to show you quickly. We have sold Pages and Bar and Caddy on a free. Morid didn't want to do this one. Does look like he's got a bit of potential. He was one of our new gen players in through our intake, which wasn't amazing. Couple of good players in our intake. Nothing that I really need to be showing you. This guy, though, got a bid that was for 325k, 400k after they've paid it for the whole thing. I just thought he's got way too many really low attributes. And I know he's only 16, but I thought we'll take the money now. It might be a mistake, but not something you ever really want to do, is it? Sell young players with good potential. But I thought we'd take the money. Lamine Gay also. Lekembila has also gone. That is our summer business. Let me show you what it looks like on the pitch, and then we'll go and play a game, or watch Guti play a game, I should say, as we play our first game of this season. Let me know what you think of all of this business in the comments down below. As I say, this is kind of the main thing with these saves, isn't it? The squad building aspect, and then, of course, trying to make sure we have the right manager in charge. I think we've set Guti up quite nicely. We are predicted, as I say, to finish about 10th in the league, about mid-table, right? 200 to 1 was the prediction. Yeah, 10th in the league out of 18. If we do get around 10th, I think it will be a good season. So let's have a look at how they line up. I've put them into this 4-2-3-1 Gegenpress, which, by the way, is not what Guti uses in game. This is purely to show you what it might look like, and with the Gegenpress setup, which we know is his style here, Guti, and he will change all of these roles. This is purely to show you how I think he might set them up, but we'll see that it probably won't even be these players when we go into the game. Lafont as the keeper, Gusto and Utara as the wing-backs, and Soki and Kwanzaa, Diaz and Juve as our deep-lying midfielders, and then Gluck, Cabal, and Jalrego, who is still here from last year, and Martial as the striker. Could easily be someone like Lauren come in on this side. It could easily be someone like Marshall Rutty in at right back, or Krupi come in as the number 10 and you play Gluck out wide somewhere. There's a lot of different options here, but this is the squad. I think it's a really good PFC team now, a team that can definitely go and finish mid-table. It starts at home to Rants in our first game. I guess I'll go and get Watching Man back from his holiday, and I'll see you on the field. Okay, then, here we go. I am at the hands of Watching Man, ready to go and attend this match then. Let's go and find out if Guti can get off to a winning start back in the top division. I hope so. With it being a home game, I'm also very intrigued to see what this first starting 11 is. A lot of new players in. We don't usually pay too much attention to the way that it's set up on here, because sometimes it's very wrong for Watching Man. But let's see. It is Lafont in goal. Okay, Chergui in midfield is an interesting one. That is the proper way that it is actually set up. We'll have a look at it in more detail afterwards. Some interesting calls in there, actually. Chergui starting ahead of the young Brazilian that I've brought in that midfield spot, as well as a few other ones. This is the 11 then. Lafont in goal, expected. Utara and Gusto as the fullbacks, expected. And Soki and Kwanzaa is expected. Kwanzaa getting the nod ahead of Ger, which is maybe something to notice. Chergui as well could have been a centre back in this 11, but has been always going to start in midfield alongside Andy Juve. That means there is no Mateus Diaz. It also means that there is no space in the starting lineup for Marshall Rutty or Lauren. It's going to be Cabal, Gluck, Rago, and then Martial. It is Martial over the new signing Krupi as well. I say new signing, Krupi was here last year anyway, but it is this 4-2-3-1. The last time we did watch some live comms, he did lose the first one, didn't he? Let's see how he can do in this one. We have our first highlight of the game. It's Quantza heading away for Cabal, who was really good from this right-hand side last year. Here's Chergui, who I did suggest maybe wasn't going to start. He's had the first shot of the game. It's a good save, actually. It was a good effort. We're going to get a corner. First two highlights then going our way. Jalrego in towards Nsoki, who is gone out for a throw. His follow-up shot there has gone so far wide, it's gone for a throw, and that was a really good chance. I thought he was just going to pop in the rebound. We have been absolutely all over them in the first 15 or so minutes here. 10 shots at goal, 0 for them. We're yet to break the deadlock, but we look completely dominant. Here's Quantza. Lovely ball out wide to Gusto, to Martial! Anthony Martial in front of goal. Pops it into the back of the net. We lead. He's going to be able to do it, hopefully, then, in the top division. And again, that person who left that comment, who said he was going to be rubbish, I'll just let you watch this highlight again as he pops it in. We do finally break that deadlock. Look how many shots we've had. 11 shots to their 0. An XG of 1.57. There is 0.02, which is, one shot that was off target. Completely dominant from us. I'd quite like it if we could score some more. Where are we in the league table there? Into the top half? That'd be nice to see, wouldn't it? Goal kick from them, headed away by Nsoki, who looks dominant at the back for us. Cabal, tackled by Guga, but we're going to get it back. Cabal again, goes for it. Good save. Actually held as well by the goalkeeper there. It looks maybe a bit like a camera save, that one. Booted long for them. Is this highlight going to end there? They got Wout Weghorst leading the line. Will Stills' Rants team being led from the front by Wout Weghorst. Oscar Gluck over to Martial's put it wide. I think it was offside. It's a very weird highlight, actually. It was offside, though. Half an hour just gone. As we approach the halfway point, it has been pretty much one-way traffic. 16 shots, 18 shots for us now. We've got a free kick. This is where Payet last year might have threatened the goalkeeper. Cabal goes for it this year. Actually, really good effort. Good save. It's going to be a corner. And yes, I'm saying Payet, all right? Somebody did bring this one up. My French pronunciations. Thank you to, I've forgotten your name. I'm very sorry for that. But someone left me a really nice long message correcting me on all of the French pronunciations, but in a way that was actually nice to read, and it was genuinely insightful. So I do appreciate that. I'll try my best. You know that some of these French pronunciations aren't going to be perfect. Payet, though, I'm going to stand by it. In England, he was Dimitri Payet. He wasn't Payet, even though obviously it should be Payet, all right? I'm going to just address that one now. Second half, any changes from us? Nothing so far. We are only 1-0 up. Just look how many shots we've had. 25 shots on goal. It is only 1-0. Do we need some fresh legs in there, Guti? Maybe get one of these players that are booked. They've actually got a corner now. Is this going to be their first shot they've scored? Their first shot on target? It's typical. It's typical. It's his first ever goal for Rance as well. Of course, it's so typical. It's so Football Manager. You wouldn't believe it. In front of goal. I think it hits him and goes in. There's a header from Weghorst. I think it hits the guy on the line and goes in to score his first ever goal for the club with their first shot on target after we've had 25 shots. Yep, I've been here before. Can we go and get ourselves the lead back straight away, though? That'd be nice. Jalrego, Utara is going to get there and get the cross in, and that's wide. That was a corner. Jalrego with the chance. It's going to be a corner to us, though. It would be a real disappointment not to win this game from how dominant we have been. Headed away. Cabal can get it back in there. No highlight. 28 shots. 2 on target from them now. That XG from that shot, actually, because it was on the line, or that where it hit him on the line, they've actually got a pretty big XG. There's only 15 to play. Have we made changes? We have. Martial's gone wide. I did wonder if we might see this. Krupi is on as the striker, and Martial has gone to play as a winger or an inside forward on this side. Just to note as well and show you, look, they are changing, or he is changing the roles on here. These are not the ones that I had in that gegenpress before. It's 2 DMs and 2 inside forwards with an advanced forward and an attacking midfielder. Look, quite actually symmetrical, which is not usually what the assistant managers go for. Chance here, perhaps. Cabal, can he shoot? He can. We do have the lead again, and we are able to get ourselves back in front. There's about 10 minutes to play, and this one's a little bit of a relief. Krupi's corner was headed away. Cabal gets it down, good first touch, and then drills it. Slight deflection? I don't think so, possibly. It's in anyway. Keeper couldn't keep it out. And the dominance has finally paid. We might even get a third here. Krupi didn't realise he was going to be on set pieces, but he's making stuff happen. Cabal again, the same thing from the other side. It's almost a carbon copy, maybe a reverse, a mirror image of the first goal or our second in this game. Cabal has done it again. It's another corner whipped in, headed away by the defender, picked up by Cabal with a good first touch, and then drilled in with the second. It's a perfect mirror image. Very odd. But it's now 3-1, and that should mean that we're going to get ourselves the 3 points and get our life in the top division off to a perfect start. We're into the top 4 with a first win here. Completely dominant, even if we did let them equalise, or even if we let them score another goal here. Oh, Lauren's on look as well. Look, be nice to get another one. Martial's in behind. Good tackle. Is he going to go pick that ball up? No, he's not. Nakamura's going to go and get it. Another goal, a fourth goal right before the end. Or maybe even to concede and make it a little bit nervy. Utara's got that. I don't know what he's appealing for with his hand up. Doesn't matter right now, though. Here's Toure. That's interesting. Almami Toure is playing centre-back. Chergui's still on. He's going to use this team in a little bit of a different way that maybe I was planning for, but that's okay. Using the players we've brought in. It's going to be another goal. It's a debut goal for Mateus Diaz. Didn't start the game from this defensive midfield spot, but off the bench and drilling home on his debut. Now, that is quite a nice little thing to see. Martial from this left-hand side causing problems. It was into the left back Utara. I think this is a shot. It is. It's deflected, and then a lovely little... Gets his foot nice and high for the volley. Good technique. It's going to be 4-1. It might even be better than that. It might even... If we get 5 here, this would be a little bit of a shock, actually. I didn't expect us to be this dominant. The amount of shots we've had, I know we've built a good team, but this is outrageously dominant. We're going to get another one. Krupi on his second debut. His first game since signing permanently. We've won 5-1. Go on, Guti. I feel like we need to get a Guti appreciation post in the comments down below. I'll pin one at the top. If you believe in Guti, get on the In Guti We Trust train. I'll pin it as the comment. 5-1. Guti's boys were on the rise. What a win. What a performance. What a team we might have built here. What a season we might just have in store. I think our business has been good. I hope you guys agree with me. Let me know what you think of everything we've done in the comments down below. We've started our third season. It's kind of our second full season. We had that half season, then a whole season where we got ourselves promoted from Liga 2, and then this is our third season beginning at the club here. We started it with a bang with this 5-1 victory against Stade de Reims. It is a fantastic victory. A complete domination. 38 shots, 20 on target from Guti. I mean, is he unbelievable? I feel like he is. And also, the comment section did not disappoint with lauding Guti and his managerial ways. I did really appreciate that last episode. This was the situation, though. Goals from Martial, 2 from Cabal, which is interesting because he's one of the players that was here from the beginning. I've not bought him. Mateus Diaz, and then a goal from Junior Krupi, which someone else did point out his name. He's called Junior Krupi. But on his shirt, he wears Krupi Jr., which does suggest the existence of his father, who would be called Junior Krupi Sr., which I love the idea that this might even continue. And also, does anyone remember the band Junior Senior for UK viewers? Everybody. Anyway, we've got ourselves distracted very early on. What's actually his full name in here? Eli Jr. Eric Anat Krupi. All right, that kind of ruins that a little bit, doesn't it? Anyway. That is definitely not the point of today. Today's point is to go from this situation all the way through until the end of our third season then. And with the way that this is set up, with the season preview saying that we should finish about 10th, with a 5-1 victory in our first game, I reckon we should be aiming for around about 6th to 10th. Is that fair? Would you go along with that? I feel like there's definite quality in this squad. Maybe not enough to go and push teams like PSG and the Monacos and Lille's maybe. Lyon are a strange team, especially, I mean, in real life, but also in FM in terms of where they are in the league. They are either right up there or I've seen them get relegated. In my stream save, they were 18th and relegated. So we'll see. It's a strange old league. We just know one thing, a constant, and that is that PSG are going to win the league until we can beat them, which is probably not this year. Let's find out, though, how this first season in the top flight goes by going until May until the end of the season. Come on. And here we are in May. It's the 17th of May, 2026. And I'm going to task Editor Tom with a little bit of a problem here. Could you make sure that you blur out the league position on this page? Hopefully go back and do that from where I've started talking here, because I don't want to spoil where we finished. Instead, I want you guys and me alongside you to focus on the performances of the players, because it has been a season. Let me tell you, I am really happy with the situation here at Paris FC. I feel like the players that I'm able to buy and the players that have actually been bought and brought in are just perfect for the situation that we're in. They're kind of young and hungry, but not quite made that next step. And then they perform to that sort of level, which is going to take us a long way, I think. Let me do a quick pick, or let's pick the best 11 here, which would be Guti's advice on who's being picked in this, to show you some of the performances in terms of appearances and goals and assists as well, if I can get it on here, which we've had our troubles with, which still doesn't quite happen, which, by the way, doesn't quite work if I do the auto size on this one, because it just kind of, yeah, now these are really big and I have to move them anyway, type of thing. Like, why is condition this big? Anyway, not something we need to focus on necessarily, but just to answer those who tell me to auto size it. Anyway, we can now see on here, we've got our best 11 being picked. Now, this might be slightly different. You can see by the appearances here, but Alban Lafont has been an incredible goalkeeper for us. You can see by his star ratings, but we've got one of the best understudies, I think, in the league, which brings us on to an interesting question. And we're going to talk transfers in today's episode a little bit as well. When I show you where we finished and some of our results over the season, we're going to go through and do some of the first transfers for this summer, because I want you to be involved in the squad building aspect and me to talk you through the process that I'm going through too. Now, goalkeepers success story. Alban Lafont is now wanted though by Man City, among a string of other teams. Man City being the most reputable of those teams there, though. That's because of his performances this year. Not quite a 7 average, but he played all 34 games in the league. Rest did play 4 times. I think those were mainly in cup games here, and they were both pretty solid. Rest, I think, is almost ready to be a first choice goalkeeper. Almost, I would say. 21 caps for the under-21s now. Loads of potential. I think he's going to kick on a lot as a goalie if he starts playing regular football, which maybe we need to give him sooner rather than later. Maybe that's an angle to go with in the summer. Does Lafont get sold on and you bring through Rest and bring in another younger backup goalkeeper? I feel like that's a good way of operating, although Lafont is himself really good. We're not going to get huge money for him if we do sell him, because, I mean, I thought he might have had a release clause, I should say. He doesn't. It's just his value isn't massive. 7.8 to 9.4. It's a weird quirk, I think, that he just doesn't have big value, which is probably why these teams are interested in him. He's very good, though. Next up, Malo Gusto and Utara as the fullbacks. Gusto has been sensational. Really, really good. Can't quite see his assists on there, but he's picked up, there's that whole thing, 16 assists from right wing back or right back here. He is so good. The unfortunate thing is I don't think we're going to be able to get him back for next year. He actually cost us quite a lot of money for this loan. Nearly £1 million. I mean, it's been worth it, but we don't have spending $1 million on loan players that we're never going to sign permanently. I'm not sure. His value is too high to sign him permanently. So we might need to think about another one in at right back. Utara, I love him. I think he's great. He's really just solid. Ignore these downward arrows. The value's low, but he's got these under 21 French caps, and this is what's making me think we need to just persist with him. I'm going for basically I'm trying to sign the France under 21 team in this save, because Paris FC, it kind of just makes sense to me to go and do that, and then I'll go elsewhere and see if we can pick up other young players from around the world of football too. It's put in here alongside those fullbacks then, and Socky at left centre back. He is fantastic. He's now wanted by Everton and Wolves. So the Premier League is calling for him, and I can see why. Look at the list of pros compared to his one con, which is that sometimes he gets himself booked. I wonder if I can see how many yellow cards he got over this season. 12 yellows. Yeah, that kind of confirms that a little bit, doesn't it? He's great. I want to keep hold of him. He's a little bit older at 27, but does have that one under 21 cap, which I guess helps it to fit in a little bit. I think I'm going to try and hold on to him. Alongside him, we did have 18 games from Jarrell Quansah. I just don't know if he's quite as good as he is in real life on the game. He's not. I don't know if he's going to kick on from here. He's 23 now. I think he's a really good squad player to have. He was being rotated clearly with Almami Toure. I think he was playing as a centre back rather than a right back. Let's have a look on his what's on here. how do I see it on here? His reports here on his form. Yeah, he was playing as a centre-back when he was playing. I did think so, as the quick pick would suggest there. Ponsa played a few. Jer, now someone left me a really good comment about Jer, who said he's great. He's a bit of a goldmine if you can buy him for cheap. My problem, and I replied to the comment saying, was I just don't know if he doesn't play enough games, if he's not a starter, is he going to get unhappy? Is he going to develop? I feel like that's kind of happened. He's 21, so could still kick on, but he's like a lot of other people asking to leave. The rotation, when you use an assistant manager as the manager, is really a problem. Anyone who isn't in his first choice plans, just don't play games. And look how many unhappy players we have here. Cabal is one of them, despite his 2 goals on the first game of the season. Cabal, look, only started 8 games, got 4 goals, played okay, but he's asking to leave, along with basically all of these subs, which is Marshall Rutty's gone out on loan. That happened in January. Kiolo, Galdin, Cyprian, Lauren on loan, Jer, Cabal, Moreira, who played 14 games and is still slightly concerned. That's because he's playing in a weak position, a bit different. Torre, who we looked at, is still playing lots of games. I don't know how we're going to manage this. I guess this is how we manage this. We just sign players that maybe it's because I've brought these players in and I've promised them first team football. Now, he's agreed to be a squad player, and I feel like, yeah, maybe he's not quite been a squad player with the 2 appearances there, Cyprian. Maybe players like Jer, I need to look at their... Yeah, to be fair, he's agreed to be a squad player and he's played 7 games. I don't know. Maybe that's something that's just going to be really difficult to do, and I need to put them on really low promise, like game time promises. I'm not sure. Either way, let's move through the team. Midfield 2, great, really good. Mateus Diaz is really good. He's wanted now by Troyes. Hasn't got a huge value, but has been solid in our midfield in this defensive midfield spot. Really like him as a signing. Still only 24. Andy Diouf is a superstar. I was thinking he might be. He's actually in really good form in real life, I think, at the moment for Lens. And he has been unbelievable for us. He's perfect for this deeper midfield spot. I just love, I mean, look at his attributes. He's developing beautifully. 23 years old now, still going to get a bit better, I would hope. The pros and cons look really good too. It's just that he doesn't really have a good weak foot, if that makes sense. And also, he is inconsistent when presented with chances, which is why we're not giving him that many chances. We're playing him a bit deeper. He has got himself 8 goals though. So despite that weakness, 8 goals from deeper midfield. I think he's probably playing as a deeper midfielder. Let's just check on his reports too. Yeah, playing as this, he plays as a ball-winning midfielder or a deep line playmaker in basically every single game there as a DM. I like these two. And then in front is where the magic has kind of happened. And I think we've had a lot of games with Martial playing out wide as shown here. If we go to his form, he is playing a lot, look, as an inside forward, which wasn't something I planned for, but Guti has moved his role and it's worked. He's got 22 goals. I think he's the star of the show still. He's now 30, so maybe we need to think about a succession plan for him. But Martial was so good again this year. Oscar Glue inside, or Gloh, as people are telling me to say his name. Oscar in this cam spot here. Very, very nice indeed. 12 goals from him. And if we scroll across, how many assists did he get? I think it's a lot. Yeah, 17 assists. No, sorry. He only got the 1 assist. It was João Rego who was picking up the assist. 9 goals and 17 assists from João Rego. Maybe actually he's the main man. He is someone I'm going to try and get back for next year. I've already made a bid to sign him permanently. I think his value being around this is just a no-brainer. I think we have to. That's a bit of a weird one. Why did his value? Why did that happen? That's a strange thing. That's definitely not true. He is one we have to bring in. He's been here from the very beginning with us and been really good both seasons. Look, so he's going to be one that we're going to try and bring back. Tom, I'm making you work on this this blurring of the league position, but stay with me because the final player to mention is Junior Krupi, our new striker. He was listed in the top 50 wonder kids in the world. He got himself 6 goals, 3 assists from 28 games, 21 starts. He is our succession plan for Martial, the succession plan that I mentioned before. Hopefully he can come in and be a starting striker, start scoring the goals because he's still so young, only 19 years old. That kind of sums up the squad. I wanted to do this. I wanted to talk through the squad with you. I think it's really important we have a good handle of who's playing and what we're working with as the DOF. And then we can look at the results on the pitch, which is, again, out of our hands, isn't it? Let's reveal then where we have finished this season, our first season back in the top flight. We have finished 8th. Now, I'm okay with it. I'm happy with it. I don't know about you guys, but when I started the video and I said I was aiming between 6th and 10th, around that spot, this is about right. It's a bit annoying that we've missed out on European qualification it seems like on the last day by drawing 2-2 to Troyes. Annoyingly, we've missed European football, but it's our first season back in the top flight. I think we can be completely happy with 53 points. Only 4 points off fourth, where Nice have finished. And of course, PSG have won the league. 99 points from them. They lost just one game, which was against Monaco. They drew 0. They won 33 of their 34. That just sums up the task that is ahead of us. If we are going to topple PSG in this save, even though we are making quick progress, jumping to playing, to being a mid-table team in the top division now, there's still a long way to go. We need to go and contend with Kylian Mbappe scoring 37 goals in the league. He's on £725,000 per week. He's injured for a couple of days, but I mean, how are we going to compete with this? It's a joke. Is his contract running out? No, they've extended it, so he's not going to go to Real Madrid in this save, which would have been nice for us, wouldn't it? Kolo Muani, who's just their backup striker, has got 27 goals. And I'm assuming Mbappe's playing as a striker. He might have been playing as a winger, actually, I suppose, for them. We would find out when we play them, I suppose. But 8th position with results like these ones, I'm very, very happy. We started, of course, brilliantly with, if we go back to the start of the season here, this 5-1 win, which we watched in the last episode. Then it was a 1-0 win. We lost 5-1. This kind of goes to show we're playing this 4-2-3-1 Gegenpress, and it is a Gegenpress from Guti. I checked with the different skin, and it means that we can win games by lots of goals and score lots of goals, but we will also take a hit every now and then, like a 5-1 loss. You can see that is kind of the pattern. Lots of wins, lots of losses, then a couple of draws into October. We didn't win in October. We lost 3-0 in our first face-off, the first derby with PSG. They were dominant, I think. If we have a look at the match stats for this one, they just dominated us. 3.49 XG from them. They actually had 3 offside goals in this one. There's the PSG team. So they play 2 strikers, look. It was a 4-2-4. They just go all out attack and score loads of goals. Yeah, that kind of summed up where we are with them. I don't expect us to go and beat them at this stage, though. I don't think you guys would either, would you? Then all the way through to November, which was better. We won 2 of our 3 games in that. We were unbeaten in December, even if we only won 1 of the games, which was a 5-0 win against Brest. We beat Olympique Marseille in the Cup 12-0. I love France because you play the 9th and 10th round back-to-back in January, and usually you get some very obscure teams in this 9th round of the Cup. We did go through to the 9th round and the 10th round and the 11th round, and then we lost in the quarterfinal. So it goes 11th round and then quarterfinal. We lost that to Nice away from home, who are a really good team. They finished high up the table too, didn't they, themselves? They finished 4th in the league. They are a good team. That, though, pretty much shows us our season. There's the other PSG game. We lost 5-1 in the home tie against them, which is actually even worse than we did away from home. Even though they had 8 shots on target and scored 5 of the goals. That seems a bit harsh, doesn't it? 14 shots. We almost had the same amount of shots. Well, I mean, we only had 4 less shots than them, but they're so clinical with, there is Mbappe playing wide. I thought so. I thought he was. Kolo Muani scored twice in this one. Vitinha and Fabian. And yeah, we got smashed by them, didn't we? Then, though, a really good end to the season, almost sneaking us into that European place, but not quite, despite a 5-0 loss to Marseille in there. Some really good wins. Another 5-0 win against Brest. We love playing against Brest. I nearly made a joke. I'm not going to because I'm better than that. And you're better than that. I don't expect to see any Brest jokes in the comments down below, okay? You're better than that. That sums up our season, though. That takes us to this position here. That gives us a very healthy transfer budget. We talked about the fact that the new owners are full of money. Johan Dumont, with his spineless energy business, is ready to give us money. In fact, he injected these funds into the club. He is going to be a beautiful, beautiful owner to have. It isn't silly, by the way. This is a lot. I am aware of this. It doesn't go crazy on top of this. I am assured in the way that this database is set up, but it's going to make it really fun. It means that we can aim to go and sign people like João Rego, and as you may have noticed on here, players like Jonah Husi-Asari, who's just moved to Bayern Munich in real life, and he's a bit of a hero of ours on our stream save. We're going to bring him in as another striker option for 1.1 rising to £1.9 million. I'm excited to go and spend this money. That's what we're going to do for the remainder of this video. I'm doing some transfer business right now. It's going to hopefully build on this squad here with the idea that some of these are going to go. Oscar Glow, I think, is not going to be able to come back on loan again. Moreira, I might let go because he was unhappy last year. Lauren, I'm not going to loan again. Gusto goes back. So there's already gaps in the squad there. Then I'm going to look to fill them in with some good players, as well as looking to maybe have a succession plan in place for Martial with Krupi coming in as the striker, etc. Let's see Also, Quanta being replaced and made into a squad player. That was kind of my thinking. Hopefully you can see when I do the transfers, I'll show you why I've brought them in. Let's go and do some transfer business and find out how we're going to set up for our 4th season in charge. Come on. And here is that summer business. Then we start before the tick-over dates. You can see some of the old transfers on here with 2 pretty significant signings. Those are of Lenny Yoro. Remember him on a permanent deal. We had a season without him, but he was so good for us in the promotion season. He ended up playing 28 games for Lille in the top division last year with a really good average rating. And then he was available for about £18 million. And with the money, I showed you how much money we had to spend. I thought this is one we could not pass up. It will rise to 23. I think it was about half of that in terms of what we've paid for now. We are going to use these installments with an owner like Johan Dumont under the promise that he's going to put money into the club. I'm going to spend that money and hope that he just keeps giving it to us, because the goal of the save being to overpower PSG is so lofty and so far away. I think we have to be really speculative with the spending that we're going to do. So Lenny Yoro is in. Jonah Kusiasari is also in for that £1.9 million, a real prospect for the future. Don't think he's going to be a starter. I believe he's been told he's going to be a squad player for next year. I think I'm going to try and be really careful with the playing time on here, because I do think that the assistant manager goes by the agreed playing time when he's picking his 11. Likewise, if you promise a player that they're going to start, the assistant manager will force them into their selection. So I try to not do any promises, basically, because if I do, it has a really strong effect on who's being picked by the assistant manager. I don't know if you've noticed that in your own saves. I wonder if, and it's probably true, that the playing time promises is factored into their squad selections as well. So I'm trying to be as hands-off as I can be, but trying to be realistic with the promises I'm giving them. We know that if in FM as well, sometimes to sign a player, you have to promise them to be a starter, even if you don't really want them to be, and go from there. Don't know if you guys do that as well, but it feels like something you have to do. Anyway, Lenny Yoro is our first big signing of the summer. Only 20. Should have a lot of potential too. I like his pros and his cons. The only cons being that he fits into the secondary group, which can be changed, and that he can only play centre-back, but we only want him to play centre-back. He's a 6'3" young centre-back. We know he's got loads of potential. He was in loads of those wonder kid lists at the start of this year's game. If we can foster him and into a fully fledged France international, I think we're going to have a real player at our hands there. He's got himself a 5-year deal as well on £45,000 per week. I think it's good value for money. I'm excited about this signing. He will pop into our centre-back partnership alongside probably Nsocki, who has stayed at the club. We talked about players or teams being interested in him. I've also signed another couple of centre-backs too. I've been busy, and these are the players that I have bought. £34.5 million spent, just over that £31 million transfer budget that we had. Obviously, add in the Kusiasari and Lenny Yoro transfers onto that too. That just goes to show how much of the future installments I am using. No one has really been sold, although there are a few players that I might try and sell on in the remainder of this window. It's the 13th of July, so there's loads of the window left. We've got all of July, all of August to still do more business. We've got a little bit of money too, £7 million and a little bit of wage budget still to work with. You can see there was some interest in Cabal, where they were just going to pay his wages. I might still loan him out. I've also got one other transfer still to go through, which is Afonso Moreira. I'll talk about him now because we're on his page here. I did not extend his loan because he just wasn't playing enough games to justify it to use up one of our loan spots. Although I have struggled to bring in really high quality loans this summer compared to who we were able to bring in before. Anyway, that's a different story. I'll show you the players that I brought in. He then, though, went back to Sporting Moreira and then was consequently transfer listed for £1.4 million. So I just thought, because he's been here and actually been pretty good when he has played a lot of games, he's worth it as a squad player for 1.4 million. So he might well be coming back. We do have a little bit of competition again. I think it's Strasbourg who have made a bid for him as well. He should be coming in though. Let's have a look at the rest of these signings. Let's look and start with one that we talked about before. João Rego has joined permanently. What a coup this could be for the club. £9 million, £8.5 million rising. In fact, that's it. £8.5 million for a player that has started basically every game in our 2 seasons since we brought him in. He's had an average rating over a 7 in both of those. 12 assists last year, 17 in all comps. He is invaluable to us. For 8.5, we've got a bargain. He's going to be a starter. He's still only 21 as well. I just think this just makes so much sense. It's the first time I've signed João Rego on FM, actually. And I know that a lot of people rate him really highly. So I'm enjoying having him in the team. He's going to be a definite starter, I think. And then I've brought through some other wingers. First of which is Johan Bakayoko, who was on a free transfer and no one seemed to be picking him up. I think he's really good. I don't know if it's because he's had a broken ankle that other teams were avoiding bringing him in, but I just kind of saw him on the list there. I was like, he's really good. He's highly rated in real life. He'll be a definite asset for us on either of these wings. He's left-footed, so you could either play him as a winger here or maybe cutting in from the right-hand side. He's got loads of interest from Premier League clubs, I think, at the moment, playing for PSV in real life. 23 years old. He fits the mould for what we want to do here. I think on a free transfer, it just makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? He's going to be a good option for us. Next up is a man called Delane Bakwa. As I said before, I'm going for these players that are playing under 21 football for France. He was transfer listed for £4.7 million. No, sorry, it wasn't transfer listed. He had a relegation release clause because Strasbourg got relegated last season from the top division. I then saw that this was a thing and thought, he fits the mould. Another squad player potentially, but still only 23. Delane Bakwa has been brought in for £4.7 million. Him and Bakayoko and Rego, and then Moreira too to come in, are going to be our winger options. If we then go and sell somebody like Cabal, who we talked about before, he might well be going. I'll show you the squad as a whole after this. There's still some gaps. So maybe I'll get some advice from you guys about what I should be looking to do. Maybe who I should bring in. Maybe we'll have a look at the lists of players available too. Let's move through though too. I kind of also have a big part of this window is if there were bargains available, I decided to pick them up. Because we've got a decent squad anyway that can finish mid-table. If there are bargains available, we might as well bring them in. Bakayoko is an example of that. And so is this guy. Martin Vitic, he's really good. I think he's, like FM players know, right? He's a really good centre-back. He was available for 58k from Sparta Prague. I think he was listed for this. I saw it and thought, well, we'll bring him in, even if it is simply to flip him for a little bit of a profit. His value's really low. Strange one. I don't know. I think he looks quite good as well. We talked about needing to bring in some centre-backs, maybe to push Quansah. I think it just for 58k, it had to be done, didn't it? Let's skip Cassius and we'll come back to him because, speaking of centre-backs, this is my big centre-back signing of the summer. Abakar Silla, a 23-year-old Ivorian international. But he was available. He's playing in France. Again, he was at Strasbourg, who we've raided a little bit because of their relegation. I just thought he is a player we have to bring in. Have a look at his attributes in this profile here. I know he's not quite French because, you know, he's Ivorian, but he was playing in France. So I still think it fits the mold slightly. Still only 23 as well. So he's in that age group that we're looking for, isn't he? He has also got 20 leadership, which I just love. For the future, build around him in our defence. He's left-footed, so him and Nsocki might be a little bit of an issue if we want to play them together, but we've got Lenny Yoro in too, so maybe Silla will take the place of Nsocki, who's a little bit older, but I think it gives us really good options at centre-back, maybe too many options at centre-back, maybe something we need to look at for the remainder of this window. Then, if you remember, the next issue we had was that Malo Gusto was going back to Chelsea. He has been very difficult to bring back. He's not somebody who I've chosen to bring back. If I go to his profile on here, he is at Chelsea. He is loan listed, but he's on £100,000 a week and it just seems really expensive. I might revisit this later on if we don't get anybody else in, but I thought we should sign somebody permanently in at that right back spot. So I've gone for another one who I think is a bit of a bargain. He is Denzo Cassius, who played for AZ in Holland. And I just looked at his attributes and thought he's just solid, isn't he? He's got some weird cons in there. I don't know if he's like a player that's going to be in our team forever. But in terms of a placeholder, he's kind of going to be him. Him and Almami Traore are going to maybe rotate at that right back spot. He's definitely not as good as Gusto, but he's got decent pace and acceleration and kind of solid. Don't love his positioning, I won't lie to you. 6'1" as well. Again, 23 in the right age bracket. He only cost, what, £3 million? £3.5 million. I think hopefully he should be solid and that should get us through to where we can maybe go and sign an obvious candidate to play at that right back spot. Maybe Gusto permanently in the future. That could be cool, couldn't it? But I don't know if it's going to happen. And then finally, our final signing He's only just been done. It's the 12th I signed him, and it's the 13th today. I needed a new midfielder after Oscar Glow has gone back to whoever he was being loaned from. That loan ended. In fact, can I show you release players? I feel like there's a lot on here. Yeah, we did also lose a lot of players on free transfers, or I let a lot of players go on free transfers too. Just to show you that as well. Oscar Glow, however you say it, went back to his parent club. So I've brought in another wonder kid. It's Sverre Hauset Naipan on loan from AC Milan, who have signed him in this save. And we know, FM24 players, you know how good this guy can be if you can develop him. Still only 19. We're going to bring him into our team. And I think he's one of those that maybe we keep an eye on whether we can sign him permanently. Feel like I've not used him this year, despite knowing how good he is and so many people talking about him. I feel like this could be the save to bring him in. He's only 11 million to 13 million now. After a season, if we can make this permanent, I think we do actually have a deal where we can bring him in for £12.75 million. I think he's definitely an option we could go for. He's going to either play, that's all of our signings, by the way. He's either going to play as our number 10, or I'll swap him with Andy Juve, who could also play there. We talked about his lack of finishing, though, even though he scored 8, or his inconsistency in front of goal, which is why I'm a bit worried about him there. He's also been so good as a defensive midfielder. I'm not quite sure. And then again, it's not going to be up to us, is it? It's going to be up to Guti. So we'll see who gets picked where. But I think the 11 might look a little bit like this year. And obviously it might change a little bit with players like Martial coming back in different places. But if I was going to pick, this is the 11 that I would pick. It would probably be Lafont in goal still. We haven't sold him, although there is window left. And he's still wanted, not by Man City anymore, but Napoli and Udinese. So if he does go, if a big bid does come in, which I might accept if one does, I've put his asking price at 11.5, which was right at the top of his range that he would accept. If we're going to sell him, I want to get good money for him. So if we get a bit of 11 million, I think he would go and Rest would become our first choice goalkeeper. Then I'd bring in a youngster in the remainder of this window. Cassia's at right back, Utare at left back. Yoro and Silla as our centre-backs, I think. Yoro starting on the right-hand side, Silla on the left. It means that Nsoki goes to the bench. Maybe if we get a big bid for him, we would sell Nsoki to Wolves. He's 27. So good. Really, really solid for us. But we've got a lot of centre-backs now. And if he's going to be a backup, you don't really want to be sitting on a 15 million player as a backup, do you? So I will think about that one. He, though, is something to think about for the future. Next episode, you'll find out if I do that, I suppose. Let me know what you think I should do as well. Sal Nsoki to Wolves. Sell Chiolo to, or loan out Chiolo, who's just still unhappy on our bench here. Mateus Diaz and Juve as our defensive midfielders. Maybe Naipan if we swap them, we will see. Bakayoko Rego as the wingers. Maybe we've got Moreira coming in. We've also got Martial, who played a load of games from here. I do have a feeling that Guti might go with this as well. We will see. We've also got then up front Krupi or Kusiasari, who isn't far off, you know. Again, another player that might need game time. We will see. I wonder if we loan him. If he's not playing in January, I might sort out a loan for him just so he's playing regular football. We will see. Then our bench players, we've got a right-back option in Toure, Vitic, Quansah and Soki as centre-back options. That's 3 centre-backs on our bench there. It's a lot, isn't it? Maybe Nsoki covers left-back as well. We don't really have another left-back cover, so that might be something I need to bring in too. Jer, right down here, I'm going to have to let him go on loan, I think. He's just really unhappy. We talked about him before earlier in the video, didn't we? Just to go through the rest of these subs. Chiolo, Krupi, Bakayoko, Bakwa. I think we're a little bit light in centre midfield. I might go and see if there's any more loans we can pick up there. Cyprian at the moment is our backup centre mid, and I don't think he's quite good enough. Also, he's really unhappy because he's just not played enough games, basically. Marshall is still out on loan. Kabbalah, I'm going to try and shift on. That then is the squad. We do have, obviously, some like under 19s. We did have an intake and things. We've got some players who look quite good that I've not shown you. Jose Carlos Gil looks like a decent centre-back. He's just a bit, I don't know. He's lacking in some of the attributes here. 20 bravery, though. Very brave is Carlos Gil. I'd love to be able to bring through some of these players into the first team at some point. This guy looks okay as an inside forward, but lacking in pace a bit as a 17-year-old. And then there is a player called Paul Vidal who looked okay when I looked at him. Goalkeeper, but only 5'11". Yeah, there's not loads. If there was one, I would definitely share him with you to say we're going to try and bring this guy into the first team. But that's where we're at. That is the situation. 7 mil to go and spend. A few gaps in this squad, I think you would agree. At the moment, in terms of a season preview, we are suggested to finish 8th in the league. I think that makes our aim for this season a European place. Would you agree? You join us at the start of today's video in a live com. We are joining once again our main man, watching man, to go and watch our team, Guti's team, as You see the team there. There's a few differences and changes that you might notice in the way that we've been setting up recently. It's been a really interesting evolution of the side. I'm going to show you how the season has gone. In fact, there you can see it. There's the league table, and you will notice us not top, not second, but third. It's been a fantastic season. We wanted to improve on that 8th place finish. We wanted to talk about whether we can get into Europe. We've managed to do so, and I wanted to jump in straight away and show you a live com today because it's hard to get them into this series sometimes. You see here, Halsat Naipan taking the set piece, swinging it in for João Rego. There's Silla. Krupi to João Rego. That was almost a fantastic start, wasn't it? That would have been nice, wouldn't it? I'm going to talk you through, as we watch this game, the story of the season, really. And I kind of want to start with the 11 that you can see on the pitch here. You will notice that leading our line, if I can try and click on him, is Jonah Kusi Asari, the youngster that we signed on that really cheap deal from AIK in Sweden. The youngster who's joined Bayern Munich in real life recently. Started outside of the team, and then kind of touched upon this in the last episode. I managed to somehow, I don't know if I want to get involved too much, but he was really unhappy about not playing. So I was forced to make a promise that he would play games. And then from then, Guti put him into the team, and he started scoring loads of goals, and he's not been out of the team since then. It's a really interesting little quirk that we might be able to manipulate, but I also want to try and avoid getting involved too much. As we take the lead here, João Rego, he's becoming a real favourite of ours, I think. He's been here since the very start, hasn't he? That loan being made permanent in the summer, and he scored plenty of goals this year too. You see, Kusiasari leading the line, Krupi playing as the number 10 in behind. We wondered if he'd become our main striker. It looks like it's going to be Kusiasari, and even though that is all the case and all of that is happening, Anthony Martial is still our main goal threat. He has been, and again, our top goal scorer as he scores the second in this game. We're a really good team now. We've got good players. We've got, I mentioned it in the intro, a real platform from which to try and propel ourselves up towards the top. And even Guti, as a manager, I think is improving. He's changed the formation a few times, I've noticed. We went away to PSG earlier in the season. We lost the game 1-0, but I noticed that Guti changed to a 4-3-3 with a defensive midfielder, which just made me think maybe he's developing a little bit as a coach, because before we were getting smashed about by PSG, 5-0 and things, and he was still sticking with this 4-2-3-1 that he's playing. These also, by the way, these are no longer in his 4-2-3-1. They're no longer defensive midfielders, but central midfielders. It's Diaz and a new signing that I don't even know. Oh, sorry, it's Naipan actually in this game who's playing. He's definitely changing things, and as you can see by the result, it's working. 2-0 here then against Lorient. Let's see if I can pause it here to show you the league table as we go through. In fact, I'll jump out of the game to show you this league table. This has been the story of the season then. 33 games, about to become 34. We sit in a Champions League qualifying position. Welcome back to the DOF save, by the way. We've gone straight into it today. If you're enjoying it, please subscribe to the channel. Leave a like on the video too. We are now officially a Champions League team, and we are together in today's episode going to try and come up with a transfer plan. Have a look at the targets, the players that are available, and see where we can go from spending about £30 million in actual spending that we've got to spend this summer. 64 points, way off the top still, and kind of comfortably though in this top four. If I show you the results that we've had, if I go to the schedule here, it's been we've had real weird patches of performances. We've been brilliant for lots of games in a row here. Look, scoring so many goals at the start of the season, and then horrible spells where we lost loads of games in a row. There was a 5-1 home loss. Look, I think in this game, if I go to it, we did play with the, oh no, that's PSG. We did play the 4-2-3-1 in this one. You see Cassius Utara. There might be a couple of new signings that you've not seen yet, by the way. Naipan playing wide. It was weird. It didn't work. We got beaten. Then again, look at the score. Look at the stats, sorry. 10 shots, 7 on target. They scored 5. That's just PSG for you. Let me show you the other game that I was talking about. Okay, it was a 2-0 loss. No, it wasn't. It was this 1-0 loss at home. You will notice... No, it wasn't that one then, because he played the 4-2-3-1 there. Was it this 2-0 away from home? You will notice that he did change the formation to this 4-3-3, which I think, I don't know, it's really interesting to me that the AI assistant managers will go and do this. You're also something to mention, and Soki playing left back. Somebody did leave a comment saying maybe we should play him there. Guti obviously had the same idea. He's played as a left back quite a lot. And here's another new signing that you didn't see at the end of last episode. I said I had a bit more business to go and do. I picked up this guy from Benfica, and I really like it as business. He's now got good value. Signed him for £1.5 million. Denis Telehovsky, he's just a squad. I think I've agreed for him to be a squad player as well, although I can't see it because I'm currently watching, man. He's agreed to be a squad player and he just comes in and just plays really well whenever we need him to. Anyway, let's go and rejoin this game. I just wanted to show you a live com when we began, although I was maybe not expecting it to be quite as one-sided as this one is currently being at the moment. We are dominating Lorient with, or Lorient, to call them their proper name, probably. They've had one shot. We've had 10 on target already. We've scored twice. We're on the attack here. I want you to get a feel and a flavour for the team. So playing the live comms is maybe the best way to do that. If we ever get to a final, we'll of course include the finals in the videos. But I also want to get through and make the progress with the save twos. That's why we're doing almost a season at a time, aren't we? Here, are they going to have an attack here? Maybe we'll see how our defence is going to do. We are not playing... Who's playing left back, actually? Is it Nsocki? It is Nsocki playing left back in this one as well. We didn't end up selling him for that 16 or so million pounds that he was linked with the move away, wasn't he? It's Silla who's playing left centre-back. Yoro at right centre-back. Tobias playing... He's new, isn't he? You haven't seen him yet. Vinicius Tobias was another new signing that I made in the summer. Brought him in for 4.9 million. It was not 4.9 up front, and he's been a revelation, actually. He's taken the shirt away from Cassius, who was the signing that I showed you last episode. From Shakhtar Donetsk, he is a Brazilian under-20 international, only 23 still. I really like his attributes, mainly because he's really fast, and I really like a fast wing-back. He's coming in and got a load of assists. 8 assists in the league, look, and scoring 3 goals, 7.16 average rating. He's been really, really solid at right-back. A bit like Dodo, I suppose maybe it's the Shakhtar link that I'm thinking of for him. I'm really happy with where the squad is at the moment. I'm really happy with the job that Guti's doing. It's almost too plain sailing at the moment. We need a little bit of jeopardy. We need some struggles because so far we're just flying through, aren't we? Is Jalrego's going to make it 3, is he? He might be offside. He looked like he might just be offside in this one. We'll wait for the VAR. Here is that VAR decision. Yeah, it was goal disallowed. I thought he might have been. You can see he's a threat though, coming in from that left-hand side. There's Kusiasari into Martial. Martial just lifts it. Look, yeah, he's way offside. We're approaching half-time. We might even get another highlight here. Looks like we're going to. Here is Junior Krupi. Interesting one with him. And the same can be said about Albon Lafont in goal, who is still here. Another one that we mentioned maybe we would sell if we got a big bid. We never did get that bid. But Lafont and Krupi are both unhappy at the club at the moment because they want to move so that they can get into the France squad. I think what I'm going to do to try and get around this is to completely ignore it. I'm going to hopefully get us to a point where we've got a big enough rep and we're in the biggest competitions that they get picked for France, because they seem to be good enough, but they both now want to leave, even though I've signed Krupi to a new contract with an extra 3-year extension should we want to trigger it. It's a weird one. I guess it's kind of realistic if they're not being picked because it's Patrick Vieira, the France manager, and he does keep overlooking them and refusing to give them any type of appearances, and maybe because they've got players like Kylian Mbappe in front of them, which does kind of make sense, doesn't it? They just had a goal disallowed, by the way, same as us, but we're just running this one, aren't we? As you see, is that Guti on the side there? There he is. Look, he's a tracksuit manager. I don't know if we thought that was going to be the case. Maybe I'd expect him to wear a suit. I don't know. Just the vibe I got from him, but he is a tracksuit manager. Maybe because it's last game of the season vibes. We get a nice home game as well for our last game here. Go and say bye to the fans. Some of these players might not be here next year. Players like Naipan, struggling to get him to come back on his loan. Don't think we're going to be able to sign him permanently, like we did with Krupi, by the way, who's just scored a lovely goal. 17 for the season from him. I think it's an assist for Martial again, by the way. He's still really good. He's 31 now, Martial, but he's still absolutely doing the business. Tobias into Martial, into Krupi in that number 10 spot. Past the keeper, Radu. 3-0. And it's just as easy as you like. It really is as easy as you like. No subs yet. I want to see if we get a bit of action from Kusiasari, the youngster. He's really surprised me by Guti surprised me by keeping him in the team after I almost accidentally gave him that shot. He's just stayed in the team since and just started scoring those goals. Here's Martial. That's what he does. 20 for the season for Martial. If this one is going to count. This one might count. I think this one's a bit tighter. Let's see what the assistant didn't raise his flag. It has been awarded. It's 4-0. It's Guti playing a 4-2-3-1 gegenpress. I think we might have found the most overpowered thing in the game. It's outrageous how effective it is. Jalrego's gone off injured, by the way. Bakayoko is on. He hasn't played as much as I would have hoped he did. He's actually been very injury prone. as Johan Bakayoko. Maybe that's why those other teams didn't go for him on a free. Still a good squad option. I will show you the status of the squad after this too, as we chat about transfers, maybe make some bids, maybe identify some targets. I want to hear from you guys in terms of feedback, really. I feel like I've done all the transfers and shown you what I've done. I kind of want to get you guys involved with where we go next, because I think maybe it's the time to go big, perhaps, as Krupi makes it 5-0. I wasn't expecting this live com to be as long as this, because I wasn't expecting us to score this many goals. But it's always nice when you do. 5-0 on the night then. 75 minutes played. Bakayoko, I think, getting this assist. It is. It's a nice finish. He takes it into his stride. Pops it in the back of the net. 5-0. There's the bench, just so you can see, I don't know, get a taste for who's made the squad and who's not in the squad, perhaps. Bakayoko corner, looking for 6 with 10 to play. Juve off the bar. Silla. Krupi might smash it back in, might might go wide again. Just going to hold on to it. Here's Martial. Naipan. Yeah, nothing came of that one in the end. We did go close, though. Those set pieces are working quite nicely. Andy Juve's been so solid in our team this year as well. Utara, maybe left back's an area. I mean, he's not helped himself with this. As I was about to say, maybe left back is an area where we might be able to make an improvement as he passes straight to them. There's Alban Lafont with the save, though. Surely now, that's going to be full time. 3 minutes added on. We'll get ourselves back out of here. We'll maybe go and jump to the squad screen, and I'll show you in a little bit more detail how each player has done, and maybe we'll talk about where we want to look for some options. Perhaps if there's been weaker areas of the pitch, maybe we'll look for where we can improve by identifying some targets, having a bit of a transfer search from there. This, though, might be the end of the game, as Lorient might get one back. They do. It's Svein Aron Gudjonsson, son of Ida Gudjonsson, I do believe, and a bit of a throwback to last year's DOF save. Gudjonsson, of course, was in charge at Almeria for a little bit, and I do believe we signed, was it this Gudjonsson we signed? If it is his son. We signed one of his sons anyway, didn't we, at one point? He was rubbish. He scored against us here, though, this one. Is it his son? I actually now want... I don't think we need to check the information screen. That is Ida Gudjonsson just respawned. It definitely is his son. He has another one, right? This is the one we signed. We signed Andrew Lucas for Almeria. He's got so many... Look how many brothers there are. There's 3. There's 3 of them. This one just scored against us, and it's definitely looked like him. We're going to do a lap of honour. I'm going to go and jump to the squad screen now. We'll talk about our season. Let's go and have a think about some transfer stuff. What a season it's been. Champions League qualification. Get in. Okay, so here we are then on the tactics screen. I want to do a bit of squad building live with you today. As I mentioned before, I want to involve you in the process a little bit more so in today's episode. So it might be a little bit rambly, it might be a little bit chatty, but I think hopefully you can see the reasons for doing so. This then is our tactics screen. I've just still got the 4-2-3-1 Gegenpress. I'm going to go with the best 11 pick, just so you can kind of get an idea of who was the biggest performers, who were the worst performers, etc, etc. Lafont, still very much our goalkeeper. As I mentioned, unhappy. Do I want to try and sell him this year? Maybe, because I mean, at some point, maybe that is an idea. We do have Rest as our backup. We played 3 games, but I don't think the keeper situation is something we need to think about too much right now. Just to mention as well, we do have £33 million in transfer budget, 34k available. Now, that's not that much in terms of a wage budget, is it? However, I've just put the contracts in here to show you that Piolo and Marshall Rutty's contracts are both running out. For some reason, Marshall Rutty's agreed playing time went to star player. I've put this onto this screen just so I can kind of manage it. I tried to move as many players down as possible to impact sub and to squad player, just because we were getting all of these players becoming unhappy, as I talked about last episode. For some reason, Marshall Rutty is star player, because I think it happened because of his loan, and then he came back and he just expected to start every game. Needless to say, he hasn't started every game. He's now wanted for his Ender contract stuff. He's going to go back to, it looks like, North America with some USA teams in for him there. I think we're going to have to let him go. Sorry, Canadian viewers. Not quite worked out. I think it was a good idea. He played some games for us, but I think he's going to be one that leaves. So 18k. And Kiolo, I think we've just moved past him. He had a really good season for us in Liga 2, where he played 32 games for us. Played 16 last year, only 2 appearances this year. 0 starts. Guti clearly doesn't fancy him as a starter. So those 2 is about an extra, 40,000 off the wage budget. And then, and I've just noticed something, and I talked about the fact that Naipan might not be here next season. And maybe, just maybe, some of you were screaming at your screens and saying, you've got an optional fee because we do indeed have an optional fee of £12.75 million. His value is like 80 to 90 million. I think what we just saw it in the game there. It's now changed because I did speak to his agent. It is, in fact, something we can go for. And he is, in fact, interested to come to us. However, he does want a wage of £93,000 per week. I think I'm going to offer for him now, because this is a no-brainer, right? We have to do this. I think what I also might do is, just so we've got enough leeway to maybe give him a big wage. I think he's worth a big wage. He is one of the best wonder kids. He's only 20. He's now settled into our team. He's actually been picked as the right winger in that best 11 that we looked at there. I think you would agree with me that we should do this, right? 12 million is nothing for what his value is going to be. Why can't I? Okay, I can't. I was going to say, why can't I talk to him? It's because, of course, they've not actually technically accepted it yet, have they? So I'm going to make a bid for him. Do we have a question over Martial? Let's go back to this screen here. I don't think we do, but maybe something to bear in mind is the fact that he is now not getting into the first 11 with the quick pick and is 31 years old. He did have an unbelievable season, though. 20 goals in 27 starts. It's actually better than last season in terms of goals and average rating. Not quite as good as his first season in that Liga 2 campaign where he got 27 in 26, but he's still an asset, but he's getting older and he is on big wages. We've gone fairly big with wages now. I've had a load of our players come and talk to us about needing new contracts. I didn't really have a choice. I think if you play FM, it's something you want to avoid doing, is giving those big contracts and paying too much in wages, but it's almost unavoidable. And I suppose in the modern world, £47,000 a week is actually not that high. It just feels a lot for Paris FC here. He's 31 on big wages. If we got a bid, maybe it'd be time to say goodbye, but I don't think we're going to get that bid, mainly because of those wages anyway. But maybe something to think about at some point. The back four was Nsoki as the left back, who played 17 times, or started 17 times, rotating with Utara, who did actually play more games. 27 of the games were him. I think it might be time to move past him. I don't know what you think. I think he'd be a brilliant backup. What have we told him he is? We've agreed that he's a star player, and I don't think I can bring this down without him being... Yeah, he can't. He'll get upset if I try and bring this down. I'd love him to be happy to be the backup. I think he's probably only good enough to be the backup. And Soki's probably better than him, even as a centre-back playing as left-back. I don't know how to manage that one. Do we need to sell Utara? Let me know in the comments down below. I want to see all of your comments. I'm going to wait, because this is going to come out on Thursday. I'm going to record on Saturday, so you've got time to leave me your comments to influence what I'm about to do. Hopefully this is the way I'm getting. That's a peek behind the curtain there a little bit, isn't it? But yeah, something to think about at left back. Maybe we should look at a new left back so that Nsoki can become a centre back option. Juf and Teleshovsky, who I showed you during that game, really like him as a signing. Only 20 as well. He could be a great option, but maybe we could improve on that too. We've got other good midfielders though in Diaz, who can come into one of these roles nice and easily. Kiolo didn't play much, but was okay. Cyprian played no games this year, so I think we should try and move him on this summer too. He's now 32 years old. Is that it for midfielders? I think we are maybe still a little bit light there actually, which is why I went and got Teleshovsky in. And of course, actually, Naipan could also play in there, couldn't he? I suppose he's the other one that we would need to look at if we wanted to bring in a new winger, but he's actually getting picked here, and I don't mind it too much. Not sure he's really got the pace for it, but he's going to get even better. So as long as he's playing, I think that's just important, isn't it? Krupi as the number 10 has been sensational. Maybe we'd even do that. Maybe train Krupi, but again, that's not really my job, is it, to train them to play other positions? So we'll go with this. Rhaeg on this left-hand side has it locked down pretty much forever. He would rotate with Bakayoko, who I showed you. 9 starts for him. Very injury prone. Is unhappy about not starting enough games and is wanted for transfer. We could go and make about £20 million in profit on Johan Bakayoko. If he's as injury prone as he has been, are any of these injury prone though? He's just unhappy, not good at training, doesn't enjoy big matches, and also is inconsistent when presented with chances. Doesn't say he's injury prone, even though I feel like he's had loads of injuries. Yeah, this is this year. Look, 3 injuries there. That's 3 months out as well with that broken ankle when we signed him. It's only 4 injuries. Maybe that's a bit harsh, but it felt like he was never available. So do we try and cash in on him? Do we need to cash in on him? I'm not sure. Up front, here is a revelation for this season. 6'6" striker, Jonah Kusi Asari, ended up scoring 10 goals in 16 games. 14 starts for those 10 goals. Came in and just never looked back, just started banging in the goals. So maybe he's the future up front. I don't necessarily think we need to go and sign another one, because even if he wasn't available, Krupi could just go and play as the striker. And I think he's really easily good enough. He got 18 goals this year, 27 and 96. He's about to get his 100th game for us. Does have a humongous transfer value, which we could cash in on as well, because he is wanted by some big I say big teams. Maybe I'm not being, no disrespect to Brentford, Fulham, Leicester, Forest or Sociedad, but if they're going to pay 90 million for him, I would be a little bit surprised. He's making all of the under 21 World Player of the Year shortlist as well. So he's that type of talent. I think we try and hold on to him, although let's say he's reached his potential here. I think we try and hold on to him unless a big bid does come in, and then maybe we've got a decision to make. Going to the bench, players that we might need to shift on. I'm happy with Rest, Martial. There's a bit of a conversation to have there. Cassius has been a really good rotation right back with Tobias, who has been really good. We've talked about him before. Telehovsky's happy and plays a lot of games. Vitic didn't play at all. Maybe this is why we were able to pick him up for 58k. 3 games. He played all right in those games too. If he's happy to be like an impact sub, which is what he's agreed to be, I think we try and we keep hold of him. I don't think he's on a big wage or anything either. He's on 16k. It's not tiny, but I think he's worth holding on to. Alfonso Moreira saw an opportunity, signed him for 1.4. Hasn't really worked. Only played 1 game. If we sold him for a profit here, I think that's something we need to look into in the summer. If he's not being picked and not playing games, maybe he's one we move on. In fact, let's do that now. I'm gonna ask about his market interest and see if there's anyone who would like to sign him. There's not. I'm gonna do this. Weirdly, this seems to work. Okay, even though there's no one there. I'm going to keep trying to use the intermediaries and offering out and things. I think Moreira might be one we try and sell on for a little bit of profit. Of course, 1.7 million we signed him for. 1.4? What was it? If we can sell him for 10 mil, we've made a lot of profit there. You can do the math in the comments down below. Utara will keep as a backup left back. Marshall Rutter we talked about. Kiolo can go. His contract is up. Bakayoko, if he gets one of these bids from these teams we talked about. Quanza, I'm sad about it. I like him. He's now 24 though. If we get a bid, I think it might be time to move him on. Otherwise, he's just going to be a backup. He's agreed to be an impact sub. He's technically surplus to requirements with how little game time he's got. And that is our 11. I want to just show you as well the under-19s, because we do have some youth players in here we need to think about. This being the main one. Jeffrey Cavari. Do we try and integrate him into our 11 at some point? He's made the France under-18s team. Came through our intake. Loads of pros. Not so many cons. Really good potential. Looks like he could be an option for us. Left-footed, maybe train him on this right-hand side. Although I can't do the training. If Guti wanted to, maybe as a 10. Just something to show you. He's the best of not a great bunch. Gil was the next best in our under-19s, and he was in the intake before, I do believe. Just to show you and keep you on top of that. I think what I'm going to go and do now is, now that we've had this conversation, I'm going to go and find out if we can sign Naipan. Let's see what his wages are going to be. Let's continue a day, because I do have a feeling that it's going to be quite high. We have had our bid accepted. Oh my word. He wants 93k to 120k. Are we going to be able to do this? Should we do that? I think, look at those pros and cons as well. I think we should do this. Let's get rid of that. Get this done. If 97k. Can't include a yearly wage rise. I don't want to go above a sell-on fee. I will put a relegation release clause in, because it can bring the price down, and I don't think we're going to get relegated. And if we do, I don't think we're going to have a job anymore. Let's put his appearance fee up and try and bring this to 90. Can he do 5 years? See, none of that negotiation really did anything, did it? What about 93? I think we're just going to have to pay him a big wage. He doesn't have a release clause. I think it's worth it. I don't know. Let me know. Should I have negotiated that more? Maybe. Let me know in the comments down below. I think it's just worth going for. Let's have a look then at some potential targets. Let's see who the director of football suggests, which is David Trezeguet, technically, which is actually our technical director, if you want to think of it like that. Maybe we're doing a recruitment meeting if you want to role play it a little bit. I think maybe, what position are we looking for? Maybe a left back, and we'll move on Utara. Who would he suggest in as a left back here? Anybody? Rico Henry, Matthias Oliveira, and Aaron Hickey. Not necessarily interested in any of those. I'm going to go to a player search here. Let's see if we can just identify 1 or 2 players for some of these positions. Do you know what I'm actually going to do? Before we even do this, I'm going to get rid of all of my all of these here. I was looking for a defensive midfielder for less than 5 mil here. I've really enjoyed signing cheap players like that Talakovsky in our midfield. I feel like I've said his name wrong. The guy from Benfica has been really good and he signed for 1.5 million. I really like that. Let's look for French players under the age of 25 that are now interested in joining us because we've made the Champions League. Actually, what we should do also is we should get past the tick over date because then our reputation is going to take a boost as well. Even though on here there are some interesting names. Or tell you what, Manu Kone jumps out straight away for me. Still only 25. Could he be that defensive midfielder alongside, maybe Juve plays further forward, alongside someone like Diaz in that midfield? Kone could be fun, couldn't he? Still hasn't got his main or his full France debut. So good on FM, very good in real life too. 45 to 60. Do you reckon they'll bring that price down at all? Okay, maybe not. Maybe now's not the time to go and spend 190, 200,000 pounds per week on a player. I think we might pass on that, even though he'd be brilliant. I don't know when the time is to go and spend more on wages. This might not be it. Instead, maybe we'll go and get like a cast off of a big team. Gorna Duarte is a midfielder I love in this game. Doesn't have his full France debut yet. Looks like he's gone to Chelsea and not quite cut the mustard. 27 million he signed for. Real Madrid are in for him. So maybe this one's a little bit... Yeah, again, he's on massive wages if we go for it. Maybe he's a little bit above what we're looking for as well. I know I was looking for a left back before. I'm just going to see. This is just any French player for... I think this is any position now, right? Yeah, any position under the age of 25. We do it by world rep. Kone's right at the top. There's Gorna Duarte there. Cherky. I think he'd be too much money. I want to keep this wage down if possible. I did look at Sildilia before. I don't know about you. I think I like the idea of signing a French, or keeping it quite French in terms of the theme that we're going for. Desiree Doué is an interesting one. I've signed him plenty of times. I really like him. He's gone to AC Milan and not necessarily played many games. He went on a free. We missed him. I actually did. He wasn't interested. In fact, that might be something to look at as well. We'll come back to Desiree Doué. That could be an interesting one because it is in our price range and he wants a reasonable wage as well. Let me know what you think of that as a potential. 21 years old, under 21 caps. It fits the type of profile of player that we've been looking at. In the comments down below, let me know if you think Doué might be a one that we do. Sorry, I actually apologise for that. Sorry. And to distract you from that horrible joke there, let's quickly have a look at players whose contracts are expiring because that could be a fun one. The July is only a couple of months away. There might be just a big name that we might be able to get in here. Looking at the list here, Nabil Fekir could be a fun one. Again, he's injured, which is maybe expected. Just to give you a quick scroll of these. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think what I'm going to look for, there's no one who jumps out here. Tolisso, maybe a little bit past it now. Tovan, the same type of story. I'm drawn towards those French players once again, though. Okay, no one really is interesting me whilst they're also interested in us. Is there anyone on this list? Yeah, Joshua Kimmich is on there. His contract is expiring from Al Ahly. Have a look at his wages. He's on £1.4 million per week. If he wanted to come, I'd happily have him. Would he be interested? He wouldn't be interested. I tell you what, though, if he goes on a free and wants 50k a week, sign me up. Sign me up. There's Dybala. Gnabry at Real Madrid. He's on 250k. That's why they're not interested. We just can't pay these wages, can we? Okay. Interesting. Let me, before we just finish up for today's video, and tell me if anybody jumps out, please. Let's just look for a potential left back option that we might be interested in signing. I have, and I will go and do all of the due diligence of looking at all of those France under 21 teams, under 19 teams, maybe try and get a bit of an under 19s team together. Our B team and reserve teams are they're just empty, to be honest. If we could get a real group of under 19 players that we could kind of build in line with this save, I feel like that could be really fun. It's just not that easy to do when we're still needing to spend our money on our first team, aren't we? But maybe eventually something to look for. These guys then, as left back, potential left backs, would be interested in joining us. I haven't actually put left back on. French left backs under the age of 25. Do we have any that... I mean, this guy keeps coming up. I looked at him before. I think he's more of a centre-back. He is. Could be an interesting one. Lots of under 21 caps as well. Only 21 still. Do like him. Bastian, I'm going to call him there. Who's the French left backs now actually in their team? The senior squad's left back is Theo Hernandez. Do you have any other left back on the bench here? Lucas Hernandez. Thomas Lemar is a left wing backs fund. That is something I would do and move him to being an actual left back. Camavinga can play there, wanted by Liverpool and Man City. I don't think we're going to get him. Under 23s, they don't really have a team. Under 21s, Miepiu is actually playing there as the left back option. Maybe something to consider. Kumbedi as well keeps popping up as an option. Wanted by Atletico Madrid now as well. He's right-sided, but someone I thought about signing before, actually. Anyone on here you like the look of too? Bichiabu is another one, actually. Even for centre-back, could be somebody to look for. They don't have pictures on here, by the way. For some reason, on the French national team, they don't have their photo. But if I went to Napoli here and looked at their squads, if I go to their players here and then found Bichiabu. Oh, now he doesn't actually have a picture. That's interesting. I thought he would. Anyway, I think he does have a photo, but the French national team makes it go weird with the photos in a strange way. Anyway, Riyad Hassan is also a left back. Wow, look at that hair. Manchester United. Going to cost too much. I think he's probably not interested either. Anyway, hopefully this was a nice little peek behind the curtain. I'm going to continue with this process. I'm going to listen to your suggestions too. Is left back, centre mid, the players that I've looked at signing Naipan on a permanent deal? Do I need to look for another winger? Do we need a new goalie and then bring in Rest as the first choice player? Let me know what you'd be thinking to do with this squad here. Would you keep going with the transfer system, the transfer approach that I'm going with, strategy of signing these young French players as well as other young players from around the world like Naipan? I think it's working quite nicely. I think we can get there because these players will develop and then we'll also bring in some big players too. Or do you think now's the time to go big on a player and sign somebody like a Manu Kone to push the needle a little bit more? Last episode, we were in this situation here. It was around about this sort of date. I've gone on maybe a couple of weeks. The last thing that we were looking at in the episode was whether or not we should make Sverre Halset Naipan a permanent signing here. I've gone ahead and done that. You saw me offering him the contract last episode. He is going to join us on the 30th, which is tomorrow, on a permanent deal for £12.5 million, which I think is actually going to be a bit of a bargain. He was really quite good with us on that loan deal that we had. Look at the profit that AC Milan have made on this, by the way. 2.9 million to sell him for, 12 million. We might even make more of a profit on him, won't we, eventually? I've gone with a little bit of a theme with the signings that I have made. I'm going to show you what my transfer business is in a second when we continue to the end of this window here. I just wanted to start where we were last time. I'm also going to show you up until about January how our first half of this season has gone with this squad here with a couple of new additions based on your feedback, your suggestions. I hope you're going to be happy with the business that we've done, and I'll let you know how Guti has done in the first half of this season. Is there a decision that we need to make? Let's go and find out. Oh, by the way, just before we do jump ahead, a quick call to say, if you are enjoying the series, if you enjoy the videos here on the channel, please do subscribe to the channel. We're aiming for, I think 75k has to be the next aim. We're on, what, 66,000? 75 feels like a big milestone. So please do support and help out if you are enjoying your time here. Like the videos too, because it does help a lot. And I do want to hear from you in those comments down below. Thank you, everybody who is regularly watching these videos. I really do appreciate you. And also a little apology for the last video. It got uploaded with some of the audio being muted, so we've had to re-upload it. So apologies if you did see it twice, but thanks for watching it twice if you did. Anyway, let's jump ahead then to the halfway point of the season. We're in December. Here we are. This is December the 22nd, 2027. It's our third season in the top flight here in France. It's our fourth season at the club. Fifth season if you count that little half season at the start as well. We're going okay. Now, you might look at this and be a little bit disappointed. Now, I wonder if I agree with you, which is why I did mention before, is there a decision that we might need to make at some point? Really, our aim, after finishing third last season, I think is to finish second in this campaign, at the very, very least. Although Monaco themselves are having a really good campaign. They've lost just 4 times. They're only 4 points off PSG at the top, and I don't think that's anything to be sniffed at. If you're anywhere in contention with PSG, I think you're having a really good campaign. Just 5 games they've dropped points in. We've dropped points in 8 games. We're not a million miles away, 7 points off them, but is that a little bit worrying? If we're not making progress, what's holding us back? Is it the transfers that I've made? I'm hopefully going to convince you that it's not that. And if it's not that, is it Guti? I'm saying the things that you shouldn't say out loud, but I want to hear from you guys. Are we eventually, let's have a look at his profile actually. Are we eventually going to be held back by having Guti as our manager? Do we need to be looking around and just keeping our options open in case there is a better manager to come in for us? I like him a lot. He's had great success. He's done a really good job here. But if we're not going to push on, if we're not going to make that next step, do we need to be sensible with this? Do we need to have a little look? I'm not going to do anything right now, but I do want to hear from you guys. You need to let me know if the sentiment around him is beginning to change. If the wind is changing and we need to change manager, you need to let me know. After, I know last episode we spent our time being so positive about him. I feel like he's earned himself a little bit of time. But I do want to just continuously hear your feedback in the comments. You're going to be the voice of the voice of the fans in these comments down below. 18 games in then, halfway through the season, just over halfway. 5th in the league, 33 points, 3 points off the Champions League places. I feel like we can drag ourselves back into there, but there is a little bit of work to do. Now, let me justify why I'm going to not blame myself by showing you the transfers that I've made in the remainder of that transfer window before showing you some of the results. Here they are. There's a little bit of a theme. I think I've done a great job. After that Sverre Halset Naipan transfer was made permanent, we also brought in 3 other players. I'm just going to check. There wasn't any before the tick over last. No, there wasn't. These are the 3 players we've bought in the summer. All of them, well, actually 3 of them, of a slightly Scandinavian theme, which I didn't deliberately do, but there are just so many really good players from that part of the world, it seems. The first of which, for £15 million, again, I'm going to always say this, because we've been back so well with our owners. They give us so much money. I'm doing a lot with installments because I'm kind of just trusting in the future that they're going to keep giving us money. We've spent 80 million, brought in just 4.3. I do think eventually we might need to sell some players to make it fairly realistic and, you know, sustainable. But for now, £15 million. First player in is Isak Johannesson, in from Copenhagen in Denmark, the Icelandic international. 46 caps already. He's only 24. This guy's beefed up our midfield, probably most likely playing as a defensive midfield. If we go to his form, Guti has been playing him as a deep-lying playmaker, as a DM. He doesn't play the whole game ever, but he does start nearly every single game. Just one game here where he didn't get taken off, but he starts every game. Did play as the attacking midfielder against Young Boys in the Champions League for one game. He's the first player in. If we have a look at his profile, I think this is a good signing. £60,000 per week. Just really good attributes overall. Really good passing and technique. Great determination. Still young as well. Is one of those that is going to slightly get better. Great pros and cons here as well. Good player traits. Left-footed in this defensive midfield spot, passing the ball about, being a bit of a playmaker. Really think he's a solid player to bring in. 18 appearances from him so far, 1 goal, 3 assists, and a 7.01 average rating. Can't really argue with that, I don't think. That's just, it's not amazing, but it's solid, isn't it? For 15 mil, I think we've got ourselves a bit of a bargain. Next up, you know about this one. It is Sverre Halset Naipan, brought in on a permanent deal, and have a look at his value now. I said about AC Milan making a profit on him. If we were going to sell him, we would make a pretty silly profit. £12 million. He's also played 18 times, 1 goal, 5 assists, slightly lower average rating. He's often played out wide, I do believe. If we go to his form here, look, he's played in a real variety of positions. Defensive midfielder as a ball winner, left wing as a winger one time, right wing as an inside forward. He's kind of played wherever he's needed, but does always play. He's played every single game. Look, 20 out of 20. Only 21. He's going to get better. If you have a look at his potential here, look at the pros and the cons. We know how good he is. He's one of those proper wonder kids, wasn't he, at the start of this year's game? Only 21, going to get better. Has made his full Norway debut as well with 2 caps and a goal now for the national team. £93,000 a week. We saw us do that contract, didn't we, in the last episode? I think he's going to be worth it. And then the final 2, I really like these. In fact, I really like one of them, and I hope you guys are too. We have brought in, first of all, we've brought in Thiago Parente as a new left back. Left back was a big issue. We had Utara there. And just to go back and show you, Utara, lots of you in the comments were telling me to get rid and sell him. He was kicking up a fuss. He wanted to be a star player. I've loaned him out. He's gone to Rio Ave in Portugal. They're going to pay some of his wages. He's just been, I just needed him off the books. They paid us £500,000 to have him for the season. He just had to be moved on. So he's gone out on loan, as well as quite a few other players have gone on loan too. I'll show you these transfers afterwards. But I think we've brought in a really nice option as a left back. Loads of value on him. Another player that we've brought in from Benfica. We've paired him up actually with his former Benfica teammate on this left-hand side. I'll show you on the tactics here. Parente plays as the left back in this 4-2-3-1 Gegenpress. João Rego plays as the left winger most of the time, and a Portuguese Benfica heritage left side has been pretty successful for us, or at least should be successful for us. I'm hoping that can translate to a few more results on the pitch, but I think we're pretty strong there. He is only 21. I think he's a really nice signing. Did cost us a fair bit of money, 21 million, could rise to 23.5. Can't quite remember how much that was up front, but it wasn't all of that up front, of course. He was our penultimate signing and our final signing. We were looking for a midfielder. You were going big. You were saying like, go and get Manu Kone, go and get, lots of you were saying to go and try and get Zaire Emery. I tried because it was such a good suggestion, and he's someone who I've kind of wanted to sign for a long time actually on FM, but never quite been able to afford him, and he's at PSG, so sometimes it's hard to go and pick him up. I tried to sign him. He ended up joining Bayer Leverkusen on loan. He wanted silly wages that we couldn't quite afford. He's on £135,000 per week. So yes, his value wasn't particularly high and he was affordable there, but his wage demands were just outrageous. So he's gone on loan to Leverkusen. Maybe at some point we could pick him up, but for now, he's one that got away. Another one that people were suggesting was Manu Kone. He stayed at Gladbach, but he's another one that maybe we keep an eye on. Maybe when we get a bit more money, if we had back-to-back seasons in the Champions League, maybe he's one for the future. And the final player that people were suggesting was Tanguy Nianzou from Sevilla. His transfer value was really low, and loads of you were pointing it out that it was like less than 20 million. I couldn't agree more with you. I think it'd be a really good option to play either centre-back or defensive midfield in our system. As soon as I went to approach them and asked to sign him, his value went way up. It was more than this, actually. I think it was like 50, 60 million that they wanted. He's also on 80k a week, so he's a little bit too pricey for us. So instead of him, I did invest in a different youngster. That youngster being a hero, a legend of Football Manager, Rooney Bargi. In from, I thought before he goes to like a proper big team, he was at Lille in this save. They signed him for 8 million. We could pick him up for about 30 million, rising to 40 million. I thought now's the time to go and get him. I love him. He's so good in Football Manager. He's a little bit, I don't know, maybe he's been signed enough times that he's a little bit boring to you guys, but I feel like he fits in with the vibe that we're going for with Paris FC. So hopefully you can back me on this one. He's also going to be value for money, isn't he? Look at his value straight away. Look at the pros and the cons, the ability. Look at the start he's had to his life at PFC, as we call ourselves. 18 appearances, 7 goals, 6 assists, 3 player of the matches, 7.28. He is starting as the right winger. We talked about needing a right winger, actually, didn't we? He's left-footed, inverted on this right-hand side. It just felt a little bit too perfect. Even his wage isn't that high at £58,000 per week. So we've brought in Rooney Bargi. I think in terms of transfers, I've done a really good job, which is why I'm asking the question about Guti. Should he be doing better with, if I just go to here and let's just do a quick pick. Should he be doing better with this side here? If we go through Lafont, Tobias Parente as fullbacks, love both of them. We've still got Abakar Silla, Lenny Yoro. Such a good young team, isn't it? House at Naipan and Juve in that midfield. Krupi is the number 10. Bargi on the right. Rego on the left. Kusiasari up front, or it could even be Martial, or it could be Krupi as the striker, and then you play somebody else out wide. We've also got Johannesson to come in, and maybe you play Naipan from the right-hand side, or Naipan in the number 10 here. There's loads of options and really good players. That's the squad. We actually, annoyingly, we did have an injury to Telehovsky, who's a player I really like. He broke his leg, so he's out for a few months there after he played a lot of sub appearances. I also think we've got the squad to a point now where there's a lot of rotation. Like Diaz has played 9 or 12 games in here. There's a lot of really good rotation. Nobody really is being left without playing any games at all. Mainly Cyprian hasn't played, but he's really quite happy. I've gone through and tried to change on their happiness, by the way. He's happy to be a fringe player, and he's expecting to be surplus to requirements, so he can happily be there in case we need him. And then the other one is Vitic, who I think he's a really good backup as a centre-back, but he's also happy to be an emergency backup. So we've got the squad in a place where no one's really kicking up a fuss. The only people who are unhappy is Kusiasari, who wants to start more games. 5 starts, 5 goals from him. I wonder, actually, maybe I promised that's why he was the quick pick up front. I mean, we kind of want to develop him too, so if he plays more games, it's not the end of the world. And the other people unhappy were, and they've kind of let go of this now, is Lafont, who wanted to move to try and get into the French team, still hasn't made his France national team debut, and Krupi, who wanted to play games because he wanted to play for France too. Still not made his national team debut. Look at his value. I've moved his value. There's a few teams sniffing around him. So I just moved his value right to the top of what he'd be happy with here. In fact, I can make it a little bit higher now. My client would still be happy if I made it. I might as well put it to the top because I don't really want to sell him, and we might as well make the asking price right at the top as it could be. Look, he'd be happy for it to be 147 million. So that is now his asking price, 147 million pounds. But all of this seems really positive, doesn't it? The problem is the results, they haven't been too amazing. There's been lots of wins, but we've dropped points in, did I say 8 games? 5 losses. We've lost to Le Havre. Stade de Reims, we've of course lost to PSG, a 1-0 loss at home. We'll have a look at that team actually, or that result, because I think that's it's a good measure of where we are as a squad, isn't it? If we're not winning, if we're not being competitive with PSG, then we've got a problem. We also lost to Monaco, who have really kind of cemented themselves as the second best team in the league, haven't they? We also lost to Lens. Those were our 5 losses, 3 draws, Nice, Troyes, and Lille with all 1-1 draws. We are though, despite this, having some great results. A 5-0 win against Metz. We beat Brest 5-0. We always do, don't we? We love to absolutely destroy Brest in every single game. We beat Lyon 2-0 recently. And this is what I wanted to show you. The Champions League, we've taken to it like a duck to water. We're top of the league phase. 6 games played, 5 wins, just that 1 loss. Look, we lost to Sociedad. But 5 wins. We beat Rangers, Frankfurt, Hapoel Beersheva, Young Boys. We even beat Liverpool 2-0. 15 points. We're going to go straight through to the, not the playoff round, but the first knockout round of the Champions League, which I think is going to be great for us. Maybe for our reputation, maybe to attract some better players to the club. It's very, very positive in terms of the Champions League. We just need to get our league results together, which is going to be the order of the day. The next few games are, we've got Lille away, Milan in the Champions League, Montpellier in the league. We've got a decent run. Home to Monaco could be one to try and aim for a good result. PSG is coming up in April before the end of the season. We'll find out how this goes in the rest of this season. We're not going to do anything drastic with Guti yet. I do want to hear from you guys what you think I should do with Guti. Is it time to ask the question, or has he bought himself at least, well, I think at least until the end of this season, but does he have another season after this one, even if we don't make the Champions League? Is that the time to say goodbye? I'm not sure. I want to hear from you guys. Before we do go, maybe we'll play a game today. We'll see. Before we do move on, I just want to show you this result against PSG. A 1-0 loss at home. It was the 4-2-3-1. There's the lineup. It was Martial leading the line, Krupi in behind, Johannesson and Mateus Diaz, who's maybe played more games than you'd expect him to. Naipan played on the right. It was pretty close. We had 9 shots, they had 10. It's 45% possession for us. Just 1 shot on target, so really we didn't create too much. Their XG was 1.65 and they missed the penalty. So they really didn't create too much either. If you take off about, what is it, 0.7 for a penalty in terms of XG, they've actually created less XG than us overall if you've taken away the penalty, which you can't just take it away. But you know what I mean, right? I feel like we're getting closer. And then with results like beating Liverpool, maybe because it's the league phase, they weren't quite as up for it. But a 2-0 win at home to them, only 5 shots from us, 3 on target. But Rego and Martial with the goals. Martial, by the way, still scoring plenty for us. If we go and have a look at those player stats actually in today's video, there's the lineup. Bargi on the right, Rego on the left, Martial and Krupi in behind. It's a pretty set 11. I think in the last game against PSG, you saw that it was, who was the backup? Nsoki played at left back, but Parente is mainly the guy in there. Just want to show you some of those player stats because we need to take the temperature check of the season. Today's episode is really going to be about asking that question about Guti. I want to hear from you. Are we disappointed with where we are in this league table here? Or a couple of results, does that get us back towards 3rd, 2nd? And is it kind of the same again this year? Perhaps. Average rating, by the way, Vinicius Tobias, our right back. He is excellent. I really, really like him. Only 23 as well. He's actually wanted by Newcastle and Leipzig. I don't want to sell him. In fact, maybe we should set his transfer or his asking price as high as we can make it. 25, surely he'd be happy with. Let's move this up. 30. Right, he'd be happy to put his asking price at 45 million. So 46 is too much. 45.5. I'm going to put it right at the high end. We're not looking to sell, are we? So I'm going to do that. Let me show you those player stats in here then. Most of the goals being scored by João Rego from the left-hand side. Krupi from in behind the striker with 9, and then 7 from Anthony Martial, who's still scoring the goals at 32 years old. What a signing he has been, by the way. Free transfer. Look at the goal scoring record. A little bit less this year because there's probably less starts in there, actually. And a lot of them, when he does play, are playing from the right-hand side. Or actually, his left-hand side this year, mainly as a striker this year. But last season, he played a lot from that inside forward. I think with Bargy coming in, he's now not playing on this side as much. But 9 goals from Bargy as well is really, really impressive too. Average ratings-wise, our best player, Tobias from right-back, Bargy, then Rago, and then Silla in behind. Maybe we need to fix this Kusiasari thing. I wonder if I did promise him, actually. Can I see? I mean, if I go to here, what promises have I made? If I go to here, look, no outstanding promises. So maybe I did not. Let's find out how we go. I want to hear from you guys, though. That's kind of the main thing with today's episode. I'm going to go and play through the rest of this season to hopefully get you another video out this week, too, to keep this save moving along, chugging along. I really do hope you're enjoying it. Let me know what you think about Guti. Should we be asking the question, or has he earned himself a little bit of time to try and get us to where we need to be? Maybe we'll have a quick little look. Actually, if I go to staff search, this is naughty. We shouldn't do this. But before we end today's video, let's just go to employed, can be any. I just want to see an assistant manager. Is there any really high profile assistant managers that would maybe be interested in us? If we add in here the world rep, we shouldn't be doing this. This feels, I'm sorry, Guti, he's not going to know, but going behind his back like this feels naughty, doesn't it? World reputation, let's look for a high rep person. Is there anyone on this list that kind of like jumps out on here? Maybe if I actually just get rid of staff role assistant manager, and we can maybe, because there might be managers that come up on here too that maybe would be interested. I think this is only including like interested staff, so these would all be people that might be interested. Benny McCarthy, that's an interesting one. Sequeira. In fact, let me change this to manager, because maybe that's the best way to do this. They might then come in as an assistant manager. They might not, but let's have a look at it. We've got some high profile ones in these guys at the top. Graham Alexander. There's not really any names that I'm like, oh, we need to go and get him. So maybe this makes me feel better. Albert Riera is actually having a pretty good career in France at the moment, right? In real life as a manager, which is quite interesting. Danny Parejo, the ex-midfielder there, look. There are some names. It's something I might need to keep an eye on. Arturo Vidal could be a fiery appointment, couldn't he? Alessandrini, that's an interesting one. Anyway, if there was like Zidane popped up on here and he was interested to come, maybe we think about it. He's not, so maybe Guti gets a little bit more time. I don't think we're gonna sack Guti to bring in Graham Alexander, are we? Anyway, I think we'll leave it there for Vincent Kompany's on there. Would he be interested? He'd actually join. Vincent Kompany is actually one that is on there. Interesting. I'm not going to do anything with it, but I did just spot his name there. We're window shopping. That's all. Nothing weird. It's fine. Hi, welcome back to the DOF save, the Paris FC DOF save, where we finished another season in the French top flight, where we're trying to topple PSG. But actually, they didn't even win the league this year. We have finished 5th, which is why I talked about in the intro there about the fact that I may have questions about our manager, Guti, especially in the context that PSG have had an off season. And were we there to take advantage? No, we weren't even close. We finished 5th. We finished outside of those Champions League places. We have finished way behind the eventual winners, AS Monaco. We've had this whole save thinking about we need to try and get one over PSG, try and win the league and try and beat PSG. And actually, Monaco have gone and done it. Monaco, with their manager, who is Adi Houta, has gone in and actually managed to do it. 82 points for them, 81 for PSG. We are way down on 62 points. Is that actually, how many worse is that than last season? We finished on 67 last season, 62 this time. We finished 2 places lower than last season. Way down in 5th. It will be the Europa League for us next year. And that begs the question, as I referenced before, is Guti the right man to be leading us at this stage? We were so enamored with him earlier on in the save. We thought he was brilliant. He led us to that 3rd place finish. But a few questions began to be asked in the comment section of last video and just by myself as I was playing through this season here. He's good. He's solid. But is he lacking a little bit? Tactical knowledge of 13, Judging player ability and potential, is this maybe a little bit low? He has really good people management and motivating, which are really important factors for a manager. But it has led me to start making a little bit of a shortlist for a new manager. Now, let me show you how the season has gone and also give you the context that maybe saves him a little bit, in that we have made a cup final. We are going to be playing Nice in the French Cup final. If he wins this, does that save his job? I'm really once again asking for your feedback on this. What do we do? If he wins this cup final, is this a brilliant farewell for him? And then we appoint somebody else? Is there even a good candidate that could take over from him? We're going to play this today and find out whether that changes our minds a little bit. Let me show you how the season has gone then, with our results from January onwards, which is where we were in the last episode, wasn't it? We were around about this point here where we were going into Jan. We had that amazing Champions League run where we did go through straight away to the round of 16. We bypassed that playoff round. We eventually did lose in the round of 16 to Frankfurt, which is that a bit of a rubbish way to go out? We drew 1-1 away from home and they lost 4-1 to them at home. Does Guti have it in him to lead our team in the big matches? A 4-1 loss at home when, I mean, they only had 5 shots on target and they only had 7 shots on target and scored 4. We only had 5 shots on target at home. We were kind of just smashed by them. In fact, the goal at the end from João Rego was a little bit of a consolation from us. There's the starting 11 you can see. It's pretty much what you would expect. And Soccer is the left back rather than Parente is one of the changes he's been making. So I meant to show you as well, I want to just, whilst we're here, we finished the season with a brilliant 5-0 win. We finished the league campaign with a brilliant 5-0 win. I've noticed that Guti's been playing Isak Johannesson as a left back, which I quite like as an idea. He's got most of the attributes you would expect for him to play left back, but just an interesting thing that he's being quite radical with his choices and where he's playing players, and I quite liked it as an idea. Anyway, it worked in this game because we won 5-0 away from home. Bargi got a couple, Kusiasari got one. He scored actually from left back, the opening goal in that one. Just to have a look at the results from January onwards. January was really, really good. We won all of our, we didn't lose in any of our games here. We drew to Lille 3-3, 0-0 with Montpellier is a bit disappointing. Here's our progression through the French Cup. Look, beating Montpellier in the cup game after drawing to them in the league. We beat Strasbourg. In the league, we did lose 4-1 to Marseille away from home. We did lose 2-1 to Monaco at home. That was after a red card though, so maybe extenuating circumstances for that. And of course, Monaco are good. They did go and win the league, as actually really annoyed me because, if PSG don't win the league, you want to be the team that's winning it, right? Are they going to have an off season again? I don't know. It's going to be one of those that we're going to have to just hope that it does happen again. Couple of good wins, a loss at home to Lens, maybe too many home losses, maybe too many red cards, and Soccer sent off early in this one, and then a 3-1 loss by the end of it. We did then have that exit of the Champions League after that even, and this might be the low point of the entire season. A 3-1 loss to Clermont. Clermont finished 13th. They're not that rubbish of a team, but we shouldn't be losing to them if we have the grand aspirations that we do have. Losing to them is a little bit of a kick in the teeth, isn't it? 3-1 away from home. And then actually, to finish off the season, we've been in fantastic form. Just one loss in there, and that was, of course, to PSG. We still, I don't think in this save, I still don't think we've beaten them, have we? They are just too good. Look at their team, though. This is why they're too good. They've got Xavi Simons back now in this particular save after he's got like buybacks and stuff. He's at Leipzig before that. He's fantastic. Look at the rest of the team, though. Mbappe is very much still there, plays from the left-hand side. Colin Mouani was leading the line in this one. Asensio's still there. It's quite, they haven't actually signed that many people. They signed this Shotard, who's really good on FM. One that if we'd maybe got him a little bit earlier, could have been great for us, but they signed him for 51 million from Porto. He went there from Montpellier. But yeah, there's our team. We just don't beat them very often, but we did win most of the other games. Some really big ones in there too, as well. Beating Lyon 5-1, Rennes 5-0 we looked at, Stade de Reims 4-0, which is also brilliant, even with another red card. I think we might have had the most red cards in the league. I'm going to assume we did. I want to actually check that because I do like looking at these player stats. Red cards on... What's my best way of doing this? If I go to here, I can probably put it in, can't I? Okay, so we actually had the second most. We did, well, the joint first, to be honest, with Metz. 5 red cards over the course of the season. I think I've actually shown you most of those in today's video already, haven't I? But yeah, maybe discipline is a slight issue. What's Guti's actual discipline? I don't know if this affects it, but what is his level of discipline is only 10. Maybe that affects it. I don't really know. Maybe they don't feel like they're going to get in trouble if they get these red cards. Either way, I am, as I mentioned, having questions about Guti. We are going to, in today's video, play the French Cup final, or when I say play it, we're going to go and watch Guti play it. We're going to go with watching man to this cup final at the Stade de France. And we're going to talk about a potential replacement for Guti. I'm going to show you the options. I'm going to ask you to feedback in the comment section, please. And also maybe even go to the Claytrions and ask for your advice. Maybe even do a vote if there is some candidates that we like the look of. I have created a staff shortlist. I have called it the Manager Shortlist 2028. And if I show you using my view here, which is my Manager Shortlist view, we can have a look at some of the key credentials that might give us a bit of a decision to make over Guti's future. These are the guys that I have found that are currently free agents and are currently interested in joining us as a manager. Now, actually, I should really just say, now some of them are interested to come in technically and be our assistant manager. Some of them I have identified as being realistic type manager options that we would probably need to use the in-game editor to actually make our assistant manager to make this series work. But we could have a conversation about that if we think any of these are good. To show you the ones that are actually interested to come in and be an assistant manager and we wouldn't have to use the editor are Vincent Kompany, who is wanted at the moment by QPR and a couple of French teams. So that kind of fits, doesn't it? He plays a 4-3-3. His attributes maybe not quite as good. He's got great motivating. Tactical knowledge is not very good really at 11. Danny Royal, who is, I think, probably the best candidate, but not necessarily the biggest name. But does play a 4-2-3-1, has been a manager at Sheffield Wednesday, has been the Germany assistant manager, and has also been the assistant manager at Bayern Munich. Is it time to give him a chance as our manager? He's got pretty good tactical knowledge at 16. The other attributes for a manager, not amazing, but perhaps the best of the options. And then there are a couple of big names that maybe we just need to consider. Cristiano Ronaldo would actually be interested in joining us as an assistant manager. And it's Cristiano Ronaldo. He's never been a manager before. This is straight after he's retired from being a player for Al Nassr 3 years ago. He's not had a role since then, but he would be interested in becoming a manager. His perfectionist personality, motivating's okay. The other attributes are a bit average. I don't know about Cristiano Ronaldo. The last one, though, is Fernando Torres, who has been a manager. So this maybe gives him a little bit more of a pedigree here. He was the Watford manager. If we go to his milestones, he was sacked due to their poor league position. Is that a bit worrying? He was the caretaker manager at Atletico Madrid as well for a very short amount of time, for about 11 days there. Watford hired him, then they sacked him. I believe this was in the Championship, I want to say. Yeah, it was in the Championship rather than in the Premier League. He did win a FA Cup third round game against Ipswich, and then did also get knocked out by Coventry in the Carabao Cup. I'm not sure, which is why I have also included a couple of managers that are currently out of work and are, I think, realistic for this. The first of which, do I put him forward as maybe the first choice? Gennaro Gattuso. He is most recently the manager, or was most recently the manager at Nice, where he was also not particularly good. He did, if we go to his milestones here, was sacked due to their poor league position. He did also, I think before that, manage Torino and Marseille. I think he might be the best choice here. We would need to add the in-game editor to bring him in because he's not actually interested in becoming our assistant manager, which makes sense, but it's one of the parts of this save. But I wonder, we kind of did that in the past with Will Still, didn't we, to make him the Spurs manager? I don't know. Let me know in the comment section what you think of this one. The other options to go with him are Iraola, the Bournemouth manager in real life. He was Bilbao manager in the game here. Quite like him. Good young manager, only 45. Attributes aren't quite as good as Gattuso's, and also plays a 4-3-3 rather than a 4-2-3-1. But we aren't welded to the 4-2-3-1 necessarily, are we? So maybe someone to consider. Vincent Kompany we looked at. Thiago Motta is the last one. And I'm intrigued by Thiago Motta because I think he's quite good in real life. I think he's got quite a nice, high, rising reputation as a young manager. And also, he does have history with Paris, being a PSG player Now he becomes the Paris FC manager, can go and win the league with them. I kind of see it. His attributes are okay without being amazing. They are probably slightly better than Guti's though, which is maybe all we need to consider right now. And I think that is just about it for our manager shortlist. If I do go to show you on here, there are of course other managers that we could consider. I'll show you this list a little bit now, just in case anyone jumps out to you and you think they should be an actual viable option, like Martí Cifuentes, who is the QPR manager in real life. There's people like Gasperini, not a bad shout. I mean, Simeone and Eddie Howe are on here, Conte on here, Ten Hag's on here, Guardiola's on here, but I just don't quite think that one's realistic, is it? Although he hasn't actually got a job at the moment, and he's wanted by Newcastle and PSG. I mean, he's probably going to go to PSG, isn't he? Who's the PSG manager right now? Because maybe that's something to consider. Just in case, if Guardiola takes over and they sack nobody is their manager. Who have they just sacked then? Diego Simeone. Now, that does mean he is unemployed. Is this one ridiculous? Like listen to the narrative that I'm going to spin to you here. A wounded and angry Diego Simeone, after being sacked by Paris Saint-Germain, takes over at Paris FC in a bid to gain revenge on his city compatriots. Do you see what I'm saying? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Is this one maybe we could use the editor to go and bring in and say, do you know what? There's a storyline there. Or is it a little bit unrealistic for you? Diego Simeone does play a 4-2-3-1, is an excellent choice as a manager, if a little bit defensive, but I kind of see it as an option. I don't know. Let me know what you think of that one. I'm going to put that out there and let me know in the comments what you think. Those are my managerial suggestions. Those are the people I'm putting forward. However, I do very much want your feedback on this one. And Claytrions, if you are a Patreon member, I may be coming to you soon to put forward a vote for our new manager. I suppose all of that also does come down to whether we are going to remove Guti from his post. He's finished outside the Champions League. It would maybe be a little bit harsh. We do have a Europa League run to go for next year. And also, we do have this League Cup final to go and play. Let's find out how he does in the final by going to play that now and maybe chat about it. And I want to hear from you guys on this one. Let's go and play this cup final and then maybe we'll make a decision. Come on. Okay, let's put thoughts of manager replacements on the back burner for a second, because there is a cup final for us to hopefully go and win. The teams they're warming up. Here we go. Let's find out what Guti's team selection is. We are in great form, as you can see. Oh, he has gone for Johannesson as the left back once again. Now, I did actually check this. This is because there is an injury to Diego Parenti. It's 4-4-2 for Nice. Moffi and Laborde up front. A nice strike force there, actually. Here we go. There's Guti in his tracksuit manager, as we said before. It looks like he's cut his hair, which is interesting, isn't it? Let's just take in this team selection before we actually continue here. Let's pop a pause on. It is Lafont in goal, so he hasn't gone with the cup goalkeeper, which is Rest. I think he's played a few times this year. Tobias is the right back. Still unbelievably impressed with Vinicius Tobias at right back, by the way. Really, really solid. Yoro and Silla are the best two centre backs. Silla is the captain. Johannesson as the left back. Not sure about these downward arrows, but I like it. It's a fun thing playing him at left back. It would be him or it would be Nsoki starting left back. Nsoki's not fully fit, as you can see here. There's the injury for Parenti. He has made the bench, but he's got an orange injury on him. In midfield, it's Telehovsky, who I really like, actually. He had that broken leg, but is back from that now, alongside Andy Diouf. Naipan plays in the number 10. Bargi on the right, Rego on the left, and then Krupi as the striker. Martial is injured, but it is Krupi over Kusiasari, who has played a lot of games recently and scored a lot of goals. His value's jumped right up, by the way. I do think we are pretty set for strikers. Are they moving the needle enough as strikers? Is that where I need to try and bring players in? I don't know. I didn't do any transfer business in January. I held off thinking, I don't really know who to buy. There's no one obvious that was on the market. I'm still looking at Zaire Emery for the summer. He has got that... he's on that loan at Bayer Leverkusen. When he comes back, I'm wondering if we could maybe pick him up. His value stayed at under 20 million. So if he was to be available in the summer, he might be one that we would try and pick up. Anyway, let's concentrate on this final here as we have the first highlight. It said we were in the groove there. It's João Rego's corner. Lenny Yoro has gone for a bicycle kick there, which has flown just wide, but I like it. Ambitious from our centre-back. He's like 6'6", isn't he? He's going for bicycle kicks in the box. I'm into it. I'm into it. Just looking at this Nice team, by the way, they do have Todibo still at the back. They've still got Kefren Turam. They've got Miepiu, who was that left-sided centre-back who can play left-back that we did have a look at in the summer as a potential signing as they go very close to scoring the opening goal. They've hit the bar. Leave rubbish, defenders. Leave rubbish. Here's Johannesson. He's gone pretty close for us as well there. Our left-back or our centre midfielder turn left-back. We've had all of the shots according to the stats. We did see that one shot or header from Nice go. They've probably gone closest as they hit the bar there. Punted forward. Here's Junior Krupi. Out wide to João Rego. Maybe our star man. Naipan. João Rego. Naipan. This is good football. There's a man over in Tobias Krupi. That is beautiful, beautiful football. The offside flag. Well, they're going to check VAR. The offside flag is not up as I thought it might be. The referee is going to check for the offside though. This could be the opening goal and it is the opening goal just before half time. We are on our way to win some silverware. It's actually a lovely goal. There's Tobias. I love him. I really recommend him. In your saves, check him out as a right back. If he's available, honestly, I couldn't say any more positive things about him. There you go. Look, 1 assist, average rating of 8.1 now in this first half. Really, really good right back. And that was a really good half, actually. Pretty solid. Just 2 shots from Nice. A yellow card for Miepiu, who we did talk about just before. Straight back into it. Let's keep an eye on if there are going to be any changes from Guti. Does him winning this, does that change our decision? He's won silverware, his first cup. That is significant, isn't it? If he wins this, that's a nice bit of play. As Juve takes that, what has happened there? I was going to say nice play, but João Rego ran away from the ball. Do you remember that Mo Salah clip where he sprints away from the ball? It was a bit like that. He's lost the ball again there. I mean, this isn't a vintage performance. Considering we won our last couple of games, I think we scored 5 in the last 2. Nice have had highlights. Here they go again. Guavia's just going to run forever. And it's a good save from Alban Lafont. Lafont, who still hasn't made his French debut, but is in the national team. But I think he's 3rd choice in behind. I remember who first choice keeper is. I assume it's not Lloris anymore. I'm not quite sure. I can't remember. Chevalier was backup and then he was 3rd choice. But maybe, just maybe, he'll get that call up and get that appearance at some point soon. Nice on the attack here. That's an effort from Guavia. Guavia's been their main threat, I would say, from this right-hand side. Any subs from our man Guti? Not yet. He's keeping his powder dry for now. Naipan looks a bit tired. Johannesson looks a little bit tired at left back. João Rego's not playing great with that 6.4, probably because when he just ran away from the ball just before has brought that rating down. 35 minutes to play. It is still on a knife edge unless we can get a goal here. Bargi out to Tobias, the man of the moment. Oh, there we go. Tell you what, 2 assists from Vinicius Tobias and Rooney Bargi, our new signing at the start of the season, the latest new player that we've brought in, has scored the 2nd, and that is breathing space. That just might be enough to make sure we win this trophy today. I told you I like this Tobias. It's a good finish on his left foot as well from Rooney Bargi. Smashed in past the keeper. That should be enough. Is he going to make changes now? Still no subs as we approach the last 15 minutes. Okay, he's going very Pep Guardiola here, is Guti. He's not going to make any changes, it would seem. Nice have the ball for this highlight. Todibo into Andre Silva. That's a good ball for Diop. Could get... Okay, it's a poor finish. They have made a sub. It is Nsokion at left back for Johannesson. The centre-back who can play left back. He's played a lot of games at left back here. Is going to replace him. Any other changes? I think that might have been Kusiasari onto the pitch. If I did... Yeah, he was on the pitch. Krupi's maybe gone back to number 10. Kusiasari is on. Here's Rooney Bargi. He's zoom back in a bit. Here's Krupi. Here's Kusiasari. He's definitely on the pitch. Rooney Bargi assists 3-0. This is going to be us winning a cup. A little bit of silverware for Guti. And a 5th place finish and a cup win. Does that buy him another season? Or is it time to be ruthless and see it as a really nice farewell game? Leave on a high for Guti. Go and get yourself another job. Or is that really, really harsh? I don't know. I'm very much undecided. I'm going to wait and see what you guys say in the comments of today's video, because I think there's a real decision to be made. There's possibly another goal here. Terra Moffi has put the ball in the net and sprinted back to the centre circle there. The goal has been given. They're going to maybe make a bit of a late show. Did you see the way he sprinted back to the circle there? Can they make a really late comeback? I would hope not. There's only 4 minutes added on and we've played a minute of it. They do have the ball here, though. Yoro has missed it. Andre Silva's in behind. They're going to make a go of this. Andre Silva has made it 3-2. Okay, if Guti loses it from here, maybe that is worthy of sacking him. There are 3 minutes of added time to play. Lenny Yoro's defending was not good there. I'm going to skip this and get straight back into this. If there's another highlight, I'm going to be worried. Okay, there's not. There's not. Do not panic, because Paris FC have won their first bit of silverware in this save. Did we win the league as we came up? I think we did, didn't we? First cup win. Either way, it is going to be, I think that is, I'm not sure. It looks like Nsocki, but it might be, who's the other side? Silla. He's going to lift the trophy for us. The captain there. I assume it's him, isn't it? We have won the French Cup. Congratulations to Guti and the team. Is that, though? There he is, look. He looks kind of happy as they raise the trophy. Is that going to be his last game in charge? You are going to have to let me know in the comments of today's video. Thank you very much for watching. We will leave it there for today. That also means that there is a new man in charge at the club. So welcome to Paris FC, Cristiano Ronaldo. Sort of. Nah, I'm baiting you. He is, though, our new second team manager. Lots of you suggesting this one in the comments of last episodes. He has come in as our second team manager. I'm not going to reveal who the main manager is just yet. I have also got him to start studying for his Continental C license. He actually could become a viable option to become manager maybe later on in the save. I thought this was a really nice option. So welcome to Paris FC, Cristiano Ronaldo. But I suppose I should reveal to you who I've chosen to be our actual manager. And that man is Diego Simeone. Shock news in Paris, everybody, as Diego Simeone makes the move after being sacked by PSG to Paris FC. Unrealistic, I hear you shouting. I've thought about this long and hard. I've consulted you in various different ways. I've left comments down below the YouTube video last time out. We've been talking on the Patreon. I've had Discord discussions. I did a Twitter poll. Overall, I think this is the best narrative arc for the save. And hopefully I can justify that to you in today's video. I know some of you will be going, is that realistic? But just hear me out. I kind of put out the thought process in last episode, but he's been sacked by PSG. He's angry. He's Diego Simeone. He's literally known to be so angry. We're a new up-and-coming project, a club that has qualified for the Champions League. We've got ourselves back into Europe for next year, even though it's not the Champions League. We've been backed to the hilt financially by Johan Dumont. He's angry. He wants to stay in Paris. This opportunity has arisen. He was sacked, remember. He doesn't need to move. We've got the villain arc of Diego Simeone, who's going to take the job on a huge, huge wage. I've made a sacrifice in terms of financially here to try and justify this even more. I've put him, using the editor, as I had to use the editor to appoint him anyway, on £180,000 per week. He's on more than any of our players to have him here. And if financially we're being ruined, we might need to remove him from the role because of that. So hopefully you can get on board with it. I get it. I really am trying. Hopefully you can see that I am toiling and trying to make the right decisions for the series. I want it to be fun and different and energizing. I wanted to go again with Guti, who he was phenomenal. I know that this was a really normal season that we had with Guti last season. To finish where we finished, which was, where did we finish in the end? It was 5th, right? To finish 5th after qualifying for the Champions League and having the European football on top of the domestic football. This was a completely normal season. Qualifying for the Europa League again, only 5 points less than last year. Even if we got the 67, we wouldn't have qualified for the Champions League anyway. All of those things are completely valid. I want you to know that I have taken that on board and I do know this. However, for the sake of the series, my guess was going to be that if we went with Guti again, he'd probably do something similar. He'd probably finish about 3rd. Maybe he would challenge a little bit more than he has done. Maybe we do a little bit better than we did the season before last. He probably wouldn't win a Champions League. And I felt like it was just a season where we're wasting time a little bit. And this is not a decision to remove Guti from the role here. I want you to think of it not as an indictment of how well Guti did, but instead to show the ambition that we've got here as a club. Have a look at Guti's profile here. Compare him to Diego Simeone's. They are night and day. This really should elevate us to another level. And I think it just fits. I love the narrative arc. For me, it works. And to be honest, if it works for me, I feel like that should be the main thing here. But I do take your views really seriously. I really did toil over this one. I think I can justify it in my head enough to make this decision in the save. So welcome to Paris FC, Diego Simeone. And with that financial backing, I've gone and backed him in the transfer market as well. I've tried to think about what Simeone would want as he takes over at the club. He's going to want to see ambition, I think, is the first thing. If we're going to justify him coming in, we can't ask him to go with the same squad that we had last season. We can't ask him to go with the same lads that finished 5th, basically. So I've gone big in the transfer market, and I'm hoping you're going to like what I've gone for. I've read all of your comments and thought about what we needed, and I've brought in the following players. I've spent £7.75 million. No, this is not true. I've spent a lot more than this. It just happened before the tick over. 3 players to show you first of all, though. These are to replace some backup players that have now departed the team. Outgoings. Bakwa has been sold permanently for £2.5 million. He was out on loan last year. Moreira, likewise. He's gone for 400k. He was on loan last year too. He's gone to Lorient. Also signing for Lorient is Ilan Cabal, who was really good for us in the first season, wasn't it? On the first season and a half. We've got 5 million in for him. Nearly 6 million, so I'm pretty happy with that one. Some free transfers too, notably the contract of Anthony Martial did expire and we have let him move on. A legend of this save. The goals that he scored propelling us to the top division, 27 and 26 in his first season, outrageous. And then in the top division he kept scoring too. Last year we saw a drop off because of his game time, really had dropped off. Just 21 games, 7 goals. He's getting a bit old. He's now 32, turning 33 this year. So it was time to let him go. We weren't going to give him a new contract. So he has departed. Lots of nice wages off the wage bill as well. I've also sold Denso Cassius. He was kind of just like a squad option anyway, wasn't he? Was okay, was pretty good, was solid and was cheap. We sold him for 3 million. I think that's actually a very small profit on him. It's a 0.5 million pound loss on him. I think it actually might be rising to more than that though. It's basically we've got our money back, look, because it does rise to 3.5. I've also loaned out Vitic, but you want to see the incomings. I know you do. In through the door to fuel this push for a title under Diego Simeone is a youngster called Sibusiso Van Wyk. It's Van Dijk, but from South Africa. He actually looks pretty good. Oh, something that I've just noticed has changed. I actually reset my skin accidentally, so I've got the height and the weights in wrong here. But he's tall, at like 6'5" or something like that. I'm going to check it here. One sec. 6'4". 6'4". I have now changed it. 6'4", 13 stone. He's got some lovely down arrows here, which is worrying. He's also linked with a loan move out, but he's happy to come in and be a future prospect. Which is always nice for a player that is this good. I think if we wanted to use him, we could. I've done some heavy scouting to try and find backup players that we could bring in for cheap. He's cost us 350k. South Africa is just a hotbed of talent. If you want to go and find some really good players for really cheap in your save, and you're a few years in, go and just check South Africa. Supersport United, other teams like Sundowns and Kaiser Chiefs, they just produce some amazing new gen players that you can go and pick up for like less than $1 million, and most of the time they can turn out to be really good, like this guy. Hopefully only 19, he's got South African cap. So another way, go to the South African national team and have a look at some of these players on here, see if there's any that you want to bring in, because they might just be really good, especially if you go to like, I don't know, put it on like general info, have a look for the youngsters in here. So we've got a 19-year-old here, Ntokozo Biela, who could also be one. Look, less than £1 million, and he's already quite good. So there you go. That's some scouting tips for you. First player is Van Wyk. Then we've also brought in another backup, Antoine Mendy. He's going to be our new right back cover with Cassius moving out. I've kept hold of Tobias, the main man, but Mendy for like £1 million I thought was a really healthy backup player. I actually think he looks really good. Great pros and cons too. Under 21 caps, still only 24. He was out on loan at Lausanne in Switzerland from Nice, where he's like not played any first team football really. Just seems like a no-brainer to bring him in as a backup. He's also happy to be a fringe player and be a backup too. I know these aren't the exciting signings you're waiting for. We'll get to those. Then another backup centre-back with Vitic leaving, and I think there might have been, was there someone else who left? I'm not sure. With Vitic leaving anyway, we needed another backup centre-back. So I've brought in Ruggiero Michelotti, who was a young, new-gen Italian wonder kid centre-back. Again, he's a bit like Van Wyk, really, in that I don't think he's good enough to be a starter yet. I'm actually a little bit worried about his potential here, that he might not get too much better, but already he is a wonder kid, so he should do, right? He looks pretty good to me. 6'4", great jumping reach, great tackling, solid backup centre-back. He is having to be listed as a star player, though, so we're going to have to contend with that. Eventually, I'm hoping he'll let me bring that down, which I'm trying to keep on top of because I am trying to work with these dynamics here, which is something we're going to need to work on. Somebody did ask me, actually, can you show me the dynamic screen? Here it is. It's actually not that difficult. Lots of you saying that this is something you struggle with in DOF saves, in that your team become unhappy because they're not being played. It's just one of those things. The main thing that you have to do is manage that game time, that happiness on here. If they are receiving what you've promised them, they'll be fine. But that is tricky because as soon as they want a new contract, you have to up their playing time. As soon as you want to sign a new player, they want really high playing times. Try and bring them down and be aggressive with bringing them down. If you have to contend with them being unhappy for a short amount of time, but in long term, you've got them to lower expectations, it might be something you need to do. It's something that I've been doing on the save anyway. Just as another aside there. Let's have a look at these main signings then. These I am excited for. I'm hoping you're going to like them too. To start our season, I have spent just a little over £150 million. First up, let's start at the top. These three here are the players I brought in. Loads of you were saying we need a new striker. Krupi is great. He's maybe more of a number 10. Kusi Asari looks great, but he's young and very raw. Maybe we need that established striker, especially with Martial now getting on in years and now ultimately departing. I have moved and brought in Marcus Leonardo. He is an FM god. He's moved to Benfica in real life, of course. He was available because he was at Aston Villa and he wanted a move to a bigger club. He saw us as that bigger club. I brought him in for £75 million. We were given a budget of about, I think it was 200 million in the summer, which is an outrageous amount. I don't know if it tells you what your budget is here, does it? I don't think it does. It was an outrageous budget. It was actually not much in wages, so it came down to about 100. He's, I think, £25 million up front. We are we're gambling a little bit. We're going for it. As I said before, we need to justify that Diego Simeone appointment. So to kind of back him, I've brought in some ambitious signings. Marcus Leonardo is the first one. This 17 finishing, 16 acceleration, 15 pace. He's not the tallest, which I usually like, but we know he's good. The composure, anticipation, off the board. It's like all of the main things for a striker. He has all of them. He is injured, of course, at the start here for 2 weeks. So he's not going to be able to play in today's live com game, which we are going to play. But I think he scores the goals to take us to, I think, another level, especially with Simeone in charge. I think he takes us to another level. Next up, and one that somebody or lots of you were calling for a while ago. In fact, there is one comment. I need to go and read it. Bear with. Here it is. It's from MC, and he honestly, I'd already played this part here before recording it, and then read all your comments back as these came in, and he said things like, "You need a new striker. You need a sparkling of gold dust because you can't really rely on Kusi Asari." And then he says someone like Manu Kone in the midfield. And maybe a proven striker to take the burden off Kusi Asari. We've brought in Manu Kone, who I actually did before even reading that comment, because we talked about him previously, and have a look at how much the coaches rate him. Have a look, actually, how much Diego Simeone rates him. 4.5 stars current ability. He has come in from Borussia Mönchengladbach, which is where he plays, of course. £70 million, a very similar deal to that Marcus Leonardo deal that we did make before. 25 million of it was up front, and then we're going to pay for it in the future when hopefully we'll be winning Champions Leagues and things like that. We'll see, of course. 27 years old, so he's got the experience to establish French international. He's actually in the French national team, first team squad, I do believe. Yeah, look, alongside Camavinga and Upper Meccano as a defensive midfielder is a really weird one with the midfield talent that they've got. But there he is, right there. Also, to note, Lafont is their third choice keeper still. Has he made his debut yet? Of course he hasn't. No, still not made his international debut. We will continue to wait for that. When he does, maybe his value goes up and that's when we sell him. Lots of you did say as well about Lafont that maybe we should move him on. I haven't, because there's no one really available and I wanted to spend the money elsewhere. So I've gone for Leonardo Kone, those youngsters we saw before. And then finally, because of Simeone, I wanted to go and find a really good Argentinian youngster. And then I found this guy, Nicolas Lopez. has come in from Boca Juniors. If you're going to look for Argentinian youngsters, go to Boca Juniors. Go to the Argentina youth teams. See if any of them are available for a decent amount of money. He had a £7.75 million release clause. So I've brought him in because he's Argentinian. He's going to be a backup, I think. What have I promised him? Yeah, I've only promised him squad player 2. He's going to be a backup for our already pretty good strike force or winger setup that we've got. Only 5'3". He's only a little winger is Nicolas Lopez. But because I wanted to make it sort of realistic with Simeone, I brought in a young Argentinian player, which I think makes a lot of sense. So with all of that considered, let me show you the tactic now, or the team as I would set it up if I was Diego Simeone. I have loaded in a 4-2-3-1 and I've made it clean slate for now because I want Simeone to choose his style of play. And I'm assuming it's not going to be quite the gegenpress that Guti was going for. So I've left it as clean slate. I will, of course, unload or unselect all of these players when we do go into the game. But I wanted to show you what the team might look like if we put our best 11 out there. So in goal, Lafont will continue to be our first choice goalkeeper. I actually think he's really good. Attributes wise, I know we conceded a lot of goals, and even in that cup final last episode, when we conceded 2 at the end from like 2 shots on goal, I think a few of you were asking questions about Lafont. I think he's just the best that we can maybe get at the moment. Maybe for next summer or January, probably next summer, we might look at him. I'm a little bit worried that Rest has not quite improved in the way that I wanted him to take on that mantle. Maybe he just needs game time. Maybe we go bold and put in Rest now. Let me know what you think about that one. But I think for now, Lafont is our first choice. Vinicius Tobias at right back. I have had to fend off all sorts of interest in him. Arsenal were very much interested in signing him. I've put his asking price as high as it could go and rejected every single bid because I think he's really, really good. And I just don't think we'd be able to bring in somebody better than him. So I'm going to keep him in the club and try not to sell him. Defensive or central defensively, Lenny Yoro is still first choice. I'm a bit worried he's not developed in the way that I want him to. And I do wonder if he's reached a little bit of a ceiling. I did try really hard and actually spent most of this season's transfer window trying to sign Presnel Kimpembe on a free transfer. Ultimately, he's joined Lille for £240,000 per week. I did get him to like one of the contracts that we'd managed to offer him after for ages he was saying that we didn't have the financial muscle to be able to compete for him. He's ended up going to Lille, which is a real shame. I mean, he's 32 on massive wages, so maybe it wouldn't have been a smart decision anyway, but I feel like he would have given us a little bit extra in this defence. We've also got this Micheletti who maybe comes in and becomes first choice at some point. Are we a little bit weak at the back? Van White could also come in. They're not far off one another. I just wonder, do we need like a really big right-sided centre-back in there? I think Silla's good enough. Only 25 still. He's also had some interest from other clubs too. I think Silla can start fine. I think Parente is great at left back. We've also got good options to come in. I mean, Utara is still here. I actually need to go and get another backup left back. Utara is back from his loan. At the moment, Johannesson is our backup left back, really, which I actually don't hate because we've got a lot of midfielders. So at the moment, I'm okay with it. We will see. We don't really have much money to spend. Manu Kone and then maybe Johannesson in here. Could also be Andy Juve to come in for him. Could also be Naipan if you wanted to use them deeper. I don't quite know what Diego Simeone is going to go for. We've also got Telehovsky, who's nearly back or is back from that broken leg, but is suspended. Like, we've got loads of midfield options. Diaz, by the way, really liked him. He damaged his cruciate ligaments and has been out for months and months and months. So I don't know if we'll see him again, at least not for the near future. Kone, though, look at him in this ball-winning midfielder role. It might not be a ball winner. It's going to be up to Simeone what the actual roles are, of course. But then into the attack, we have got, let me just move. Where's he gone? Naipan back into here. Into the attack. Something like this, I think. It's going to be Rego on the left, Bargi on the right, Naipan maybe as the 10. Maybe it could be Krupi in as the 10 and then Naipan play somewhere else. Again, options and rotation options. Leonardo, though, leading the line. Then he can also rotate with Kusiasari. We've got Lopez who can come in for Bargi on this right-hand side. We have got, I mean, I think that's basically it now. But there's a lot of rotation that we could do there. I think it's a strong squad. What I'm going to go and do is clear this now because our first game of the day is going to be a chance at some more silverware. We have got the Trophy des Champions here against Monaco to try and win. It's the Super Cup. It's the Community Shield here in France. We're going to go and watch it as watching man. We're going to go and see Diego Simeone's first match in charge and see if I've made the right decision. Again, I want to hear your thoughts. please be, like I said, trust and be patient. But leave me those comments down below. What do you think of the appointment? I guess maybe you can wait and see how this game goes too. I want to hear your thoughts, but again, just trust me on this one. I think. I hope. Let's go and find out how we do in this first game in charge for Simeone. Okay, here we go. We are at the Stade de France. I assume we are against this Monaco team. That actually is a really strong team. It's finished above us. It actually won the league last year, didn't it? Here is Diego Simeone's first squad selection for his new reign then. Kusiasari leads the line. Of course, there is an injury to Marcus Leonardo, so that's why he's not playing. So we are missing a few players here anyway. We'll unpack that selection in a second. Also, I need to just move these extra panels away. We have gone for then, or Diego Simeone has gone for then. It is going to be, oh, he's gone for rest in goal. Now, that is interesting. Is that because it's a cup game? Is Rest selected to be a cup goalkeeper? Well, I'm watching, man, so I cannot see such information. That's very interesting. Maybe he's going to make a big change in goal then from this point. I didn't see that one coming, but we will see, I suppose, as we get into the league campaign. At the back, it is Tobias Parente as fullbacks. He's gone for Michelotti over Lenny Yoro, but Lenny Yoro, I think, is injured, so that would make more sense. Silla in at left centre-back, as expected. It is Johannesson and Kone as the central midfielders, or the deeper ones. Naipan as the 10, Bargi on the right, Rego on the left, and then Kusiasari up front. Some very tired-looking youngsters on the bench here, I think. So no appearances for Lopez, Van Wyk, or any of the other, or of course, Leonardo. But Kone does make his debut in this midfield. It is a 4-2-3-1. We can't quite see the roles yet, but I suppose we will see those as the game progresses to see what type of system he's going for. He was listed as having a 4-2-3-1 as his favoured formation, which is kind of why I also wanted to bring him in. So we will see. First 10 minutes looks promising. 3 shots from us, 0 from Monaco. No highlights as of yet, which is always interesting. Always good when you do a live com and there is no actual live action. Here is the first bit of action. Parente wins a header in the box after we had a corner. A lot of empty seats. I suppose it's the community shield, isn't it? Kusiasari's in behind. Could give us the lead. Crosses. Naipan! We take the lead. The reign, the tenure of Diego Simeone is off to the perfect start as the wonder kid. Sverre Nyset Naipan. What's his name? I forgot his name in the middle there. Also, why are we reversed for this? It's very Halset Naipan. I just made up a middle surname there from, didn't I? Okay, let's continue this highlight then with Monaco with the ball at the back. It is Salisu after Ahmed Hozic. It's a very FM back line, that, isn't it? Rooney into Kone. Ball over the top. Kusiasari looking to get on the end of it. Weird highlight this. Lots of Monaco trying to get out, but our shape looks really good. Maybe this is the Diego Simeone defensively solid shape that we're looking for here. As I say that, Monaco on the attack. It's Fofana, shoots, scores. Yeah, I really shouldn't have said that, should I? It's a lovely goal. Yusuf Fofana has smashed it into the bottom corner. He's done an Irish jig, which really does rub salt into the wounds, doesn't it? It's 1-1 before halftime. I think that's their first shot on target. It is. I can't really complain though. We've had 1 shot on target and scored from it as well. Our XG is much higher, but we may be going in to half-time at level. We probably are, because that was very close from Kusiasari, but it was not a goal at half-time unless we can create something here. Kusiasari, you're 6'6". You have to win those headers. Looks like we're going to be in level pegging. I'm still pretty positive about this, actually. Remember, this Monaco team did win the league last year. We are still lowly Paris FC, although we have high ambitions. No change. Oh, actually, there is a change. I've just seen João Rego is playing as the number 10. So maybe just some swapping our players about in which positions they're playing in. Don't think there was any subs yet. Here's Tobias. Right, go on then. Lovely run. I think he's my favourite player. João Rego now playing centrally. Kusiasari puts it wide. Maybe if Marcus Leonardo was playing, we score there. Yeah, Naipan's gone left wing, look. And Rego's gone into the middle. And it almost worked there. Kusiasari's chance. Free kick opportunity here. Naipan shoots. It's the post, I think. We did talk about needing that prolific, clinical striker. Kusiasari, whilst is very good, maybe isn't quite there yet. If I just have a look at him, actually, as a... I can't really. We've gone into a highlight. We'll show you his profile. He looks like he's going to be a world beater. He's just not quite a world beater yet. I'm trying to manage our young players and getting them to become the players they can become is going to be a really tricky thing about this save, isn't it? As oh my word, they've gone very close there. I thought that was a goal. Silla made a really important block there. An hour gone. Maybe Monaco looking like the most threatening of the teams. We've got away with it though. But Rooney Bargi's on a 6.2. Diego, you're going to have to get him off. Who comes on? Maybe a debut for Lopez. He's probably the option. He's left him on for now. 72 minutes in. No subs so far, I don't think. Johannesson into... Oh, Mendy's on at right back. That is a sub then, isn't it? Kone over. So he's brought on another new man in Mendy as the right back here. He has taken off Tobias, who I thought was looking good, but only on a 6.7. Bargi's still on. We look quite tired. Only that one change so far, though. If this was me, I'd be getting the youngster Nicolas Lopez on right now, seeing what he can do in the final few minutes. There's a change for them at centre-back. Naipan now back to Parente. Xiaorego! Deflected effort and away. Will that be that was the highlight? That was the chance. Johannesson's also struggling, 6.3. Still nothing there, though. Only the one change. I am surprised. I wonder if one of his traits as a manager is to not make many subs, because I want to see actually if those are reflected in the decisions they make as the assistant manager, as technically not the manager. I would assume it would have an effect, but maybe it's something I could go and check afterwards. At this point, unless Monaco score here, and I really hope they don't, it might be extra time. We've got the ball and not cleared it, though. Parente twice not cleared it. That never bodes well, does it? When you have the chance to get rid and you don't get rid. Kamara scores. I said it didn't bode well. It felt like a goal was coming. Any of you who play FM enough can feel when a goal is about to go in. That surely isn't just me, right? Mohamed Kamara has just ran through our defence and scored. After Xiaorego had it was Parente, wasn't it? Had 3 or 4 attempts to try and clear that ball. Kamara runs through the gap, beats Rest in the goal. He's a bit of a hologram, in all honesty. And we might be about to lose this Community Shield, this Super Cup game. Glorified friendly anyway, isn't it? It's not what really matters, although it isn't a perfect start for Diego Simeone. Those Guti supporters are going to be laughing tonight at me. I can feel it as they've added a third. Again, I'm going to go back to it. Trust me. Trust me. I'm losing all of the confidence that I had at the start of the video, but you need to trust the process. It's his first game. We're missing key players. Monaco have come from behind to win this French Super Cup game. João Henrique has put it past Rest in the goal too. I'm not loving the choices of not making subs. He also seems to have upset them with his shouts right now. It's not a great performance, although it is a good performance in the same way. We've taken a lead and thrown it away here against Monaco as they've won the Trophée des Champions here at the Stade de France. It's yeah, that's awkward a bit. But again, trust the process. Trust the process. Next episode, we'll be back maybe at the midway point of the season to see how Simeone is doing. Maybe we'll go a little bit further. I'll see how things take me as I start to go through this season. But yeah. It's goodbye Guti. Hello Diego Simeone, who's lost his first game here. We spent a lot of money, and yet that's Monaco lifting the trophy and not us. So yes, it was a pretty inauspicious start for Simeone in his first game in the last episode, right? We played the Trophée des Champions in France. It's the Super Cup or the Community Shield, and we played Monaco. Monaco, who we know are really good, but they battered us 3-1. And Simeone's new reign, his new tenure, didn't start in the best of circumstances. But since here, I've made a lot of progress. I've moved us all the way through until January, watching over Simeone as he takes the reins. And I'm going to bring you hopefully some news, some positive news, I should say, at that. In maybe there are some shoots of life in this Simeone decision. Maybe we won't regret releasing / sacking. I've tried to use a better word than sacking there, haven't I? Than sacking Guti, who I know some of you were upset about. Some of you were livid, up in arms, shouting cheat. But then again, those people aren't here anymore. So you guys who are watching right now, you're the real OGs. I appreciate you. Thank you for sticking with it. Even if you're still a bit skeptical, hopefully today can maybe continue to win you around. Because since this horrible first game here, where, I mean, we took the lead actually, didn't we, with Halset Naipan. Then they're back 8 or whatever they play here at Monaco did kind of keep us quiet, and they scored 3 goals. They won the cup, and Simeone looked like, well, I looked like a bit of a fool, let's be honest. After that though, this is what he's done. He has gone on some run, to be honest. In fact, the very next game, we can always rely on Brest. It's what we always say in this series, isn't it? He beat them 10-1. Like, if there was ever a result to say, okay, this might be, this made me think maybe it is a bit cheaty because, you know, this is a little bit overpowered. He's playing a 4-2-3-1. Simeone led us to a 10-1 win against Brest, but actually it might not be quite as overpowered as you might be thinking here because there were some worse results than this. But 10-1, 29 shots, 16 on target, and we scored 10 of them with an XG of 4.94, but scoring 10 from that was outrageous. Kusiasari scored 5 starting up front. We had 2 from Naipan starting on the left wing, which is new. I don't think on the left-hand side was something that Guti was doing for Naipan. And yeah, this was good. Also, just to show you as well, there is one new player in there. Since the end of last episode, I did go and sign Adam Asnu as a left-back cover for, actually not too much, £3 million. I think he's brilliant. I think he's really, really good for 3 million. Some of you were a little bit questioning, is that, you know, that's the verb, of my transfer business. Because I spent so much on the big players that I signed, we had to kind of bring in new players as backups. They are kind of like for like, considering the players that went out, but those players that went out were unhappy. The ones that have come in are now full of life and new, so it's still worth doing in my head. Adam Asnu is an example of that, who came off the bench here and played quite well, actually. Let's have a look at these other results then. After beating Brest 10-1, we're doing well. We aren't winning every single game 10-1, and we are third in the league. Now, this is an improvement over Guti, isn't it? It's the 21st of January today, and in today's video, we are going to play a game against Le Havre away from home to show you Simeone's football in action. We'll watch them in a live com, and then we'll really analyse how the team is playing. But to sum up where we are right now, we are 18 games in on 40 points. We are 5 points off the top, which is small progress, but is actually kind of progress on Guti's season before last season. Like last season, he finished, was it 5th? This season, we are above that. We are, I think, in a title race. Although Monaco are just proving to be really, really good. They've only lost once and then only drawn 3 times. Toulon, Rennes and Reims, Stade de Reims. And then they also lost to PSG, who beat them. Our dropped points games so far are we lost to Monaco at home. They're just good. They seem to have our number. They play this really... They got so many players back, and we play quite attacking, obviously, with the 4-2-3-1, and they just kind of nullify us and then beat us. They beat us 1-0. We also lost at home to Toulouse, so it's not completely infallible, this Simeone system. However, it can produce some outrageous results, as I'm going to show you in a second. We've drawn a few games. We drew to PSG away from home. That's progress, I think. That's a good result away. We've drawn to Rennes. We've drawn to Strasbourg and to Lyon as well. 1-1s in most of those. 2-2 away at Rennes. Then we've won 12 games, and have a look at some of the results here. In terms of the wins, that 10-1, a 7-0 against today's opponents, who they did have a red card towards the end, but 7-0. I'm hoping we can score some goals. Hat-trick, by the way, from Vinicius Tobias. What a player. Our right back, Vinicius Tobias, no less, is just scoring hat-tricks. One of them was a penalty, but what a player. Love him. We beat Troyes 3-1 there, but look, I'm showing you the big results. Europa League, 7-0 win there, 4-1 win there. A 5-1 win against Luzerne, maybe that's more expected. An 8-1 win in the French Cup. I mean, Olympique Saint-Quentin are not exactly like difficult opponents. We beat Brest away from home. You can always rely on Brest. 4-0 against Cholet. We won 2-1 against Fenerbahce there. There's the kind of worst spell was October, where we drew 3 of our 6 games, lost one of them 2. Only 2 wins, and that was in the Europa League against Dortmund. Great win, by the way, against Dortmund. And then a 1-0 win against Lille. Results-wise, this team is cooking. If we have a look at how, like, it all... this screen's quite good for this. We've got Leonardo scoring goals with 18. Vinicius Tobias, that right-back who... I don't think he was on many people's radars as a right-back, but I cannot talk highly enough about him. I love him. He's so good. I mean, I really urge you to go and check him out in your save. I think he starts at Shakhtar, and you can get... I got him for 4.9 million, and now look at the performances he's putting in. By the way, playing in a system that is just basically a 4-2-3-1 under an AI manager. So these, if you're using him, I feel like you can get even better. I'm even better than a 7.49. Love him. Really, really good. I mean, even in his attributes, he doesn't look superb. Like, he looks very solid, doesn't he? But like, only the 2 green attributes on my system here, which is pace and acceleration, it can carry you a long way. Those physicals we know can carry you a long way in the game, can't they? Most assists is Isak Johannesson, back into the team with a bang this year. He's wanted. By the way, our team, pretty much the entire team is wanted at the moment. This is a result of doing quite well, but have a look at how many players are wanted by other teams right now. Also some big news that you might be able to see at the top there. Lots of you have been saying about Lafont. Wait, maybe we need to sell him. Some of you have been saying that you agree with me to stick with him, or maybe it's time to move him on. I've decided to let him go. He's going to go and join Al Riyadh in the Saudi League on a free transfer. His contract was running out, and when he wanted a new contract, he wanted loads. I was like, he's 29. I think it's time to move on from Lafont. He's been a great servant, 116 games so far, and I mean, he's actually conceded 138 in that. Only conceded 80, and that can't be right. Surely he didn't concede 80 goals and 203 for Nantes in 6 years, considering he's conceded 138 and 116 for us. That can't be. Maybe it. No, it's not. It's because it's counting these years where they've actually not got the stats on there. Look, that makes more sense. That makes me feel better about our defense. He's going to move on, and then we have the likes of Silla, wanted by Man City, Man United. Maybe something to consider if they put big money up for him. He's really good, though. I think he's our captain, actually, as well, isn't he? Lenny Yoro's a little bit upset that I've not let him move with some interest from other teams. Johannesson's wanted by Man U. Van Veek. I hope I'm saying that correctly now. I was corrected by some South Africans. Great. I'm trying to loan him out to a team that's actually going to start him, though, because he's great. Not quite a starter here yet, but many people who are trying to loan him won't give me the promise to use him. It's like a fringe player most of the time. Manu Kone is wanted by Arsenal. Andy Juice wanted by Villa. Diaz is wanted on some loans. Rooney Bardi is wanted by Real Madrid. That could be interesting, something to consider. Krupi's wanted by Bayer Leverkusen. Nicolas Lopez, I am going to loan out to either Atalanta or Wolves, I think. He's not played loads. 3 starts, 2 goals in that time. Very good player, lots of potential, but not a starter yet. And Marcus Leonardo wanted by Man U and Tottenham. I mean, that could be something to consider as well. Overall, though, this team, this 11, is making me believe if we win our game in hand over PSG, we go within 2 points of those, and then we'll still be, we'll have played an extra game to Monaco. They're going to be maybe their title favourites at the moment. They could go 3 points clear at the top. I mean, and then even further away from us. Look, it's a situation we're going to have to monitor, but I think there are signs that we can do this, as well as in the Europa League. In the Europa League, look at how he's doing. He's played 7 games, Simeone, and won 7 games. We're top of our Europa League group. We are going for the Europa League this year. This side, this 11 we've put together, is strong. We can do this, and today we're hopefully going to prove it by going into a game with Le Havre, who are 15th. We're away from home, and if we can beat them, we'll be really, really cooking, won't we? Let's get ourselves up to that game, which is at 5 o'clock. Pick the not pick the team, but show you who we might go with, show you some of the stats on players, and get into that game. Okay, so it's now officially match time at 5 o'clock in the evening on a Sunday in January 2029 here. And it's time for Simeone to pick his 11. I thought we'd just have a look at the players because I think you like this screen. I like looking at this screen anyway to kind of see how those players are doing. I wish I could see we're not going to go through this right now, the assists on here. But I just kind of wanted to show you how the players are performing and who's likely to be in Simeone's best 11. So in goal, Lafont has been the goalkeeper with his 25 appearances so far. He's leaving. Still 3 appearances for rest there, but I just don't think he's going to be good enough. He is making some improvements. Should we kind of like see what FM can do? I just wonder what his potential ability is even going to be now. Or do I need to go and sign a new goalkeeper? Let me know in the comments, I suppose. I think probably signing a new goalkeeper is smart there, but it would have been nice if that actual plan that we had would have come to fruition, but I don't think it will. Right back we know is going to be Vinicius Tobias, although he might not start him because he's looking like he's a little bit lacking in match sharpness. He's passed the fitness test but might not start. We'll see what he does at right back, but he's our best one. If not, it will be the new guy, Adam Asnu, who will come in. Actually, he can play left side and right side. It will be at right back. If not, it'll be Mendy, won't it, rather than Asnu. Mendy is very good. He's played 5 times, hasn't had to play loads because Tobias has played loads, but he's handy at right back. And then we'll leave him in because I think he might not play because of the fitness issues. At centre back, this has been interesting so far this year. Silla is a first pick, it seems, at left-sided centre-back. He's played 19 times. Right-sided centre-back has kind of been a bit rotating between Yoro and Michelotti. Michelotti has played a lotty, more than I was expecting. when bringing him in. He's either-footed wonder kid, but I can kind of see why he's playing loads. He only signed for 6 million and has turned into a bit of a bargain. He's kind of grabbed the shirt from Lenny Yoro at the moment. So 23 appearances from him. I reckon it might be him starting, but I guess we will see. Left-sided centre-back is or will be Parente, who's actually lacking in fitness too. So it could well be Asnu. We will see when he does pick his team. We've got 2 defensive midfielders. I've just put a clean slate 4-2-3-1. You've seen this before in here. These will rotate and be slightly different lots of the time, but it's Johannesson and Kone seem to have the shirts as the deeper midfielders in here, with Andy Diouf on the bench, with players like Diaz definitely nowhere really near it. Naipan, Telehovsky's played 2 times this year. Naipan's got 15, but from other positions. Diaz only 1 sub appearance, and Diouf's got 7 starts, so does often play. Let's fill in the other ones. Krupi seems to be starting every game at number 10. Leonardo as the striker is a first choice. He's scored 18 in 24 games. Look, he's very, very good. Kusiasari, still not starting, but 13 goals. We saw he got 5 in that first game of the season after, the first proper game of the season we looked at. Bargi from the right-hand side usually gets the pick, and also João Rego from the left usually gets the pick if you have a look at their appearances. Some players on the bench here that play a lot. Naipan, not necessarily a starter, but can easily fit in ahead of Johannesson, as he only played 13. Look, he's rotating. We've also got Yoro's played 13, then the rest are kind of subs and do rotate a little bit. So I'd expect something like this. It'll either be Naipan or it will be how we just looked, Johannesson in there, but we will see. I'm going to unpick these now, clear that team selection. We're going to go across to Watching Man, our favourite, very strange human being. There he is, look. In fact, did we get a good picture of him there? Look, there's our man, Watching Man. We will make sure if we go to Paris FC that we're going to go and watch this match here. Make sure he is attending. I think he is already. He is. He's attending this match. I'm going to go and make sure that we then continue with Watching Man, and I will see you in the game. Okay, here we are then. Into the match we go. The players are warming up. This guy's doing some lovely little heel touches there as he runs forward. Let's head into the match preview and find out these 11s. The Le Havre team has a new gen striker. Has some players that don't have faces according to that right there. This is what we're interested in though. Our team is Leonardo, Krupi, Bargi Rego, Johannesson, Naipan. Okay, so no Manu Kone in this team is an interesting choice. It's Johannesson and Naipan as the defensive midfielders, or those deeper midfielders in there. So that's an interesting choice. Kone is linked with Manchester United at the moment. I wonder if it's probably not something to do with that, is it? Because that would be my job. Didn't see the defense, but I think Asnu did start rather than rather than Tobias, I think it will be, or Parente on that left-hand side. Yeah, it's on the left-hand side, Asnu. So no Parente. I wonder if he's done the same with Tobias. Both of them were lacking in fitness a little bit, weren't they? Here's Leonardo early on, though, to score the opening goal. I am telling you, we're going to wipe the floor with them, because this Simeone team in full flow is really something to behold. It's Asnu who wins the ball back. He gives it Johannesson, moves it to Naipan, straight through the middle. Look, we cut them open. Leonardo is a real improvement on our team, actually. We wanted that clinical striker. Marcus Leonardo is that guy. To be honest, right now, it's how long can we hold on to him, because he's very, very good. I think we all know that he's very good on FM, don't we? Here's Asnu on this left-hand side. He's going to move all the way across the box and then shoot, and it is saved by the goalkeeper. 4th minute, we've had 2 decent shots on goal there, haven't we? There it is, 2 on target as well. It is Mendy at right back, as I predicted then. So he has rested both fullbacks in this one, and Manu Kone also is missing completely. Perhaps that's because of an injury then. Although we didn't see the injury on the screen, did we? So he's not even in the squad, Manu Kone. That's curious. I wonder why that is. There's also a few players that are like youngsters on here, like Fofana and Lalu. Diouf is on the bench. Yeah, there's no sign of Manu Kone anywhere. Curious. Here we have a corner, which we have been good from. There's Silla winning the header. That's going to be keeper's ball. I've given them the big build-up now. If Le Havre can go forward and score some goals and make us look silly here, that would be an idea. It doesn't look like they're going to. They're booting it back to our defence, and it's just collected by Silla. Here's Asnu. Lafont in goal. Michelotti did get the shout ahead of Lenny Yoro at right centre-back, as we expected to. Is the Real Madrid-linked Rooney Bargi. Do we at some point take one of these big offers for one of our players to reinvest it? Although, do we have the money anyway? As Adam Asnu, the backup left back. You guys said these backups are not very good. I know you didn't actually see this guy, did you? Scores to make it 2-0 inside this first half. We are rampant. Actually, it will be interesting to have a look at the roles of these players in this 4-2-3-1? Are they different from the ones that I guessed before with the ball-winning midfielder, etc.? Asnu smashes it in. He's definitely playing like a wing-back from this left-hand side, isn't he? He's got forward loads here. It's two DMs, look. I think we've seen this before, the two DMs with the inside forwards. It's quite run-of-the-mill, isn't it? It's two DMs, an attacking midfielder and an advanced forward, but it seems to work. The way that he sets this team up, we are looking like we might even go 3-0 up in the first half if we can take this chance, this highlight. Johannesson, Jalrego, Michelotti, Naipan passing it around. Here's Mendy, the other replacement fullback. Naipan, it's good football. Johannesson might be, it is. It's 3-0. 3-0 before half-time. Those two deeper midfielders combining to get us our third goal. And I did pick this game. It was the first game. It's the first league game back in January. I picked it because I thought it'll be a good way to showcase how good this team is playing under Simeone, how much of an improvement it actually is than some of the football we were playing with Guti, which at times was good, but this is another level. It really, truly is another level. I think this is the type of situation now where we might be able to challenge the likes of Monaco and PSG, and we might be able to go far in Europe and maybe try and win that Europa League this year because we have so much talent in the squad. We still have a bit of money to spend. One thing that did develop, by the way, and Tom, if you pop this on the screen here, we did get news that our owner, Johan Dumont, is scaling back his investment in the club. He's not going to be giving us as much money going forward. He will still invest, he says, but not as much as before. So maybe we won't have those big transfer budgets as... That was a good save from Lafont there, just to cut back to the game for a second. So something we do need to consider. I think we'll still make healthy money because we're going to be in the Europa League, hopefully the Champions League after this season. So you kind of generate money and revenue that way anyway, don't you? Is he onside? He looked like he might be off. He is offside. There we go. We are approaching the hour mark, and I am approaching the time where I'm expecting changes. There is a change. Nicolas Lopez, the wonder kid right winger, the Argentinian that Simeone signed, is on the pitch. I think that's him as well. Yeah, he's on this free kick with his long hair, look. Slightly grey long hair. He's going to go for it, and he's actually hit the crossbar from quite a long way out there. He is a talent, not played loads, and I think I am going to loan him out, but he's actually brought him onto the pitch here. Maybe I need to reconsider that loan then. If he's going to play him, I don't mind keeping him here, but before this, he hadn't played him loads. I think that will be the end of this highlight, won't it? We've got half an hour to play. Let's see if we can add to our 3 goals here and really run rampant. Maybe it won't be the 10-1 that we saw against Brest, but it's... Okay, they've actually scored. That highlight from us hitting the crossbar has ended with them scoring a goal to make it 3-1. I mean, imagine they make the comeback from here. I hope they do not. It's actually a very simple goal as well. Sabi just picks it up and runs around the left back that we've looked at a lot today, Asnu. It's gone through Lafont's legs as well there, which is maybe another pointer that we need to replace our goalkeeper. Any other changes from us? No. It is... Oh, there's another one. Naipan's gone left wing and Telehovsky's on and Juf is on. So 2 changes in the midfield and Naipan's moved forward. So no Manu Kone, but he is still going to use Juf and Telehovsky, who are both very solid, aren't they? Yoro's on as well, actually, at right centre-back. Michelotti's come off too. So he's made a whole host of changes, actually. Obviously confident that we're going to see this game out, which we have done. 3-1 win. I'm telling you, Simeone is good. Also... just because I've remembered it now and it really doesn't go with what was just happened. But also Cristiano Ronaldo has got his Continental C license and is now studying for his Continental B license. So a succession plan in place maybe with the managers. Right now, though, that takes us to within 5 points of the top. We're all on the same games now. PSG have won. They must have played earlier. And Monaco also have won. In fact, PSG had already played, hadn't they? We had a game in hand over them. And Monaco have won their game 1-0 against Strasbourg. Like, just a 1-0 win. Keeps them 5 points clear. Keeps us, though, well clear of 4th in these Champions League places. If we finish Champions League first season with Simeone, I think that's good. If we can really challenge these for the title, that's even better. I'm going to go and get us to the end of the season now, where I'm hoping there's going to be a Europa League run-in that we might be able to go and play or watch as live comms at the end of in the next video. Hopefully there's a title challenge to put into that. Maybe it'll be a bumper edition. This right here is the situation. We sit after 29 games of our whatever season this is, of 2029. We sit in second place, just 3 points behind leaders AS Monaco, who have weirdly in this save become the main rivals, the main threat to win in Ligue 1, which is kind of our ultimate aim here. I feel like if we did win it and it was Monaco we beat, we'd maybe have to try and continue and try and win the Champions League, at least play in the Champions League. However, we've got a real chance. And today, I've stopped it here on the 14th of April, just 5 games away from the end of the season, because we play Monaco away from home. It's going to be a live comic extravaganza in that it's just going to be that game. We're going to look at what's happened so far since that January window where we left things off last episode. But we're going to play this live com because I think it's going to be a real determining factor on whether actually we can believe we're going to win this league. Or if we fall 6 points behind, maybe we need to turn our attentions to the Europa League or maybe even the French Cup, both of which we are still in. I'll tease you that one. But before I go and show you how the rest of this season has gone, just want to say kind of early in today's video, please do subscribe to the channel if you've not done so already. And I need your help a little bit. When you get to this sort of stage of a save where we're what now, 10 episodes in and it's been a few weeks and things, interest kind of tails off a little bit. It's natural. I get it. I watch series and my interest tails off too. I really appreciate you guys being here and still being here though. If you could just make sure you drop a like and just leave a comment each video, you wouldn't understand how much I would appreciate that. It just goes to show that you're really sticking with it, and I do appreciate that so much anyway. Leave me that like, leave me that video, and let's have a look at how the rest of this season from January to now has gone. And this here is that sea of green. Diego Simeone, who knew, is a fantastic manager, and he's doing a great job with this Paris FC team. This squad that we've built over the past few years as we've taken our way or made our way into Liga 1. This was the game that we played together. It was this 3-1 win against Havre AC. And it was, I mean, it was at a canter, wasn't it, really? Since then, we have won every single game, bar 2, which is not bad, is it? We like Diego Simeone and the job he is doing here. Those 2 games that we dropped points in were a 4-1 away loss to Nice, which was a little bit worrying. That is, I mean, not quite the standards that we've set ourselves. We also drew a 3-3 home tie against Sociedad, but we'd already beaten them 6-3 in the away leg, meaning we had gone through in the Europa League. If I show you that Europa League run, let's start there because you can see we're going strong in it. In that Europa League, let's go back to, we're into the semi-final, by the way. We were playing our French rivals Nice, the team that we lost 4-1 to in the league that I just showed you, which... does that make me worried a little bit? We're going to play all of these games as live comms, I think. I think the way that we're going to do videos is we're going to slow things down slightly just in case we win this league title this year. We kind of want to see it happen, don't we? If I go back to the league phase here, look, we stomped home. I don't know if that's a phrase that people use, but we won every single game in the league phase. The final one being a 7-0 win against AIK. I think it's Ike. I was Calathea in the Journeyman in the Twitch save, and people tried to teach me on how to pronounce different team names. And you know what? If I say it wrong, you all tell me how to say it right in the comments down below, thereby, you know, getting you some engagement on the video and getting comments. So ultimately, it works for me. I'm going to go with Ike as their name there. We beat them 7-0. We went through to the knockouts where we skipped through this knockout playoff round straight to the round of 16 where we drew Sociedad, as you saw before, 9-3. On aggregate. We conceded a lot. 9-6 on aggregate. I am still wrong. Drawing 3-3 away from home, but beating them 6-3 at their place. It worked out all right in the end. Although, was it 6-3 at our place? Either way, we went through 9-6 in the end, through to the quarterfinals, where we drew Gladbach of Germany. We beat them 7-0. I'll show you this second leg here. A 4-0. Yeah, the second leg was at home. It doesn't quite line up with the home and the away legs on there, does it? It makes it look a bit weird. Second leg here, look, 4-0. They had 0 shots on target. Leonardo with 2. He is a goal-scoring machine. If any player has made an impact this year, it might just be Leonardo that's made the biggest impact. He's very, very good. It was Michelotti at centre-back who got one, and Naipan who also got one, who I think, did he come on or did he go off? He went off or came on. He was a sub at some point in this game here. 4-0 win there, through to the semi-finals where we have Nice. And that will be where we're going to finish this season up. Today, we're going to play against Monaco. Maybe we'll go and play the French Cup semi-final as well. We might make it a bumper episode. We'll see how things go. We'll see how we get on. If we're really down and in the dumps because we've lost to Monaco, I might not want to go and play this League Cup game. We'll see, the French Cup game, sorry. We'll see how we go. I kind of want to have you along on the road with me. Then we've got a game in the league against Clermont. You'd expect to beat them. They are bottom of the league. It's at home. If we don't, we're in a bit of trouble there, aren't we? Then we have the 2 legs against Nice with Marseille away in between. We finished the league season with 2 home games, Rennes and Bordeaux. If we're in the mix here, I'm going to be feeling confident. Let's have a look at the run-in, actually, of Monaco, because if they've got a tricky run, if they play Paris Saint-Germain, perhaps, 2 away games, it's Montpellier and Lyon. I mean, 6 is the best out of the 2 positions, but 3 away games in their last 4 games. Lille are no slouches either. They're 4th. They've also got Nice in a game coming up soon. If we can beat them, I reckon we've got a chance in this. I just reckon we've got a chance. PSG are not really there this year. We are 7 points clear of them. Let me just show you as we go through the team a little bit here. Let me do a quick pick, which is going to be based on, let's pick best 11, which is based on what Simeone would go for. With this 4-2-3-1, I'll show you some of the stats of these players on here. Let me just quick auto-size these. Sorry, auto-size all columns, just so you can see the assists on here too. Lafont is leaving, transfer arranged. I'm going to go for either Noah Atabolu or Giorgio Mamadashvili is going on a free contract. He's leaving Saudi Arabia. He is on £700,000 a week, so I can't get him yet. But if he does go on a free, he might bring his wage demands down. So I'm keeping an eye on that as well in terms of the goalkeeper situation, which I know you want to keep on top of as well. Vinicius Tobias is maybe my favourite player ever. 17 assists, 11 goals from right back. Michelotti and Silla, both first choices in here. Silla is suspended here, which is a bit of an issue. So I'd expect Lenny Yoro to come in, or Van Veek might play. He's played 3 times or 3 starts there. 8 sub appearances too. I would expect Lenny Yoro to come in though. Parente, our left back, did his cruciate ligaments. He's been out for months. He's got another 4 to 6 months still to go. He's been out for a while. But we do have a very able deputy in Adam Asnu that we saw last episode, didn't we? So he will come in there. We've got Kone Naipan, but also Johansson, who's played 28 games in there. We've got, 27 on Naipan? 40 games for Manu Kone. Didn't play in that last game. I expect him to play today. The game is tomorrow, I should say. I expect him to play in today's livecom game, though. 10 goals, 12 assists from him. Bargi, Krupi, Rego, Leonardo. Leonardo's got 33 goals in 38 league games. Even on the bench, look. Kusi, 10 starts, 18 goals from 10 starts. We've got so many options. I was almost thinking, is he good enough? I think he's getting to the point where he is going to be good enough anyway, because he's still developing and he's playing enough games to still develop. So we're in a good spot. This is going to be the squad, I would imagine. I'm going to unpick it and I'm going to go and make sure we get ourselves into this game by going to our main man, watching man, bring him back from his holiday. Have a quick look at his lovely little face here. I'll see you as we go and play what might be a title decider. At the very least, it's a very, very important game. I'll see you as we play Monaco. Come on. Okay, so here we go. Teams are apparently warming up. Match preview. Let's have a look at what watching man. That's not true. Let's have a look at what Simeone has picked in terms of a team. There's Monaco's very defensive. Do you remember this when we got beaten by them before? That really it's like a back 8 that they play. There's the team. It's Naipan from the left-hand side. Did you see that? Yoro does start at the back as we did expect. And I assume at left back it was Asnu. Naipan playing as the left inside forward is an interesting choice. That means there's no João Rego. I actually don't know if that's an injury or not. Either way, an interesting choice. Let's find out how we can do. I'm actually going to do this because somebody asked for it before. And I'm actually going to put the game speed down a little bit. Free kick straight away. Okay. I was going to say a free kick straight away for Monaco. They've scored immediately. It's Salisu who's got himself on the end of a free kick. We are 1-0 down really early on here. Annoying, they're also using this orange ball, which I think might be a Liga Un thing. It makes it hard to see. Somebody left a comment saying it's hard to see the ball on mobile. I can't change the colour of the ball, I'm sorry. Here, though, hopefully we put that orange ball back in their net as we have a set piece of our own with Naipan now recycling it. Ben Seguir is going to clear it. It's not a good clearance. Tobias, you're my man. Yes, you are. Get in, Vinicius Tobias. Honestly, I love him. I love him more than some of my family members, I think. Vinicius Tobias has popped it in the back of the net. It's 1-1. And we've recovered from an early setback here. Because I should probably say at this stage that I'm maybe not expecting to win this game. Maybe that's the pessimist in me. But Monaco always beat us. Our record against them is terrible looking back at it. I think we've won 1 of the last 5 against them. They're obviously the team that won the league last year. They're the team that's top of the league this year. If we get anything, a draw away from home, I think I'd almost be happy with it. However, just think how nice it would be if we could go there and win. I would love it. I would love it. Here they come on their own attack then. Ahmed Hozic into Singo down this right-hand side. They've got a good team, haven't they? Singo's a great right wing back. Simic heads wide. He's a threat too up front. Rocco Simic. And we haven't really had a look at this team yet, have we? It's Johannesson and Kone in midfield. Michelotti and Yoro as expected. Bargi from the right. Krupi in behind. Marcus Leonardo. Here come Monaco again. 24 minutes on the clock now. And it's a good interception, but a poor clearance, which is going to be recycled by the men in red and white. Golovin, good save. Lafont. In his farewell tour, you could probably say. Alban Lafont. He's been a great servant for us, but we are going to say goodbye to him this summer, and we're going to have to find... That's not good marking, lads. Oh my word, Golovin's hit the bar. And that was a save, I think. That had to be saved in the end from Lafont. That was horrible defending. We left this guy free, Golovin, on the edge of the box here. If they do the same thing again, that would be really annoying. This time it is headed away, and Kone's actually going to get that. Don't think he's going to score from here, but what are you going to do with it, Manu? Win a free kick or a... Okay, or he did win a free kick. Fair play to him. That's what I asked for, and he did win that free kick. Good work from him. All of the highlights are going to Monaco, though. 27 minutes now. Singo heads wide. Okay. If those are the pedigree of the highlight we're seeing, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. A little bit of time going by. We have only had the 2 shots, though. That one on target. Here we go, though. We should get a shot on goal ourselves again here. Johannesson hit the post. We've gotten close. It was a long way out, that, though. I'm looking at the performances. Rooney Bargi's not having his best game. 6.4. That was a 6.3 before. Back down to a 6.3. Well, it's a 6.3 on here, but a 6.4 on there, which is interesting. And we have made it to halftime. They've made a sub. Sambi Lakonga is on. We've not yet made a sub. I feel like Bargi might be one of the first. Naipan's very tired, actually, playing on this left-hand side. Doesn't look like he's got a knock. There's a change. Telehovsky and Juf. 2 changes. I'll just pause it here. Andy Jufon and Telehovsky. Dinis Telehovsky in the midfield. He's taken off Manu Kone, and who was the other guy? Johannesson has also gone off. So both midfielders changed. Bargi and Naipan are still on. An hour has gone. Is that just fresh legs that he's going for? Is that... Look, these are the... he's got a DLP and a ball-winning midfielder in there at the moment. So he's moved away from those defensive midfielders that he did play a lot when we were looking last time, right? So he has changed up the roles a little bit too. Here's Bargi, not having his best game as he loses the ball. Here is the Superman that is Tobias. Here is Rooney Bargi. He's hit the post. That would have been a huge goal for us. 65 minutes on the clock. Rooney Bargi goes close. He's got a corner to take now. Near post. Kusi Asari's on. He's headed it over. He's 6'6", and he didn't really get over it, did he? So Leonardo off, and do you know what? Actually, it's Leonardo to the left wing, Kusi Asari on up front, and it's Naipan that has been withdrawn. So an interesting change there to move Leonardo wide. Not something that I'd really thought of doing. He's sticking with Bargi with this 6.3. And now it would be heartbreak time, wouldn't it? If we've seen it through to what is the 77th minute here. If they score here, Lafont punches. A little bit risky to punch that one, Alban. Probably would have liked it if he could just come out and, you know, catch it. Would have been good. Here come Monaco again. Singo down the right-hand side. He's going to cross it. Yoro clears. Going to be a third wave of this attack, which usually spells trouble. Chao Enrique is in the box. He's going to cross it from here. He shoots and Lafont saves. Have we got away with another one there? They're going to have a corner, which will be flung into the box by Chao Enrique. At this stage, I'm like, can we nick one on the break? Or are we just going to be able to hold out? Good catch from Lafont. Are we going to launch our own attack? I'd imagine that's end of highlight. It is. 10 to play. Monaco come forward again. Do we have the counter-attacking ability? Tobias heads away into a nice position for Rooney. Here is that counter-attack. Rooney Bargi into Juf. He's got runners ahead of him. He goes to really poor pass. What was that? Telehovsky made the run for it. What are you doing, Tobias? He's let Enrique run. Chao Enrique crosses. Cleared. Sort of cleared. It's a foul by Krupi. I'm tense. Are you? Are you as tense as I am? Rooney Bargi's on a 6.2, but yet he's still on the pitch. Chao Enrique headed. Oh God, the net flickering. What's the word? Rustling. I thought it was in. It wasn't. It was wide. We're into the last minute of regulation time, and we have picked up the ball in their half. Here's Juve into Leonardo, into Krupi. Space to run into the box. Go on. Goes down. Ref. It was a good tackle. It looked like a good tackle, but, you know, you got to call for these things sometimes. There's a counter-attack from Monaco. Telehovsky's ran back brilliantly to win it. Now Lafont has it. Don't be silly, lads. Michelotti, Leonardo flicks onto no one, and Monaco are going to have an attack here, aren't they? Ahmed Hozic. It started with that space for Krupi. Here's Ben Seguir. Into Sambi Lokonga. It's over. It's okay. It's not even really a proper chance. A half chance at best. We are out on our feet. We are knackered. We've got away with a point. You cannot say we've outplayed them. But I almost feel like Simeone has done what Simeone does best. And that is, he's just been resilient. And he's been stubborn. And he's got us what could be a really important point. At their place, losing is disastrous. Winning is triumphant. But drawing's not the end of the world, is it? We have a look at that league table. We remain 3 points behind them with a really favourable run-in, I would say. 4 games where our last 2 are at home. We've got Marseille away, which is tricky, and then one other, which I can't quite remember. Clermont at home, I think it is, who are bottom of the league. Win that, keep the pressure on, we've got to hope that Monaco slip up now, though. It's very much in their hands, isn't it? We've got to hope that they slip up and somehow we can make our way through. I think what we're going to do for this run-in, by the way, is I'm going to go and play this French Cup semi-final. We make it through to the final. We will see that live as a live comp, obviously. I'm going to go and play Clermont. I think we might be back for the real run-in, which will either be the second leg of the Europa League. I might play these Europa Leagues against Nice. Let me know what you think. Do you want to see these as live comps, or do you want me to go and play them? And if I get through to here, maybe it is the final 2 games of the league campaign, plus hopefully a couple of finals, the French Cup final and the Europa League final potentially. So what, 4 live comms in a video for the next one? I think that's what I'm going to do, and hopefully we get through. I've played a few more games since last time, since where we were talking about in that intro there, where this is now the situation. You will notice we're still second in the league. That's probably as you would expect. We've played 2 games since last episode. We were on 30 then. It's now 32. And we're still second. We are, though, only 1 point behind the league leaders, AS Monaco. That means they've dropped points. But if you are eagle-eyed, you'll also notice that we, too, have dropped some points. It's a very, very exciting end to this season, though, as we try and leapfrog Monaco to try and win this league title, as well as trying to win a little bit of silverware elsewhere as well. Let me show you, though, then, those results since last time to really tee up this situation where we had just played this game here against Monaco. I have played 4 games since then, and they have gone, as you can see, they've been a bit up and down. You could really say they've gone quite badly. However, maybe our situation overall has got better. Let's have a look anyway. We drew to Monaco here. Then I went ahead and played a French Cup semi-final. When I say I played it, I meant I watched it with Watching Man. And we got absolutely torn apart in this one. It was a 3-0 loss to Lille, who are really good, to be fair. They're pretty good in the league as well. Look, they find themselves 4th, just below PSG. They're a really good team, but losing 3-0 to them wasn't great. We've actually got a weird injury crisis going on that started in this game here. I will show you. He did play the 4-2-3-1. It wasn't great from Leonardo with a 5.7. Mendy, who was playing right back in this game, Antoine Mendy, went off injured just before half-time. And that meant that, I think, Asnu went to right back, and where is he? No, Tobias came on in this one, although I think Tobias is actually injured still at the moment. This is when he's got I think he had the ligaments damage, and now he's twisted his ankle. I'm teeing this up because we do have an injury crisis going on at right back. Mendy went off, Tobias came off. Tobias has since then got injured again, which has left us, if I go to our tactics here, with no real right backs. Tobias is out. He's out for another few weeks. Mendy is now out. He's out with his broken ribs for another few weeks. We don't really have a right back except for Asnu, who's usually our backup left back. Back up to Parente, who did his damaged cruciate ligament, so he's out. At fullback, we've got no players left, is what I'm really saying here. Johannesson, who's usually a centre mid, is playing left back a lot of the time at the moment. And I wonder if this is why our results have dropped a little bit. Could be that. I say they've dropped. We did beat Clermont 5-0. I talked about this one being a bit of a gimme. A nice home game against bottom of the league. We did beat them 5-0. Juve, Rego, Bargi, Silla and Leonardo with the goals in this one. Pretty straightforward, that one. It was what we were hoping it was going to be. Then I played the first leg of the Europa League semi-final against Nice, another French team that we're playing in the Europa League. It was at home. We really, to be honest, needed to try and win this. There's where the injury came for Tobias, by the way. He started and then got injured himself. I think Johannesson came on at left back and Asnu went to right back in this game, which is how they started the game against Lyon. Marseille next, I should say. 2-2 was the result in the first leg. 2-2 after, not really outplaying them. I wanted to show you this too because they're quite good as well, Nice. They play a 4-4-2. Thuram's brilliant. He got himself an assist and a goal. They've got Moises Keane. They've got Moffey. Thuram Moffey's really good on FM. Pretty good in real life too. They've got Cucurella, which is a weird one. Gouveia is actually quite good. No, I mean, he's very highly rated. Is he the one I'm thinking of from Benfica? Yeah, he's the Benfica guy as well, isn't he? We've got a lot of our own Benfica guys, haven't we? We played the 4-2-3-1. It wasn't great. We drew 2-2, which I think we can be happy with at least we're still in the tie. We're going to have to go away from home and get a result, though, if we're going to make it to the final of this Europa League. That's what I'm hoping for and praying for. That's going to be our first live com of today's video. And then we might well do live comms against Rennes at home and Bordeaux at home. The final 2 league games of this campaign, because after losing to Marseille, we found ourselves 1 point behind Monaco. Monaco also lost their last game. They have drawn to Lens, lost to Lille, and now they play 2 away games against Montpellier and Lyon. Those are tricky games. All we need them to do is drop points in one of these, and we could take advantage. With our home ties that we've got, we could just take advantage. That's the plan for today. Probably 3 live comms. I don't want to talk about them anymore. I feel like you know the context. You know what's up for grabs here. If Simeone can deliver us a league title and a Europa League, it could be in great stead. If we get to the Europa League final, that might need to be the next video this week. But right now, I think I'm going to go through and watch Simeone play against Nice, get himself set up with Watching Man. I'll see you as we go and try and rescue this one. A 2-2 draw at home. We need to go away to their place and get a result. I'll see you as the teams are warming up. Okay, here we go then. Europa League semi-final. As you can see, the potential opponents in the final would, well, it's going to be Dortmund, I think. They're 3-0 up from the first leg against Lazio. We can get past Nice, which I really hope we can. It wasn't a good first leg, but surely we've got the quality. If we're going for the league title, surely we've got the quality to get through here. Let's find out who Simeone has picked. Let's find out what this defensive injury crisis is looking like. I'm going to guess it's Johannesson at left back, and then at right back it will be Asnu, who's usually a left back. There's the Nice team. It is 4-4-2 as we saw before. Keane and Moffey. Thuram starts. There's Gouveia on that side. It's Sofiane Diop on the left hand side. Here is the Paris FC team. It is Johannesson, Asnu, Kone, Naipan, Krupi, Rego, Bargi, Leonardo, Silla, Michelotti. No Yoro. He's gone for Michelotti instead. Kone was in that midfield alongside Naipan. It's a pretty strong side, actually. I'd say it's almost as close to full. Is that an injury already? I swear Kone started. Is he a 3rd minute injury for Kone and he's gone off? Andy Diouf is on. A long time player for us now, Andy Diouf. We signed him ages ago, didn't we? But that's not a great start. What is a better start is the fact that we've had both of the shots of the game so far in this first 23 minutes. I want to say as well, we are on key highlights here. This is just a very swift 30 minutes without much happening. We are all over them, though, in terms of the stats. They've had nothing. We've had 7 shots. Here comes a highlight, which Nice have got the ball on the attack. As you may expect, if you play any FM, this kind of makes... They've scored their first shot on goal. It's just so obvious, isn't it? It's Moises Keane has scored to make it 1-0. Moise Keane, who... Former Everton striker, Moise Keane, getting himself the goal there. Gouveia, who maybe I talked him up as a good game, has set it up. It's a lovely ball across, and it's past Lafont before he could do anything about it. I've made no movements on the keeper situation for the summer, by the way. We're just going to deal with that after we find out how this season goes. I'm livid. What's going on here? What is he doing? Maybe I need to sell Lafont now. We're bottling it. We are bottling this. We're 2-0 down. Todibo is headed in. And all of a sudden, from their first 2 efforts a goal, we find ourselves 2-0 down. Where is Lafont going? Seriously, where is Lafont going? Right. I need your help. if we're going to get back into this, 2 goals from 2 shots, I need you to drop a like on the video. Now, I don't know if this is going to work, but if you drop a like and then let me know in a comment that you've liked the video, I reckon we're going to make a comeback here. We haven't got a lot to lose on that. We're going to try it. As Lazio did actually take the lead there. Look, we've already got a highlight. It must be working. I saw you, whoever dropped a like there. Yeah, this is looking a little bit grim. We've got the ball back as new. A goal before half-time gives us hope, doesn't it? At least we'll be a goal away from being on level terms. Jalrego, Johannesson, the makeshift left-back. Gets himself to the byline. There's Rooney Bargi off the bar. I wasn't expecting Rooney Bargi to be taking headers, but we've at least caused, an actual highlight there. Maybe another one here. Nice are just going to pick us off on the counter now, aren't they? Here's Mark Cucurella. Probably got Moise Keane in there. Good tackle, Naipan. Coming in and helping at right back. Breezes past a couple of men. Gets a through ball through to Leonardo, who's in. Missed tackle. 2-1 on the night. 4-3 on aggregate. And I saw you, whoever dropped the like. There is still a chance. Considering we've been so much better in terms of the stats, maybe we just need the time here. There's still over a half to play. It's a really simple goal, isn't it? Leonardo, this missed tackle from, I think it's Tadibo, yeah. Made me very confident he was going to put it in the back of the net. 2-1, 4-3. Game on? Lafont's on a 6.2. Take him off, Simeone. Do you know what? If we go level before half-time, we might here. It's headed away. Bargi's going to go and collect it. We've had all of the highlight. We've given it away. Moffy's got it now. There's a runner in the middle, which is Moise Keane. We surely get that ball back. We do. Weird highlight this. Lafont, don't do anything silly, my friend. You've already done one thing silly. Johannesson. Ball forward to Jalrego. Into Silla. This is a weird long highlight. It makes me think that maybe something happens. Jalrego loses the ball. That isn't what I was hoping it would be. Tadibo has the ball at the back now. This is a really long highlight. That's a loose pass as well. Gavea. Tadibo. Badawi. Keane. Moffy. It's a lovely bit of play, to be honest, by Nice now. Sofiane Diop. Down the left-hand side. Asnu. Missed tackle, Badawi. This could be 3. It's a penalty, isn't it? What have you done there? The ref's given the pen. It's a penalty to them. Naipan's clipped the heels of the attacker. It's going to be 3-1 before half-time. Unless Lafont can... No, he can't. Of course he can't. I gave him the big build-up as if he might be able to save it, but Terramoffi scored his 31st of the season. We're 2 goals down again in this tie. 5-3 as we head into halftime. We don't need to see it again. Lafont doesn't save it. He's on a 6. Diego, you might need to earn your corn here. Is that a saying? I'm not sure. I've done a few weird sayings in this series, I think. 6 out of 10. A 6.3 for Silla. I didn't actually notice if there were any changes, but surely something has to give here. I really thought we were finding our way back into the game there. As the highlights were kind of stacking up. But instead it was them who went and got themselves a goal. Joof, Jalrego. Again, we're in the situation where we need a goal pretty swiftly if we're going to see ourselves mount a really unlikely comeback. Here's Rooney Bargi, though. There's Leonardo for another. He did go offside, but he's back onside again, I think. It's 3-2, 5-4 in aggregate. We're still not out of this. The goals we're scoring are so simple. It's Asnu. Just a ball over the top to Rooney Bargi. Makes the run in behind. Look, there goes Leonardo offside. Because he gets to the byline, he's able to put it in. 36 for the season. We're so on top in terms of the stats. 15 shots from us. Let me just check. Have we made any changes? Yeah, Telehovsky's on. He's put Naipan wide, which means Jalrego's gone off. That's the only other change other than the Andy Diouf on for Kone change, which was an injury early on. Half an hour to play. We need 1 goal to go level. Nice on the attack. Corner for them. Headed in. Just Kefren Turam scores. As soon as we get close, they take it away from us again. 4. We've conceded 4. Of course we're not going to win the tie if we concede 4 on the night. It's 6-4 on aggregate now. I'm actually... Lafont's just a shadow in the net, isn't he? He's just smoke. They've had 7 shots and scored 4. We've had 7 shots. We've scored again. What is this game? We went half an hour with no highlights. Now it's 4-3. 6-5 on aggregate as Naipan scores a free kick. What is this game? It's a lovely free kick. He just sweeps it home. Capri gets, I think, hands to it. 10 for the season. We've had 16 shots. And yet we're still losing this game. Here come Nice again. If we can break away, if we can just go level, maybe then I'll start to believe. But every time we get close, Nice score again. Here's Moise Keane. Round a few of them, straight to Lafont. Lafont's actually made a save. Is that the moment? That is the end of the highlight. Are you going to change anything to go for this? Are you just going to leave these guys up there? We have 15 or so minutes to play. We've had way more shots than them. There's 10 minutes to play and now highlights are just not happening. Shots aren't even happening. I assume they've kind of tried to shut things down here, Nice, and it's working. We're just not creating anything. Surely you go for it, Diego. 6 minutes added on. We need a goal. There is a highlight. As Krupi loses the ball. He's injured and he's given the ball away. This is the only chance. We need to get this ball back off Nice and score if we're going to get ourselves into a final of the Europa League. Otherwise, Nice kill us here, don't they? It's Paulinho. It's a good tackle. Diop is going to retrieve it. Alexander's now probably going to have a shot himself. It's over. I think that's going to be the end of the highlight. There's 4 minutes left in added time. We need this highlight to start again. It's not going to, is it? It's not going to. We've got a corner as well. We're out. What a weird game of football. What a disappointing game of football. Defensively, look, it's our ratings. And then I hate for you to say that you told me so. Again, not sure it's the same, but Lafont's he's kind of let us down there, isn't he? 24 shots, 9 on target, 3.21 XG. We've conceded 4 from their 1.88 XG. 4-3 the final score on the night, 6-5 on aggregate, and they, Nice, are through to the final. And all we can do is go and find out if we can win ourselves a league title. We're going to go and play these 2 home games, keeping an eye on Monaco's result. But what a disappointing start. We're out of the cup, the French Cup. We're out of the Europa League. I guess I'll see you for our next game, which is a home game against Rennes. Look, I've already set Watching Man to come and attend this one. I'll see you as we play Rennes at home, and hopefully things go better. Hopefully we don't just drop out of the title race after this one. I'll see you when the teams are warming up. Bloody hell. Okay, then, here we go. Back to league matters then. Hopefully we can get over that disappointment. We have Rennes at home. We are playing before, it seems. Let's just check it wasn't afterwards. Before Monaco play, I believe. Where is Monaco? Monaco aren't on here, so they must be. That's the Saturday. Did they play the Friday? They did play the Friday. Okay, so they've won, which actually means pressure is on us, isn't it? They played an extra game. We need to win to take it to the final day. This could be the biggest of letdowns of any season ever, I think. If we just lose this game, I think it's over, right? Because the gap is 4 points. Let's find out what this team picked by Simeone is then. Have we got over those injuries, or is it the same thing? It is, and it's Asnu. Van Veek is playing right back. Now, that is an interesting one. He's very much a centre-back usually. We are really struggling for fullbacks. I don't think it was the defence that let us down last game, but maybe it had an impact. Probably Lafont was the main issue, wasn't he? We need to win here against a team that find themselves 10th in the lead. In the league, I should say, with 1 game to go. We have to beat them, I think. We have to beat them. We have to... I mean, if we draw, I think it's head-to-head. I can't actually remember what we decided last time. I think if we draw, it might also not be enough because of our results against Monaco. I'm fairly sure we've lost to them at least once. I think we have to win this game to keep the title charge going. As I've just noticed, by the way, Kusiasari is starting this game. I think he's rotated because it was only a few days. I think we're playing on the Sunday and we played on the Thursday. A really quick turnaround between these 2 games anyway. First highlight was from us for Kusiasari. Here come Rennes down the left-hand side. Ihan. If they beat us here, it's so disappointing because I've waited to play these games to finish this season. They've actually scored, haven't they? It's Chechu has scored the goal. We're losing to Rennes. We've just lost to Nice. I think this could be where it ends and where... I don't know. I guess it just means that we have to go shopping again. The only answer is, with this scaled back spending that we've now got, we have to be a little bit smart and try and give Simeone the players that he needs to go again next year. I mean, it's a great season. We're there in second. We are going to do what we set out to do, which is finish above PSG, hopefully. But in really disappointing fashion, it means that when they've been not quite good enough, we've also not been quite good enough. It's a really disappointing performance from the lads so far. Maybe I'm giving up hope a little bit early here, because if we score before halftime with a penalty, ref, He's not even entertaining that being a pen. It didn't look like a pen, did it? It was a very, very clean tackle. We're going to get the ball back again. Yoro, there is a lot of rotation here. Naipan, who scored that lovely free kick. It's a little bit short, but Van Veek gets there. Crosses. Kusiasari's good in the air. He's got a full head on that and headed it wide. He should have done a lot better, shouldn't he? That's a really good chance. I imagine the XG on that was pretty good, although maybe it wasn't because we've only got 0.45 still now. A goal before half-time, please, lads. Can we go again second half? This should be a routine win. We're playing a team in 10th at home as we're going for the title. Kusiasari off the keeper and off the post. Leonardo, open goal. It's in, finally. We do get ourselves level. It's a weird old goal, that one. 2 chances for Kusiasari. I thought Leonardo had taken too long to get the shot off with the rebound, but he has popped it in. It is 1-1. He's carrying an injury. Kusiasari wins the header off the keeper saves. Then he hits the post. He takes his time, doesn't he, to put it in. Puts it very close to the keeper in the end. But 1-1. Game on, I should say. Don't think we've had any subs yet. There is the first sub. It's Johannesson on for Asnu at left back then. I wonder if that's it's probably a tiredness, fatigue thing for Asnu, I would suspect. Somebody did mention in a really interesting comment, actually, that Simeone's tiredness management, fatigue management in one of the games that we watched last episode was really quite poor. They were knackered and he just didn't make the changes, did he? I wonder if that's something to do with his attributes somewhere because, yeah, are we paying the price for that now with the injuries and the players like Leonardo here with an injury? Maybe we're not. Maybe he's good enough even if he is injured because he's just scored a lovely goal and all of a sudden we lead. And all of a sudden, maybe I look a bit silly because I was giving up. I think that's what you do if you're just watching it in the stands. You don't have a direct impact. Maybe I was giving up. Johannesson on at half-time has won the header. Leonardo is going to just drill this in look into that far corner. 2-1. Now just be lovely and solid, lads. Nothing silly. See ourselves through. We go into the final day of the season a point behind with a superior goal difference, but I still do think it's head-to-head, right? Maybe I should check that too. It would take it to where Monaco play Lyon away and we play, I think is it Montpellier at home? And we should be winning that, shouldn't we? Get ourselves a nice third goal here to make this sure. It's Krupi, gives it away, wins it back, gives it away again. They give it back to us. Chikambud is a youngster, right? On a right back here. We are really down to bare bones. Let me show you him because he is not somebody that should really be anywhere near this first team squad. I wonder if I just need another fullback option just by the way that this season has gone. Something to think about for the summer window. Going back to our DOF role of actually signing players. Krupi puts it over. I want to show you this guy that's playing. I think he's playing right back for us right now. Chikamabud, look, here he is. He's a centre-back, 22-year-old who's just not good. He's left-footed. He's not good. I didn't think he was. He's played 124 games for the B team. That goes to show just what's happened with injuries at fullback in defence for us. I'm not going to say too much because at the moment we are completely dominating this game. They've only had one shot on target and it was their goal. There's another one. 5 to play. See it through with, even if it is a bit of an edgy win, we'd be happy. We'll go into this final game of the season. They've actually got a corner really late. This could kill us. The keeper is up for them. Juve's got it. The keeper's out of his goal. Go for goal, Andy. He's given it to Krupi, who's given it away. Don't give it away there. I think he's on. It's Rafa. I think he's onside. The flag's gone up, but I think he might have been on. The other player was definitely off. We need the linesman and the VAR to save us here. Otherwise, we might have just blown this. Oh my word, it is disallowed. The title race is still on. I think this is really close. It's not that close. He's well offside. Didn't really need VAR for that, did we? It's a good finish. Why are we giving it away there? The keeper was out. Like, just be sensible, lads. Jeez, it's over. We've won the game. It's going to go to a final day. It wasn't pretty, but it was successful. The final day of the season sees us 1 point behind Monaco. They have to go away to Lyon. We play, I think it's Montpellier at home. I'm going to see you for that game there. I'm also going to find out if it is head-to-head or if it is goal difference. I think it's head-to-head. I'll let you know, though, as we go into that game. I'll see you as the teams are warming up. We can still win this title. We can still win this title. See you then. Okay, then this is it. It all comes down to this. It wasn't Montpellier at all. I said it loads of times. It's actually Bordeaux. And just to show you on here as well, the differentiating rule for between teams is, if I scroll down to here, goal difference is first. So we actually do have a better goal difference. Team records against other teams on the same points will be sorted by the rules in the following order. Goal difference, goal scored, away goal scored. So there is no head-to-head going on in this league, which actually gives us a better chance to go and win this, because we're only a point behind. If we draw and Monaco lose, we would win the league. We do, though, need them to drop points against Lyon. If they win their game, they win the league title. That's probably what you'd expect to happen. It's probably likely what's going to happen here. Lyon, I know that they're okay and Monaco are away from home, but in all likelihood, that's likely to happen here, isn't it? That we're just going to finish second, but there is a chance. There is the team. Tobias is back. Is that a sign? My favourite player of this save so far is back, playing at right back. There's the Bordeaux team. It's Tewu Awonyi leading the line. It is this Monaco type system, actually, of this. It's a bit of a low block. At least Monaco play it in that way. We struggle against it. I'm hoping it's not going to be the case here. A nice routine win for us. And then we can watch over here, look, as the results already. The goals have already started going in. None between Lyon and Monaco, but a goal already for PSG. Mbappe has scored early. They cannot catch us. Even if we lose this game, I don't think they can go above us, which is a lovely place to be, as the first highlight has begun in what could be a glorious day in our history. The time when we finally win this league title. Silla has the ball for us. Michelotti starts alongside him. I think we've gone pretty much first choices we can be with the injuries. Krupi, can he play in Leonardo? Instead, Rooney Bargi. Jalrego has scored. I think he's offside. He looked ahead of that defensive line, didn't he? If I want to do us a favour and give us a goal here, I would not be too upset about it, but I think this one is going to be disallowed. It is. I think Jalrego has gone early, and I think this is, well, it is. It's the right decision, isn't it? It's Naipan that picks it up. He gives it to Rooney Bargi, and yeah, he's way ahead of the defenders there, Jalrego. I think it's actually been given against, I think it was given against Bargi, actually. The lines were drawn on Rooney Bargi instead there, which is interesting. We've hit the top of the bar, maybe. Jalrego's gone close again. We're forcing the issue a little bit. Let's just pause and keep an eye on this result here, because I don't want to miss a goal going in. It's still 0-0 between Lyon and Monaco. 10 minutes in. We're really pushing the envelope in this game. It's all us in terms of highlights. There's Leonardo with the keeper. Strycek has come and claimed it. Will he launch an attack for Bordeaux here? Like I said, we've had the highlights. If we can get an early goal, maybe that puts more pressure on Monaco to have to score away from home. If they draw and we win the title, right? Yeah, I think we do, because we're only a point behind. So there are lots of different ways that this could happen, that we win this league title today. We do need to score a goal, though. As Jalrego's shot is blocked, I think that's going to be the highlight there. Unless they break, that block shot, I think, is the chance that's been identified as a highlight. Maybe it hasn't. Awonyu's in behind. Against the run of play. First highlight for them. He's hit the post. The Font let it run. They've won themselves a corner. That was a little bit worrying how easily they got in behind us there. But we've survived it. Only 12 minutes on the clock. This is going to be a real full motion picture of a video today, because 3 live comms in one. Lots of you have been asking for more live comms. So here you go. Have all of them in one video as we go through the finale of this season. Any goals in the game between Lyon and Monaco? Still no. 20 minutes have now been played. PSG lead 2-0. Still no goals here, though, which means we remain a point behind at the top of this league table. We've had chances. We have another one here. Headed away for, will it be a second corner? No. Going to be a really weird high boot there, but Rooney Bargi's got it. Naipan's got it. Can shoot from here. Blocked. Headed away again. They look a little bit backs to the wall, don't they? It is kind of a low block. They've got a lot of players in this central area. Here's Silla. Here's Michelotti. Naipan. Good ball through to Rooney Bargi. He's got Tobias with him. Could get across in himself. There's Tobias. That's well wide. Where has that even gone? That was nowhere near the goal, was it? We've had 9 shots. Only 2 on target. Only half an hour played, though. This one. Remember that game where we just watched in the Europa League, where we had half an hour without a highlight, and it ended up being 4-3. We've had all the highlights here, and it's 0-0. They've gone back to the keeper here. Strycek has to get this right. A little bit loose in there. Krupi's won the header. We've got the ball high. Naipan. Johannesson. Jalrego. Good run from Krupi in behind. We've gone backwards instead. Asnu. Space to cross it from here. There's the man in the middle. Rooney Bargi running in. Tobias picks it up again. We're really forcing the issue. Naipan. Bargi. Naipan again. Johannesson. Scores from range. Drilled home. We do take the lead. It's a lovely finish from Isak Johannesson. Wasn't really how I was expecting us to score the goal there, but the pressure has told. We have the lead, and I think even if it is briefly, we're going to move ourselves to the top of this table. Just shot after shot that was getting blocked and blocked. In the end, he takes it from a long way out. Not really all the power in the world, but Strycek can't keep it out. Let's pause it as we check this game here. It's still 0-0. This should change in a second. Paris FC are top of the league on the final day. Monaco need a goal. We just need to hold on. Is it happening? It might be happening. Here's Abakar Silla down the left-hand side for us. Into the middle for Naipan. A second goal here really ramps up the pressure. Rooney Bargi hits it over. Lovely effort. First time. Keeping an eye on this game. The two games are together on the latest scores down here. 1-0 to us. 0-0 as we go in at half-time. I click on the table. We're the team at the top. Imagine a Lyon goal now. A Lyon goal now makes this really, really interesting. Gives them a lot of work to do, but still 0-0. This means it's really on a knife edge, especially with us only 1-0 up as well. Any breakaway goal like that, a 1-0 chance that we saw before, could really kill us. Johannesson, Jalrego. A second goal would be really nice. Rooney Bargi's in behind. Can cross it. The block there to stop that cross. Gets that across and it's 2-0, isn't it? Defender makes the block. Here's Asnu running through. Hits the post and in! Oh my word, it is a lovely finish from Asnu. The left back, the replacement left back has gone through and made it 2-0 to us. I thought the highlight had gone with that blocked cross from Bargi. He just picks it up. Johannesson gives it to him and he just runs through the gap there. Finds this bottom left-hand corner. It goes in off the post. 2-0 to us. What is the score in the other game? It's still 0-0. Now, Simeone, do what you do best and just see this game out. If there's no goals going in there, we're going to win ourselves a league title. Monaco have scored! I saw a goal go in and I was hoping it was going to be to Lyon. I couldn't remember which side it was on, but Monaco have scored. That might be the goal that wins them the title now. We've done our bit. We need Lyon. We need Lyon to get themselves a goal. All of our fate for this season now rides with Olympic Lyon. Even if we go and score another goal here, as we win the ball back again, it's not going to be enough, is it? Because both teams are now winning. A late Lyon equaliser could be pure drama, though. That's really annoying that they've got that goal. Here's Leonardo. It is 3-0 to us. We're going to extend our goal difference as well, but there's only 18 to play. I'm just not believing in Lyon. They've conceded at home. They are the home team, maybe. I'm just going to skip that highlight to just try and see what's happening there. I want Watching Man to leave this game and go and watch the end of the Lyon game now. I feel like that's the most important thing here. But can I do that? I don't think I can do that. It's a lovely free kick, by the way. Fally Kande has scored a free kick to make it 3-1. I would not be surprised to see us blow it from here because maybe they're hearing on the pitch. I'm seeing it as the DOF in the stands. A good free kick. We're fully reliant on this Lyon equaliser. With 10 to play, we're seeing more highlights in our game. I almost want to get off these highlights because it's not helping us to know. This is going to be a really heartbreaking way to not win the league, isn't it? Especially when we lost that game to Marseille. I know you didn't see that. It was in between the episodes. But win that game and we win this league. I know that Monaco lost as well, but win that game, we win this league. 69 is our goal difference. That is nice. Heads it up in the air. Juve will recycle it. Kusiasari, Silla. Headed straight to the keeper. 2 minutes plus added time to play. And we're dreaming. We're praying. Imagine the fans in the stand praying for a Lyon equaliser against Monaco. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. It might have happened whilst this highlight's going on. I don't know. I think the latest scores that pop up are a little bit behind, aren't they? Tobias. Krupi. It's going to be another goal for us. 40 for the season for Marcus Leonardo. What a signing he has been, by the way. But 40 goals, and he's not going to be on the title-winning team, I don't think. Unless we cut away from this highlight and Lyon have equalised against Monaco. which they haven't. 90 plus 4. We need a late goal. They've equalised. Mateta has equalised for Leon. Right at the death on 89 minutes. We're winning the league. We're winning the league. We've won the league. Yes. What a dramatic way to do it. Paris FC are Liga 1 champions, and I'm quite literally shouting. A 4-1 win for us. And I don't know where or how they've set this trophy presentation stand up in that quick of a time. But we've won ourselves the title in late fashion. It was Mateta, the Crystal Palace legend, has equalised for Lyon. And Paris FC are champions of France. Have that, Monaco. Have that, Paris Saint-Germain. Have that, Guti. Sorry, I shouldn't shout at him in this moment, should we? Thank you, Guti, for everything you've done. But my word, what drama. What drama at the end of today's episode. That is Football Manager for you. That, I think, deserves a like and a subscribe. That tees us up then to go for the Champions League next year, I think. It could be a place to end the save. I don't think it is. I think we need to at least try and go for that Champions League. Right? Let me know if you want me to continue, because I kind of feel like we've achieved what we set out to do, but I reckon there's an itch that I've not quite scratched yet. Let me know in the comments down below. Whew, what an ending. Thank you for watching today. I hope you have a lovely rest of your days. I'll see you in the next video, whatever that might be. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Come on. What an ending.